was faster than the Archangels, but certainly not the fastest time we've seen. And it might come down to that if you get multiple that are going to...
Hello, Marble sports fans, and welcome to the Marble Circuit.
We have a packed house here for the first event of the 2021 Marble Champions League. As we welcome you inside of Marble Fubeca Stadium, we have a look at our gigantic trophy here for our winner, which will be determined not today, but a little bit later on. We've got 12 teams competing. We've got fans from all 12 teams from across their countries and across the world here to see today's first event, as well as some fans who are just in it for the fun. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersea, glad to be here on behalf of Marble Fubeca for today's coverage of our first event of the 2021 Marbles Champions League. In just a few moments, you're going to see all 12 of our teams that are competing make their way onto the stage and get a chance to show themselves in front of their fans and in front of the entire world watching today. As I said, 12 teams competing to be named the ultimate Marble Champion. Let's meet the teams. Nobody knows how to do an opening quite like Marble Fubeca here at the Marble Fubeca Stadium. It was an exciting moment just moments ago as these teams made their first appearances in front of their fans. You see some of those amazing marbles, the different designs, and the great logos for these teams as they were getting a chance to become acquainted with these fans who will watch them over the next few weeks, find their favorites, and root for their ultimate winners. The teams are ready, the fans are ready, we are ready, let's go. It's event number 1, this is target shooting. So you look inside of today's event stadium, where we will be doing target shooting as we just said. We were in the main lobby moments ago, now we turn our eyes toward center court. And an opportunity for these 12 teams to make their first impressions in front of their fans. There are the pins, those orange pins that they will be shooting for. There are 21 pins, so an opportunity for 21 points. Similar to the way that you would score in bowling, you're looking to knock down those pins just like you would in bowling. There is the single lane course, which includes an upward hill that they're going to go over. I believe there's a shooting mechanism inside of that tunnel there, which should help with some speed. Be interesting to see as there are 7, I believe that is. Yeah, 7 different levels on this pyramid here where our pins are located. I'm going to try to see where is the best location. If you've been with us for a while here on Marble Fubeca, you know how the tournaments work. There are 4 groups, Group A, B, C, and D. Top 2 will qualify from each group, move into 2 semifinals. The top two from each of those semifinals will advance into the final round where they'll place first through fourth. First team out of the gate, Group A, it's the Archangels. Here we go. And a score of 19 pins down, so 19 points on the board for the Archangels. Let's have a look at the replay here. A great slow-mo. There are, misspoke, 6 levels there, and it looked like that was a hit on the third level, a little bit off to the right side. So not exactly even from the Archangels, but still 19 points. Can't do a whole lot better than that, so a strong start for the Archangels. We'll see if that's enough to survive Group A. But a strong start for them, as the Savage Jackal will be the next to go, and they are released. And a score of 15. They left some to be desired there. 6 pins on the bottom left alone. Let's see. That was a little bit too high. In between the second and third levels there, didn't have enough of a centralized location there for the Savage Jackal, so they leave a little bit more to be desired and score 15. They move into second here, the Vikings, and they will pick up 17 points. And with that, the Archangels are locked into the next round, and the Savage Jackal are out. So it'll come down to the Vikings, as we'll have a look one more time at their replay. It looks like it's very similar to what the Archangels put up, just a little bit higher. And so it didn't get a whole lot of contact with those bottom 2 layers. Had to rely on pins falling on top of pins. Worked out a little bit better than the Savage Jackal, but not as well as the Archangels. Last team up is the Janitors here in Group A. Let's see what they can do. They're up, they're through, and it's a clean sweep. 21 on the board for the Janitors. They're through. Advancing with them are the Archangels, and the Vikings and Savage Jackal are eliminated. Let's see where the Janitors located this one. Looks like it's perfect, right in the middle between the bottom 2 rows there, and you can't do it a whole lot better than that. The Janitors off to a strong start with 21 points and did it in 2.7 seconds. It was the slowest run, likely because they were the lowest where they made contact with the pyramid there. So advance the Archangels and the Janitors into the first semifinal. And Group B now will begin with the Steel Brothers. We'll see what they can put forward. They're off. Going through, and they have a clean sweep. 21 points on the board for the Steel Brothers. At a time of 2:667. Let's see where they made contact. Was it the same as just moments ago? Looks pretty similar, a little bit further to the right side there, so it wasn't as even in terms of being centered up, but still worked just as well. A lot of speed carried, and the Steel Brothers off to a strong start, likely advancing into the next round. But you never know as we move on to Tatu Bola. Stands for the 3 balls. Let's see what they can do. They're hoping they're going to score more than 3. They didn't score anything. Oh my, it's a clean miss from Tatu Bola. And they are in trouble. Wow, that is extremely disappointing. So they are almost guaranteed to be eliminated, as here are the Trojans, and they pick up 19 points. So that'll move Tatu Bola out of here. We'll lock in the Steel Brothers, and let's have a look at this replay here for the Trojans, see how it worked. Looked like a little bit better location than we've seen on a couple of these, but only able to even what the Archangels did at the beginning of this tournament in Group A. The Trojans are on the hot seat here. Can they advance, or will it be Swiftblade? We'll see what they can do. They are released from the holding cell. Off they go, and a clean sweep. They do it in a time of 2:753. They take the second transfer spot. The group win will go to the Steel Brothers, but Swiftblade puts up our 3rd clean sweep out of the first 8 competitors to go. And you can see a pretty solid run there. So 8 teams done, 8 teams to go. I misspoke earlier and referred to our tournament with 12 teams. It's 16. Obviously, I mentioned them all, just got the math a little wrong there in my head. 16 teams, 8 down, 8 to go. Here's the Lynx Ruffus. And, oh, that was interesting. We'll have to have a look at this and see what the replay shows us. Almost looked like they missed. Let's have a look. They put up 16. sure enough, they didn't make contact with any of the pins, made contact with the surface that's holding the pins together, enough to kind of ruffle them around, and a few of them fall, and a pretty good score there, considering the fact that they didn't make any contact whatsoever with a single pin. 16 points on the board. Here's Flush. And they will knock down all 21. Certainly made contact there as we have a look at this replay. Not very solid contact, though. So Group C has done it in different ways than our first two groups did. Making pretty solid contact with the pins early on were the first two groupings. Not the case, though, in this Group C. One completely missed but got away with 16 points. The other, not a super solid contact, but all 21 pins are down. Here's the Snow Wolves, and they put up 20. So the Snow Wolves in a strong position. The Lynx Rufus, they are going to be eliminated here in the group stage. Flush is officially in, and it will come down to the Snow Wolves. With 20 points, can't do a whole lot better than that, so they are in a pretty good spot, but you've seen it's not impossible to score these strikes, for lack of a better term, as the Speedy Hunters will try to do just that and advance into the semifinal, and they'll come up just short. 19 points on the board, not good enough. As we look at the replay and see where could that last pin have come from. Oh, wow, you can see the one that's on the left there kind of wiggled a little bit. Couldn't get it done, and so the Flush and the Snow Wolves advance to the semifinal. And this will bring up our final group. Here is Oris 1. And they knock down all 21. A pretty common theme. Seems as though it's not too incredibly difficult to hit them all, which means that you might get a time tiebreaker at some point later on here. And that one looked very similar to the first 21 we scored at the beginning of this matchup, and that was a pretty solid one there from Oris 1. That will bring up now Onyx. And they put up 18 points. Left 3 on. A little bit off to the right side. That was perfect location in terms of height, where you want to put that in between the first and second level seems to be the way to go, but off to the right side caused a little bit of a problem. They moved to 18 points. Here are the Blue Jackets. Looked like they were moving a little slow there. Yeah, no, actually, in fact, they had the fastest run. Guess it just looked a little strange there, and they put it right in the middle. Put up 21. They are in now because of that time tiebreaker, so Oris 1 is not technically in. Onyx is out. And now it'll be up to the Sphery Spiders to determine our last member of the semifinals. They're going to knock down 17, and I don't think they hit any of the pins either. Yeah, again, they make contact with that surface that's holding up the pins, and the vibrations there, able to knock down a few, but not enough. And so we will not see somebody that knocks down all the pins not advance. It got close there at the end. If they had knocked all of them down, somebody was going to not fail at all, but yet not make it into the next round. As our semifinals are set now, Group D advances Oris 1 and the Blue Jackets. They are the semifinals, A and B. And so the semifinals begin again where we started the first round with the Archangels. They're off and running, and they put up 20. You can see that one lone pin that stayed up had a little bit of a hard time remaining on the platform there. In fact, it looked like it was off just a little bit, but not enough to be able to, yeah, as you can see there, not enough to be able to actually knock it off. And so they put up 20. Here are the Janitors, who had the first 21, and they just missed. Happens for the second time. A complete whiff from the Janitors, who were so strong in their first group matchup. Let's see, how close was it? Not very close at all, it seems. Hard to tell the depth perception there, but it looked like they may have just missed it pretty badly. Here's the Steel Brothers. They put up 21 as well, and they'll put up 19 this time. So that will move the Archangels into the final. First team to go will seemingly be the first team to go all the way into the final. As they advance with a score of 20, the Steel Brothers are in a strong position, but certainly not guaranteed. Here's Swiftblade. Let's see what they can do. They need A big score, and they get it! 21 for Swiftblade. They're advancing. The Archangels pass with 20, and it's a score of 19 for the Steel Brothers, but they are not going to advance into the final. Swiftblade left one on the platform there, but what you need to do is knock it off, or knock it over, I guess I should say, and that's what they did. It was laying on its side, so it counts as a point. Either way, they would have advanced, but Swiftblade is through. Into our second semifinal, we begin with the Snow Wolves, and they put up 21, another strong run. And perfectly done. That is where you want to go, in the middle of the either bottom row or right in between the first and second levels. There is really where you want to be. Let's see what Flush can do to try to answer that score of 21. They went a little bit too high. They'll pick up 18. The Snow Wolves are through, and you can see, like I said, you want to be between levels 1 and 2. Meanwhile, they're all the way up there in between levels 4 and 5. That's pretty high. And in fact, that's a pretty good score for how high of a contact location that was for Flush. But they do put up 18. Not a bad score at all. Here's Oris 1. See what they can do. And they're going to put up 20. So that will eliminate Flush. The Snow Wolves are through. And yeah, just left one on there. Will that come back to haunt Oris 1? We'll find out. The Blue Jackets hope it does. And it will! The Blue Jackets put them all down, and they advance to the final. They will join the Snow Wolves out of semifinal B. And it is the one pin that Oris 1 left on the board that will come back to haunt them, as they will finish in the second grouping, unable to get to the finals. That is a disappointing end for Oris 1, and in just such a disappointing fashion. So the Snow Wolves and the Blue Jackets advancing into the final here of target shooting. Been a very up and down. We've seen a lot of 21s. We've seen a couple of zeros. Here's the Archangels, and they will put up a modest 17. I don't think that's good enough, to be honest with you. Certainly not going to be enough to win it for the Archangels. See if they can maybe place on the podium for second or third. Obviously, there's that awkward fourth-place finisher who gets to the final but doesn't get to be put on the podium there. Here is Swiftblade. They hope that they're not the one that has that happen, and they won't be. 21 for Swiftblade. They're in the driver's seat. And keep an eye on the time. Not the fastest time by any stretch. A 2:7.53. It was faster than the Archangels, but certainly not the fastest time we've seen. And it might come down to that if you get multiple that are going to score all 21. Let's see what the Snow Wolves do. Swiftblade trying to hold on to the lead. There is 20 points on the board. And Swiftblade remains in the lead. The Snow Wolves take over second. They guarantee themselves a podium finish. They will not win. And it looks like it was just a little bit too low and off to the right. And I think that it may have been... Yeah, it was one of those two pins that are right in the middle on the bottom row that stayed. Last hope is the Blue Jackets. Will it be Swiftblade or the Blue Jackets? They are off, and they missed it! And the Blue Jackets, with our third whiff of this tournament, it will cost them a spot on the podium. But they do finish fourth. The Archangels slide into a bronze. Silver for the Snow Wolves, and of course Swiftblade with a very strong statement. You see their fans are excited. Cheering section going crazy with the Swiftblade flags. Very nice touch there by that fan base. They were ready, hoping to see their team do well, and they did. Swiftblade wins event number 1, target shooting of the 2021 Marble Champions. As you have a look at the results, Swiftblade, Snow Wolves, Archangels, Blue Jackets, Oris 1. The top 5 go all the way down to Patu Bola, who finishes last, does not score a point. Savage Jackal picked up just 1 point. Disappointing start. Here are the overall standings. Swiftblade, the Snow Wolves, the Archangels, the Blue Jackets, Oris 1, Steel Brothers, Flush, the Janitors, Trojans, Speedy Hunters. That's the top 10. Keep an eye on our podium finishes. Those will show up at the end of every event, showing you how many medals have been won, as well as how many first place finishes for our different teams. But ultimately, you want to have the most amount of points. We've seen that in previous events here on Marble Fubeca, different tournaments in which it's not necessarily just about wins, but it's about consistency. Congratulations to the Archangels. They finished third. A silver for the Snow Wolves, but today they all aspire to be Swiftblade. 20 points, a gold medal, and the lead in the championship standings. They are automatically now, after one event, they are the team to beat. One down. The anticipation and the nerves of opening week are through, and now these teams look to continue either a strong start or build on something that maybe wasn't the best start as we begin the real bulk of this schedule in the Marble Champions 2021. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Biderzuki. Glad to be here on behalf of Marble Fubeca for today's event. This is our second event of the 2021 Marble Champions. A more traditional event, as you see the starting gates for this sprint-style event today. An opportunity for these teams to show off their speed after a little bit more skill and precision was needed in our first event. This one's pure speed. It's just a long sprint right in front of the home stretch and all the fans in the stands. Glad to have them here as always. And there is the entire course. So the starting gates up the front. On the left side, on the right side, you'll have the finishing gate. Here are the overall standings after one event. Swiftblade won our opening event, so they are in the lead with 20 points, leading by 3 over the Snow Wolves, who took silver, and the Archangels, who took a bronze, leading the group. But everybody really still in it after just one event. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 2 of the 2021 Marble Champions. This is the sprint race. So again, as you see, this course, typically, you'll see winds and curves and different obstacles for these marbles to avoid. That is not the case today. All about pure speed. Here are the groupings for today's event. Different groups. The style will work the same. Top 2 from each group will advance to the semifinals. Top 2 from each semifinal will advance into our finale. We'll start with Group A. They are the Steel Brothers, Tatu Bola, Snow Wolves, and Flush. And they come out of the gates. Here we go. And out in front, it looks like it's Flush and Steel Brothers coming across the line. Steel Brothers takes the lead, and Flush takes the second advancement place. They get the transfer spot over the Snow Wolves, who finish third. Tatu Bola finishes in last in that grouping, and so they will not advance. You can see Flush in the green. Look like they got out to the lead at first. Those are the silver marbles of the Steel Brothers. Not surprising based on the name. And there is the pass for the lead right at the end. A little bit of contact between the top 2 finishers. Let's have a look. And everything within at least a marble length there. Nothing too crazy. And so the Flush and the Steel Brothers will advance into the first semifinal out of Group A. Group B, the Janitors, the Sphery Spiders, the Archangels, and the Savage Jackal. They release, and right now it looks like it's the Savage Jackal in the lead, followed by the Sphery Spiders. But here come the Janitors, and did the Savage Jackal advance? They did. They just beat out the Archangels. And the Janitors come from behind after running in third or fourth for the majority of that short sprint. Let's see where that run happens. They run the fastest time so far at a 4:9.45. Yeah, they just picked up a lot of speed toward the end. How close was it for second? Looks like it was pretty close. Pretty close all the way around. With the exception, really, of fourth place. Looked like the Sphery Spiders weren't really in it as much as the other 3, but that was a tight run there. So the Janitors and the Savage Jackal advance into the semifinal. They will take on Flush and the Steel Brothers. Moving to Group C, this is the Vikings, the Trojans, the Onyx, and the Oris 1. They come out of the gates, and it's the Trojans and the Vikings in the lead, and they look like they've got a pretty big lead. Yeah, it's just no matter who's going to win, it's the Trojans. Pretty significant there. That was over 0.2 of a second between second and third, and it was never close. Oris 1 finished third, Onyx takes fourth, but neither will advance, obviously, through one of those transfer spots of the group stage. The Trojans led wire to wire there. Vikings with a strong finish as well to take second place, and they both advance into semifinal B. And the final grouping will include Swiftblade, our points standings leader, also the Lynx Roughus, Speedy Hunters, and the Blue Jackets. And they are off. Bad start for Swiftblade. It's the Speedy Hunters and the Blue Jackets. They will advance. Exactly a tenth of a second between second and third. That was Swiftblade. And almost another full tenth back to the Lynx Roughus. They struggled. Let's have a look. It just looked like Lynx Roughus banging off the walls caused some problems. Side by side for the majority of the race for first place. But in these group stages, you only need to be first or second. Wow, yeah, it was close coming across the line for who was going to win the group staging here, but not close for who's going to advance. It was a pretty easy win there for the top two. We have another look at it. Let's see, coming across the line, how close? Pretty close. So that will move the Blue Jackets and the Speedy Hunters into semifinal B. And here's the first semifinal. We go back to the Janitors, the Savage Jackal, the Steel Brothers, and Flush. The Janitors have the fastest time so far. Can they do it again? They are in the lead. Here is the Flush in second. Savage Jackal making a run. Cannot get it done. The Janitors and Flush advance. Savage Jackal and the Steel Brothers will have to settle for a 5th through 8th place finish. Savage Jackal made a run there. Yeah, the Janitors are they're pretty darn fast right now. It'll be interesting to see if they keep that through the final. If they do, there's nobody that's going to beat them. They have the most speed right now. Just see if they're able to get a clean run in the final, because they're in, as are Flush. Savage Jackal made a strong run. Steel Brothers struggled, in fact, because they made contact there with the Janitors. They never crossed the finish line. So the Janitors and Flush are into the final, and now semifinal B. With the Trojans, the Speedy Hunters, the Blue Jackets, and the Vikings. There we go. And right now it's the Vikings and the Blue Jackets in the lead. Here come the Trojans. They're going to take over second place. They're going to get it done at the line. And that was the fastest time. Yeah, the Vikings just ran a faster time than the Janitors did in the first round, which was the fastest time to that point, of 4:6.58. Is the best time now of this event, and it belongs to the Vikings, and they do it en route to a semifinal win and an advancement into the final. And did it by a pretty large margin. Second place was pretty close. The Trojans got it done. And so they get to fight for a win here in the sprint race. Blue Jackets were close, but just could not get enough at the end. So moving into the final, here we go. Flush, Trojans, the Janitors, and the Vikings. And they're off. And if it's not the Janitors or the Trojans, it'd be a shock. They are side by side, cutting in front and getting the win are the Janitors. Unbelievable move. Shut the door. Have another look at it, and that was a great move by the Janitors. Pretty strong run by Flush as well to stay up there with those top two that clearly had the speed. Almost looked like there was some drafting going on as Flush tried to go from one side to another. And watch right here. You can see cutting a little bit farther in front, just clearing the Trojans. And that's where the Janitors make their move, shut the door, and will win this one. Boy, that was an unbelievable move. We'll see it again from this angle. I mean, you just can't do it better than that. So the Janitors get the win and do it with 1 speed and 2. A great move to make sure that they stayed in front of the Trojans. They are the winners of event number 2, the sprint race. And congratulations to them. A huge win for them, and a show that clearly the Janitors have speed And so you better watch out if you're doing a speed event here in the Marble Champions League in 2021, because the Janitors may just be the team to beat if that's the case. Great run by them. They'll make their way up to the podium, as well as our second and third place finishers. But they're the ones that get the big trophy. Look at the overall standings from today. The results: the Janitors pick up 20 points with that win. The Trojans finish second, Flush third, Vikings fourth, and the Savage Jackal fifth. All the way down to Onyx, Lynx Rufus, and Tatu Bola, who finish in the final last three positions. In fact, that fourth last position was actually Swiftblade. So Swiftblade's going to drop to fourth. The Janitors take a 4-point lead. It's a tie for second between the Trojans and Flush. They each have a medal. Gold for the Janitors as they get it done today, and get it done in pretty impressive fashion. It was a show of speed and a show of precision as well at the end, with that move to cut in front of the Trojans and not allow any kind of last-second shenanigans from them. So they get the win. Congratulations to Flush. They pick up 24 points with a third-place finish, or they're now sitting at 24 points, with a third-place finish. So are the Trojans after a second-place finish. They're now at 24 points. Both are tied for second, but all today, they all aspire to be After an event all about speed, we shift our focus back to the skill as we begin event number 3 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Hello again, friends. Keanu Bittersiki, glad to be here on behalf of Marble Fubeca for today's event. Our grand arena once again today, as we are 2 events through, and now just one speed event and 1 skill event. We should go back to the skill side of things. There's the cup that they'll be fighting for today and throughout the remainder of this season. Let's have a look at how the teams are doing so far. Right now, the overall leaders are the Janitors by 4 points over the Trojans and Flush. Swiftblade, after a win in event number 1, has dropped to 4th. The Janitors are the leaders. They are ready. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Let's do it. It's event number 3 of the 2021 Marble Champions. This is the soccer dribble. As you have a look at this soccer field down there with the Marble Champions and Marble Fubeca logo, and there are some obstacles to navigate. A couple of goals down at the end, and we'll see what this event is all about. As you can see there, got some scoring opportunities. You know how it works in terms of the setup for today's tournament. As always here in the Marble Champions League, the groupings change, so there are the groups for you. We begin with Group A, which is the Vikings, the Lynx Rufus, the Blue Jackets, and the Steel Brothers. They are off, and we'll see who can get through. And a couple of goals, maybe. There's one, and another! And the Vikings score at the very end. They advance, as do the Steel Brothers. Lynx Rufus and the Blue Jackets, they were the first to get down, but they do not score a goal. And they are eliminated with 2 and 1 points respectively, as you see them go down on either side right there. Have a look. Easy goal for the Steel Brothers, and a little bit of a knock there from the goalie. Almost cost the Vikings their goal. But they are able to advance, as well as the Steel Brothers, into the first semifinal. And here's Group B. This is Tatu Bola, Snow Wolves, the Janitors, and the Speedy Hunters. So our leaders are a part of this group. Let's see where the scoring goes, and nobody will score a goal. The Snow Wolves picked up 4. The Speedy Hunters pick up 2. And so the Janitors are championship leaders, as well as Tatu Bola. They are eliminated here in the group stage. Let's have another look and see how it happened. You can see up at the top of the screen there, even coming out of the lines there, not a good run at all for the Janitors. Not really a good run for anybody. Nobody got close to a goal whatsoever. But good enough for the Snow Wolves and the Speedy Hunters. They are advancing into semifinal A. And so the group stage moves to Group C, which consists of the Savage Jackal, the Trojans, the Onyx, and the Flush. And let's see what happens. Do we have a goal? Oh, we almost did. The Onyx picked up 2, nearly scored a goal. They'll still advance, as do the Savage Jackal. And the Trojans, by way of the time that it took them to score, are going to be eliminated after a 3-way tie with 2 points. The Trojans did it in the slowest time, as we'll see here on the replay, and so it will cost them their opportunity to advance into the next round. For what it's worth, they were significantly slower, so at least it wasn't a close one there, but still a disappointing end for the Trojans. And in the flush, unable to advance as well as we make our way to the final group, including our first event winner. That's Swiftblade. The rest of the group, Oris 1, the Sphery Spiders, and the Archangels. And will we get a goal? The goalkeeper's going to block that shot. The Archangels will not score. They're eliminated, as are Swiftblade, Oris 1, and Sphery Spiders. They're advancing from Group D. How about that move from the goaltender there? Not allowing the Archangels to score, which would have almost guaranteed, even if they had not gone in the goal, they probably would have scored right off to the side, which was 4 points, would have advanced. Instead, the Archangels unable to score. Wow. And so they are eliminated, as are Swiftblade. And so therefore, Swiftblade and the Janitors both eliminated in this group stage. We will, for the third time, have a different winner here through 3 events. Moving on to the semifinals. First semifinal, it's the Speedy Hunters, the Snow Wolves, the Vikings, the Steel Brothers. 2 advance. Here's a 2. There's an 8. There's a goal. 2 on the side. Let's see. 2 in the middle, and it will cost the Speedy Hunters. So the Steel Brothers, who got down there the fastest by a pretty significant margin, almost a full second ahead of anybody else. And they were, what was that, somewhere around the 4-second range higher than any of the other 3 that scored 2 points. There was their 2. There was the goal. And then the last 2, both scoring 2 points, one all the way on the bottom of the screen. There it is. Other right through the middle, made contact with the post, and it cost the Speedy Hunters. So the Vikings and the Steel Brothers both out of Group A, advancing into the finals, so the 2 members from Group B to advance done in the semifinal. Here is semifinal B. Onyx, Savage Jackal, Oris 1, and the Sphery Spiders. And go down hectically. There's 2, another 2, another 2, and a 1. Onyx, the last of the 2s to get down, they're eliminated, as are the Savage Jackal, the only team not to score 2. They put up just 1 point, and so Oris 1 and the Sphery Spiders advancing into the final for today's event. Again, not super close. In fact, it was the Onyx who were the slowest, despite the fact that they'll finish ahead of the Savage Jackal because they did score more points there. And so the final is set. The Vikings, the Steel Brothers, the Sphery Spiders, and the Onyx. As you have a look at the crowd for these 4 teams, hoping to see something amazing. So here we go. Vikings, Steel Brothers, Sphery Spiders, Oris 1 for the win. Here we go. Who's first down? It might be the Steel Brothers. They've got 2. There's a 3 and a win for Oris 1. They were the slowest, but they score the most. Just got it done at the end. A silver for the Steel Brothers. The Vikings, by virtue of time, pick up the bronze, and the Sphery Spiders will finish in 4th. In today's event, there are the fans. Congratulations to them as Oris 1 advances all the way through and wins this one. Just barely advancing out of the second semifinal. Let's have a look at the replay here, and you can see they're not the fastest, although they weren't the slowest to begin with. Once that contact was made, really slowed them down. There's a lot of contact there with the Sphery Spiders as well. And right there, that contact made with that orange marker may have been the one to kind of set them up for that success. And there they go with the win, across the line, 3 points, and a victory. So congratulations to them, as Oris 1 becomes our 3rd different winner through 3 events. An interesting event here with the soccer dribble. Have a look at our fans again in attendance for today's event, and in just a second we'll have a look at the standings, see where it looked first at the results of today's events, and then what that does with the overall standings of this tournament, the 2021 Marble Champions League. And here are the results from today. So Oris 1 gets the win, the Steel Brothers 2nd, Vikings 3rd, Sphery Spiders 4th, and Onyx picked up the 5th place. All the way down through the rest of that crowd, here are the overall standings. Oris 1 and the Steel Brothers now in a tie for the lead. The Snow Wolves are third, the Vikings are fourth. The Janitors dropped from first to fifth after failing to get out of the group stage today, and so they have work to do. As you have a look at the podium today, 31 points now after that third place finish, 31 points on the season for the Vikings, and a tie atop the standings between our top two finishers from today's event, the Steel Brothers at 35 points and Oris 1 at 35 points. Congratulations to both of those teams, but today everybody aspires to be Oris 1, as they're the winners of event number 3 of the 2021 Marble Champions League here on Marble Fubeca. They will look to continue that momentum and now maybe break a tie for that lead, as it is definitely heating up as we get closer and closer to the really meat of this schedule, and then later on throughout the rest of it. We are 3 events in to the 2021 Marble Champions League, and it is anybody's game as we begin event number 4. This is mini golf. Welcome everybody into today's event. I'm Keanu Beardsy, glad to be here with you for today's event, presented always by Marble Fubeca here as we look inside our grand arena. As always, large gathering of fans supporting their teams, all going for that cup right there in the middle of today's event. And there are the overall standings on your side. It's a two-way tie between Oris 1 and the Steel Brothers at 35 points. Third place is the Snow Wolves. The Vikings are fourth. The Janitors and the Trojans are tied for fifth, after the Janitors were in the lead going into the last event. They failed to make it through the group stage, and so they fall back a little bit. Today's event, mini golf, is an interesting one. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 4 of the 2021 Marble Champions. Welcome to mini golf. You see our greens, if you will. There's point variations depending on where you're going to finish here. And of course, some distance will factor in as well. There's the Plinko board style obstacle at the beginning of this course, just out of the starting gate. You make your way down through a couple of funnels and through, as you have a look at the groups for today's event. As always in the Marble Champions League, the groups change from event to event. We'll start with Group A today. It's Flush, Lynx Rufus, the Archangels, and Swiftblade, and they are off. And the first one down, there's 4 points. There is 7. Let's see what happens with the last one. The Archangels, they will not score. Lynx Rufus picks up 7 points with a distance of 84. 4 more points, as we'll have a look at the replay here. For Flush, they're the 2 to advance. The Archangels and Swiftblade failing to score here. Again, points above all else. You see the first one down were Flush, and they took advantage of it, scoring 4 points, just missing the 2 were Swiftblade. Either way, it would not have been enough, as the 7 points and the 4 from Lynx Rufus and Flush were enough to get them through to the next round. So they're advancing to the first semifinal, and they will take on the 2 advancers from our second group, Group B today. Again, you have a winner of the group stage, and then you also have a transfer spot, able to advance 2 teams. Here's Group B, the Sphery Spiders, the Savage Jackal, the Blue Jackets, and one of our leaders, the Steel Brothers. They are down. We have a 10. We might have another 10. Close to it is the Savage Jackal. They'll fall back. They will not score, but they will advance as the Sphery Spiders pick up 10 points. And the Savage Jackal, by way of distance, are going to advance over the Steel Brothers and the Blue Jackets, who struggled mightily. You can see them all the way back at the initial M at the beginning of the green period. The Greens were not kind that time to the Blue Jackets. Let's have a look at the replay and see what happened. The Sphery Spiders had an uninterrupted view of the 10 points. They score it there. The Sphery Spiders didn't quite score, but you can see there, almost had it, but they finished with enough distance to advance into our first semifinal. So the Savage Jackal through, as are the Sphery Spiders, who dominated. And here into Group C, it's the Vikings, one of our leaders, Oris 1, the Trojans, and the Onyx. Strong grouping here. There's 4 points. There's a 10. Let's see what happens at the end. That looks like 7 more. And no score from Onyx, so they will not advance. Neither will Oris 1. The Trojans pick up 7 to advance, and the Vikings, a second straight team to score all 10 points in this group stage as they go a distance of 135, scoring 10 points and advancing into semifinal B. We'll have another look at it here. You can see everybody kind of slowly made their way down the Plinko board. And again, first one out, uninterrupted view of the longest target, and it was a perfect shot from the Vikings to score those 10 points. The Trojans rolled into a 7, which bests Oris 1's 4. No points for Onyx, so they were an automatic out essentially there as we make our way into our final group. This first portion of each tournament, the group stage, dropping our teams from the 16 that we start with down to 8, and then the 4 into the finale. Group D will have some at the top, some at the bottom. The Janitors, who have an event win and were very strong, drop back to 5th, and then all the way down to Tatu Bola. They're the worst team out there as well, the Snow Wolves and the Speedy Hunters. The Speedy Hunters are close. They will not get enough distance, though, to score. The Janitors and Tatu Bola advancing. The Speedy Hunters and the Snow Wolves will not advance through this group stage as they will place in toward the bottom of the standings for today's event. Let's have a look and let's see what Tatu Bola, the tan marble, can do here. Oh man, almost lipped into a 2 and ricocheted right into a 7. And the 8 points scored there from the Janitors. So pretty strong run, and then the other two unable to even score any points whatsoever, let alone trying to advance. Pretty easy win there. An advancement for those two teams as you have a look now at our full semifinals, A and B. And the other 8 teams that do not advance from the group stage, so they fall into that bottom tier as we move into the first semifinal. Savage, Jackals, Fury, Spiders, Lynx, Rufus, and Flush. Let's see who will advance into the finale. There's a 7, there's another 7. Do we get more points? No, the Savage Jackal and the Sphery Spiders cannot score. Lynx, Rufus, and Flush advancing. And you can see here, as you look at the replay, they had a chance. The two that were unable to score had their opportunity. There's an easy 7 and another easy 7, but right there, if it was a little bit stronger, the Savage Jackal had a chance. Even on a ricochet, potentially maybe 8 points could have gone for the Sphery Spiders, so they had an opportunity as well. But neither could score, and so they automatically unable to advance here. Which means that our first half of the finale is set. You see it on the big board. As we get ready for semifinal B. And here they are. Tatu Bola, the Janitors, the Vikings, and the Trojans. This is a pretty heavy metal group here. There is 10 points for the Janitors. Does anybody else score? The answer is no from both the Trojans and Tatu Bola. All the way down at the bottom, though, 4 points for the Vikings. They sneak through to the finale. Not a strong run at all for the Vikings. They only went a distance of 54, but they were able to score, which is ultimately that tiebreaker. That's what you want to do, is score points first of all. The Janitors score 10 easily, but nothing from the Trojans or Tatu Bola. They will fail to advance into the final. I said it was easy, but it didn't look actually that easy on the replay there for the Janitors. They had to work with a couple of ricochets to get those 10 points and advance into the finale. So great job by them, and doing just enough for the Vikings to advance into the final, giving themselves a chance to maybe redeem not a great semifinal run there, but a chance to advance into the final and maybe redeem themselves with a win or a strong showing in the final as they'll join Lynx, Rufus, Flush, and the Janitors. They are ready to go. Here is the finale of mini golf. And they are off. First one down is going to be the Lynx, Rufus. They are up there. Let's see if we get any scoring. We might not get any. Here's an 8 for Flush, and it's going to do it. Flush is going to win. They're the only team to score. They take the gold. And by way of distance, it's a silver for the Lynx, Rufus, bronze for the Vikings, and the Janitors, who end up way back at the front of the green, They will finish in 4th. They do not medal after making it into the final, but a strong bounce back for them. Let's have a look at the replay. It was nearly a complete shutout, which we haven't seen at all. This is the first time we've seen 3 fail to score. You can see just a denial there from the flag in the hole of the 2. And let's have a look at a couple of bouncing around and a helpful spin there, a little bit of a twirl from Flush to get into the 8-hole and advance, or I guess not advance, but rather win themselves a gold medal. So Flush really showed themselves to be productive today. They are the winners. Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, and the Vikings all unable to score in the final round, and so they shuffle out based on distance. Here are the results from today's event. 20 points to Flush. Lynx Rufus picks up 17, 15 for the Vikings. The Janitors finish 4th, and the Series Spiders, off of the tiebreakers there, will finish in 5th, all the way down to the Blue Jackets, who finish in last in today's event. As we have a look at the overall standings, new leader, it is Flush. They pick up their first gold. They become the 4th different winner in 4 events, and they take a 1-point lead over the Vikings, who have not won a gold. They haven't won a silver, but they've won 2 out of the 4 bronzes, so they move into 2nd place with 46 points. And as we are 4 events in, things start to get a little more interesting, and not necessarily clearer as you would expect, but rather a little foggier as we go further into this event. 3rd place goes to the Vikings. Congratulations to them. Congrats to the Lynx Rufus. They pick up a 2nd place victory, and they now have 46 points. But today, everybody aspires to be Flush, not only because they won, but because they also take over 1st place overall in the standings. So congratulations to them, as we are now 4 events into the 2020. 4 different events and 4 different winners in the 2021 Marble Champions League so far. This season could not be more wide open as we get into event number 5 of this season. Glad to be here again, folks. Keanu Bittersicki for Marble Fubeca. Everybody competing again for that cup, as always, as we have a look inside of our gigantic stadium. Here's the overall standings. Flush, after getting their first gold, our 4th different winner in 4 events. They hold a 1-point lead over the Vikings, who have not placed better than 3rd, but they've done it twice. They're the only team to medal in the same spot multiple times so far this year, earning a couple of bronzes, and that has moved them just 1 single point behind the lead. As you have a look at our course for today's event, very similar to our event from last time. Have that Plinko-style board. Should be a fun one. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 5 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is pinball. Have a look at our groupings here for today's event. As you know by now, each event has different groups, still the same style, groups A, B, C, and D. Top 2 from each will advance to the semifinals. Top 2 from each semifinal make it to the finale. Groups change every time. We will start with Group A, which today is the Steel Brothers, the Janitors, the leaders, the Flush, and the Snow Wolves. Down they go, making their way. And let's see what the scoring ends up as. You get scores based off of where you're hitting. And you can see there, it's based off of how far you're going. And then if you land in those certain big spots there, that's going to either increase or decrease your score. The Steel Brothers and the Janitors advance. Let's have a look again. And as we kind of make our way through this course and kind of figure out exactly how it's going to run, have a look at the replay and see how we got to where we got. So you can see there, they're going to ricochet off of those barriers in the middle. You want to avoid those negatives and maybe land on the positives if you can. The Flush scored 79 points because of the distance they went. So they're eliminated. As were the Snow Wolves there. So the Steel Brothers and the Janitors advance. So that first group kind of showing you exactly how this is going to happen. The rest of the groups know exactly what to do now. You want to get as far as possible. Group B is Swiftblade, the Fury Spiders, the Trojans, and the Blue Jackets. Down they go. Looks like a big opportunity for the Blue Jackets. They kind of have an issue. And in the corner, we're going to have a couple of scores that will be good. It'll be Swiftblade with 113, the Trojans with 111. They're advancing as the Blue Jackets and the Fury Spiders are eliminated. It's about as far as you can go for Swiftblade and the Trojans. And you can't go a whole lot less than the Fury Spiders did. Nobody landing in either a positive or negative spot. So it's really just based off of how far each marble able to carry its distance. And so far, that's worked out for Swiftblade and the Trojans. Hard contact there for the Series Spiders directly into one of those pylons there, and that really stalled any momentum whatsoever, caused them not only to not advance, but rather to finish in last. So a disappointment for them. They will not advance, and our first semifinal is set up as Swiftblade and the Trojans advance from Group B. Group C today is the Vikings, Tatu Bola, Onyx, and Oris 1. First one down are going to be the Vikings. Can they do something? Yes, they can. Looks like a pretty strong run everywhere. Is there a plus 20? Not quite. And did the the Vikings, did they advance? The answer is no. Tatu Bola with 110 points, 108 for Onyx. They advance over the Vikings 107. Wow, what a crazy round that one is. Incredibly close. A little bit too much in terms of speed there, it looks like, from the Vikings. Actually ends up costing them as at the end there. You can see there's the pass made at the last moment. Boy, is that close. Just enough to eliminate the Vikings and advance the Onyx. They're into the second semifinal. And our final group today, Group D, as always, you know that. Well, today, Group D is going to consist of the Savage Jackal, the Lynx Rufus, the Speedy Hunters, and the Archangels. Let's see what happens. Looks like a couple of hard contacts made. Uh-oh, maybe a negative 40 for the Savage Jackal. Is it enough to keep them alive? The answer might be yes. Let's have a look. It is. So a loss of 40 points for the Savage Jackal because of where they landed. It's still enough for them to advance. They beat out the Archangels 65-51. Lynx Rufus scores 113. And they advanced pretty easily anyway. It was a score of 105 for the Savage Jackal before you take away the 40 that they lost. As you have a look at the replay here, not close for the Speedy Hunters, ran directly into a pylon. Let's look there. A little bit of contact, in fact. It was the Lynx Rufus that kind of sent the Savage Jackal into that negative 40 spot, but they were able to hold on. Despite losing 40 points, they still advanced by 14 into the second semifinal. So our semifinals are set, 8 teams down, 8 teams to go. And the first semifinal here, Swiftblade, the Trojans, the Janitors, and the Steel Brothers. Janitors have been a strong competitor. Can they continue that here? Top to advance. Let's see. Might have some scoring. There's a negative 25. It's going to go back. Maybe they'll pick up plus 30. Will they? The answer is no. But it's still enough to get it done. The Steel Brothers passed the Janitors at the last moment. They advanced to the final, joining the Trojans, who scored 113. 94 for the Steel Brothers. They beat them out by 7 points over the Janitors. 43 way back with Swiftblade. We'll have a look at the replay here and kind of see what happened with Swiftblade. Yep, pretty hard contact there with that first pylon. And boy, I'll tell you what, the Janitors and the Steel Brothers all over plussing and minusing their scores. Ultimately, neither landed on a bonus or a negative. And it just happened to be a last-minute pass by the Steel Brothers to advance to the final. So how about that one? As again, there's a good chance we're going to end up with a first-time winner. Swiftblade, the Janitors, Oris 1, and Flush are the winners through our first 4 events, and so there's a pretty good chance with what we're looking at that you're going to end up with, again, another first-time winner through these 5 events. Here's semifinal B. Onyx, Savage Jackal, Lynx Rufus, Tatu Bola. Who will advance? Hard contact a couple of times there. All the way back, maybe a negative 40 going to come and play. How about that move by Onyx? They will get it done. 113. The Savage Jackal with a score of 112, another strong run for them. Again, they lost that 40 points in their group stage, but again, a strong run down all the way to the end. Tatu Bola scores over 100, yet they failed to advance with a score of 101, and the Lynx Rufus struggling there. They scored just 40 points, and so an easy maybe an easier pill to swallow there. They almost landed on the spot that automatically eliminates you. But either way, they were done, and pretty significantly. They were over 70 points behind the next closest, or behind where they needed to be to try to advance into the final. So the Trojans, the Steel Brothers, the Onyx, and the Savage Jackal, we will have another first-time winner in event number 5 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. There are the winners. See it up on your screen there. And here we go, the finale. The Trojans trying to get it done. They have been successful mostly throughout this year, but they have not had a win. And they're not going to get it here. Who will? Is it the Savage Jackal? Here come the Onyx at the last moment. They are going to run out of room, and it's the Savage Jackal that will win it. With 105 points, the Steel Brothers take silver by a single point. 104 for them. Bronze goes to the Onyx. They pick up 98 points, and the Trojans struggling there in the finale. They score just 49. They'll take 4th place in today's event. Let's have a look at the replay and see how it shook out. Got pretty close there at the end. For a second, I thought the Onyx might pull it out and just roll their way to a victory. In fact, they made pretty hard contact with that middle pylon there, but still able to just have a solid, slow roll. The Savage Jackal very nearly landed again in the -40 spot, which would have cost them, but ultimately just not enough speed there from the Onyx Marble to be able to continue past the 100 part. So the Savage Jackal, they are the winners. Congratulations to them. They become our 5th different winner in 5 different events, as they win pinball here, event number 5 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Congratulations to them. Up on your screen now, the results from today's event. They pick up 20 points. The Steel Brothers finish 2nd, Onyx 3rd, Trojans 4th. Tatu Bola kind of picking it up here as they finish in 5th, all the way down to the Sphery Spiders. They do not pick up a point after finishing in last in the overall standings now for the season. After we calculate in today's event, the Steel Brothers, they retake the lead, and it's a 3-point advantage over the Vikings. Let's see what we can get from the Savage Jackal. They move up to 6th. They're just 6 points behind. But it's the Steel Brothers, the Vikings, and the Flush right now all atop the leaderboard in what is still a very tight, very wide open competition. Congrats to the Onyx after a 3rd place finish. They get up to 38 points. Still a long way to go for them, but they're getting a little bit better. The Steel Brothers, after another silver, they are now your overall standings leaders. But today, everybody aspires to be the Savage Jackal. They get the win with a gold medal performance in pinball. And they put themselves maybe in a driver's seat to get further up the leaderboard. We are through 5 events now, and the front-runners and competitors for this championship making their way clear in the 2021 Marble Champions League. Glad to have you here again on Marble Fubeca. I'm Keanu Bitterzaki as we get ready for event number 6 of our series. We're going to look at our championship standings on your screen. The Steel Brothers have moved into 1st place despite not winning. 2 silvers have gotten them to 56 points. 2 bronzes for the Vikings. They're just 3 points behind. Interesting note, but the Flush and the Janitors are the first 2 teams that have a 1st place win, but they sit 4 points behind our current leaders. So getting a win in an event not necessarily going to guarantee that you're going to have success overall in these championship standings, and ultimately that's what you're looking for as you are looking at the screen and you see the course for today's event. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 6 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is Marble Tennis. As you have a look at our bracket for today's event, as you know, A, B, C, and D groupings, top 2 will advance. You see the groups for today's specific event. As we have a look at our tennis court, going to look to score the most points that you can. You have to get through this large structure here, coming directly out of a funnel early on. Here's Group A. It's Oris 1, the Sphery Spiders, the Speedy Hunters, and the Blue Jackets, and they are off. First through looks like it's Oris 1 and then the Sphery Spiders, and the other 2 having a hard time getting through that funnel as the first 2 are through, down onto the course. A 4 and a 3 for the Oris 1 and the Sphery Spiders. Here come the Blue Jackets and the Speedy Hunters, see what they can muster up. And doesn't look like either is going to score. They will not. The Blue Jackets and the Sphery Spiders, the Blue Jackets and the Speedy Hunters eliminated. A 4 for Oris 1 and a 3 for the Sphery Spiders. Scoring early ends up being enough as they advance into our first semifinal. Wow, look at that, some contact there with that net, which could have caused a real issue for the Sphery Spiders, but they're able to get over and have a clear run. 4 and 3, the two opening scores. That's the best you can do. 4 and 3, not too shabby either. So Oris 1 and the Sphery Spiders, they are through to the first semifinal. As we have a look at Group B in today's event, and they are the Steel Brothers, the Savage Jackal, the Lynx Ruffish, and Flush. First one down, looks like it's the Savage Jackal and then the Lynx Ruffish. Steel Brothers and Flush with a slow run early on. Savage Jackal, can they score? They do, they put up 3. There is 2, and I think another 3 for the Steel Brothers. Hard to see where they came out. They do pick up 3, and a 3 as well for the Lynx, or for the Flush, but they, due to their time, are going to be eliminated. So 3 3s and a 2. The Savage Jackal and the championship leader, the Steel Brothers, able to advance from this first grouping. You can see there is the first 3, and it was a pretty significant run, almost over 2 full seconds in between the first and second finishers. That was actually the Lynx Ruffish who were the second fastest, and then the Steel Brothers just behind them, followed by the Flush, who picked up 3 points, but not enough because of their difficult time getting down the court. So it's a speed, both a combination of speed and of point scoring potentially. So the Savage Jackal and the Steel Brothers, they are through into semifinal A. Now let's meet the Group C competitors. It's the Trojans, the Archangels, the Onyx, and the Vikings. Vikings, as we mentioned, they are the second running team, but they're having a hard time getting through that funnel, as is Onyx. Here come the Trojans and the Archangels, and 3 for the Trojans. The Archangels are not going to score. That's going to open up the door for the Onyx and for the Vikings. That's 3 for the Onyx. They're going to need a 4 out of the Vikings. They put up just 2. And the Vikings going home with a slow run and not able to score enough. The Trojans picked up 3. Onyx gets it done with 3 points as well. After the door was opened by the Archangels failing to score, they never really made contact with any of the openings there. Maybe right there, may have made some contact with the opening of the 2. That wouldn't have been enough anyway. And the Vikings very nearly didn't score, but even with the score that they did get, not enough. They needed a 4 because of their time in order to advance. They can't get it done. The Trojans and the Onyx are into the second semifinal. As we meet our final group today, it's the Snow Wolves, Tatu Bola, Swiftblade, and the Janitors. The Janitors come out first. They're in the lead, followed by Tatu Bola, then Swiftblade and the Snow Wolves. Here come the Janitors. What can they put up? Oh, there's a block ball, and they're both going to score 3. Going to need a 4. They're going to get a 4 from Swiftblade. Here come the Snow Wolves. If they can score 4, they will advance. Otherwise, it's over, and they put up 3. And so the Janitors are going to advance based on timing. Excuse me. They're going to rule Tatu Bola out of this competition. Oh yeah, if you hit the net there, you're eliminated. You're disqualified, and so Tatu Bola, despite putting up 3 points, they do not advance. Swiftblade, I don't think they wouldn't have advanced anyway because the Janitors were down before they were, but Swiftblade, you'll see the 4 points for them. Oh man, they made some contact there as well before they put up the 4 points. And so they advance. The Janitors advance as well, and the Snow Wolves put up 3, but they had to have 4 because, again, a slow run really puts you in a bind there of what you can do. You have to have high scores, or you at least have to better the score of whoever you're going up head-to-head with. You can't tie because that does not go your way. And so through are the Janitors. As we move into the semifinal here, Savage Jackal, Steel Brothers, Oris 1, Sphery Spiders. 2 spots in the finale on the line, and the first one through is going to be Oris 1, followed by the Savage Jackal. And the other 2 still struggling to get through. We've seen that happen quite a bit. First one down is Oris 1. They put up 3. Here comes 3 more for the Savage Jackal. They have set the stage as the other 2 make their way down. Looks like a problem for the Steel Brothers. They're not going to get anything. Here's a 2 for the Sphery Spiders. They will not do enough. And the championship leaders eliminated here in the semifinal as they got blocked by the Sphery Spiders. They failed to make it down the large course and onto the court. And so the Steel Brothers eliminated, and that will cost them by way of how many points they're going to earn because they didn't score anything, which is likely going to be a last place finish out of this grouping. And 3 was enough for both Oris 1 and the Savage Jackal to get it done. 2 would have been enough, in fact. All they had to do was score ultimately because of the slow run by the Spheri Spiders and a lack of score in general by the Steel Brothers. And here's a look at the replay where that happened. Oh, just a denial by the Spheri Spiders as they came down at the exact same time. But clearly the Spheri Spiders were carrying more momentum at that point. Blocked the Steel Brothers from having a chance to score, eliminates them. Ultimately, they're eliminated as well because they didn't score enough. They needed 4 points in order to advance. And so, Oris 1 and the Savage Jackal advancing into our finale. The Trojans, Onyx, Swiftblade, the Janitors all now looking for those final 2 spots. Let's see if the Janitors can come back. Who's going to get down first? It's the Trojans, then Onyx, followed by Swiftblade, and the Janitors in a precarious position. First one down is going to be the Trojans. What do they put up by score? That is 4 for the Trojans. And now another 4 and a 3. And the Janitors, although they're going to run this one out, they have no chance to win as 2 competitors score 4. They won't score at all. And so the Trojans and Onyx advance. Swiftblade puts up 3, but it's still not enough. After a couple of 4s, our first time with multiple teams scoring 4 in a single round. As you have a look at the replay, I mean, that's about as well as possible to get it done for the Trojans. And a couple of ricochets there helped out Onyx as they score 4 more points. And by the time the Janitors hit the course there, they really had no chance. They quite literally had no chance. Couldn't have gotten it done with 2 teams scoring 4 ahead of them. They ultimately don't score at all, which will hurt their chances in terms of where they're going to finish in this overall event standing. Into the final, the Trojans and the Onyx, and we have the finale set. Speed and scoring ability is going to come into play here. Trojans, Onyx, Oris 1, Savage Jackal, let's do it. First one down are the Trojans. They've had a lot of success this season, and they are dominating this course right now, but they still have to score. Here they are onto the course. They're going to put up 4, and that's going to do it. Another 4 for Oris 1 will give them second place. The Trojans win it. Here come the last 2. It's a 3 and nothing for the Savage Jackal as they will finish in last. You can give the gold to the Trojans, silver to the Onyx. Oris 1 picks up a bronze. As we have a look at the replay, and it was just an easy, quick one for the Trojans. They got through that funnel, as you can see, gaining that inside run. Looked like they actually may have hit something that may have helped them along the way there. They got down way before anybody else, a little bit of a swirl around effect for Oris 1, and they were already a couple of rungs below by the time that they had gotten through the funnel, and all the Trojans had to do was execute on the scoring, and you cannot execute better than that. 2 ricochets right into the 4-hole, and that's exactly what you needed to do. Not a bad job at all by Oris 1, as they rolled their way into a 4 and a guaranteed second place. And then at that point, it was all about who's going to pick up third place, and it was 3 points for Onyx. They got it done. No scoring from the Savage Jackal. They got really close to a 3, really close to a 2. Either way, they wouldn't have won it after the tiebreaker with the scoring going toward who was the fastest down. They had no chance to take that third place once somebody else had found the hole first. Here are the results overall from today's event. The Trojans take first, second place to Oris 1. Onyx takes third, Savage Jackal fourth, and Swiftblade picks up fifth there based on the way that they scored from the semifinal rounds. And our overall championship standings now, after 6 events, has the Trojans in the lead. They pick up their first goal. It's back and forth about as much as possible. It is, however, a 6-point lead over Oris 1, the Steel Brothers in third, Savage Jackal fourth, and the Janitors run in fifth, ahead of Flush, who are in sixth, as those overall standings may be spreading out a little bit now. A 7-point lead, about as big as we've seen from anybody in this event, really at any point in time in this championship series. A 7-point advantage now for the Trojans. As I said, they got a lot of success this season, and finally they capitalize on it and take home a gold. Third place and a bronze goes to the Onyx. After that, they picked up 53 points. Second place in silver goes to Oris 1. They're at 65 points, but today they all aspire to be the Trojans, a gold, and they take over first place in the championship standings. 6 events through, and still anybody's game here in the 2021 Marble Champions League as we make our way to event number 7 here at our large stadium. Once again, packed with a ton of fans ready to watch the action today. Hello again, friends. Keanu Badrski, as always, glad to have you here. You see on the left side of your screen the overall standings for the 2021 Marble Champions League. The Trojans, after a win, have moved their way into the lead, and they have a 6-point advantage over Oris 1, then the Steel Brothers, the Savage Jackal, and the Janitors, the top 5, all the way down to Tatu Bola, 9 points back to the next closest team. They have really struggled so far this year. As you have a look at our course for today's event, this is a much more traditional style, as we've got a lot of funnels to go through on this course, and it is pure speed. You'll see at the bottom there the finishing platform. That is where you need to get, and you need to be one of the first 2 in our group stage to finish. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 7 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the Quadrilla Funnels. As you have a look at our matchups here, the grouping A, B, C, and D, you know how it goes. Top 2 from each will advance into our semifinals. The groups change each week, but the way that this competition works does not. In our bracket format, as always, we have 8 funnels that these teams will have to make their way through. You can see they're numbered for you, make it a little bit easier to be able to see where each competitor is at. Group A today are the Speedy Hunters, Flush, Swiftblade, and Tatu Bola. They are off, and the first one through very quickly is Tatu Bola, followed by Swiftblade, Flush, and the Speedy Hunters. Now, this is interesting. You don't want to be the first one through here. You can see Tatu Bola, and then the Flush. Here comes maybe Swiftblade. Yep, there's Swiftblade, and there. Now, in the lead is Swiftblade. As you can see, takes everybody getting through before that funnel's going to tip over for you. But very early, the lead now, not so early, as we're all the way down to the 3rd funnel, is Tatu Bola. They're down to the 2nd funnel, still nobody through. Here come the Speedy Hunters running in 2nd, looking for that final funnel, making their way through, and finishing first is Tatu Bola. They will advance. Swiftblade has an easy advantage now. Here comes to the 2nd hole. Here comes the Speedy Hunters. They're going to try to make a pass at the last moment. They will! Speedy Hunters get it done. Ahead of Swiftblade, and now the Flush will finish last. Unbelievable. At the last moment, the Speedy Hunters make the pass. As we'll have a look at the replay here, they will join Tatu Bola in the first semifinal. You can see Tatu Bola really dominated this event. We mentioned in the Open they are the worst team, and by a pretty significant margin. 9 points separate them, and then the next lowest of the 16 teams. But they had a lot of success here in the group stage, and at the last moment, a pass by the Speedy Hunters advanced them into the semifinal. So an impressive run by Tatu Bola and a last-second pass allow us to have our advancers from Group A. Now Group B, which includes the championship leaders, the Trojans, then Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, and the Archangels. A couple of big competitors. Right now it's the Lynx Rufus in the lead. Let's see who gets through first. It's going to be the Archangels. They will be followed by the Lynx Rufus, then the Janitors, and the Trojans are going to be the last one through. However, it might put them in the lead. Taking their time, they'll finish out 2nd here. As we enter through, it's the Archangels. Now everybody's very close. And now, all of a sudden, you've got the Trojans in the lead. They're the first to hit funnel number 3. Now they're going to make their way to funnel number 2. Who's in 2nd? All the way down to the first funnel are the Trojans. It's Lynx Rufus running in 2nd. Lynx Rufus gets their way to the first funnel. They're trying to make a pass on the Trojans. They will. Lynx Rufus going to win this one. Now the Trojans are going to get passed by the Janitors at the last moment. And the Janitors advance. The Trojans, the championship leaders, going home, and they will be joined by the Archangels, who will finish this one out very slowly, apparently. Trying to give me as much time to talk as possible at a time of just over 57 seconds. So the Trojans become the 2nd straight team to lose it at the last moment. Lynx Rufus, they made a pass on the Trojans, and they actually set up the Janitors to make another pass as well. There was the pass for the win by Lynx Rufus, and then you see on your screen entering the first funnel were the Janitors, and they just knocked the Trojans right out of the way to advance. Very disappointing from the championship leaders, and the Janitors, again, they're one of the top 5, and they advanced to the semifinals by making that pass on the Trojans. Group C is the Savage Jackal, the Onyx, the Steel Brothers, and the Oris 1. Another big group, 3 of the top 5 right here. It's the Steel Brothers in the lead, followed by Onyx, then Oris 1, and Savage Jackal struggling to make it through. Oris 1 is through first. Finally, here come the Savage Jackal through the 8th funnel there, they're going to actually make a pass for second, followed by Onyx and the Steel Brothers, who they were in the lead. They now are the last to get through, and they'll end up in second. Let's see who gets through first. It's Oris 1 in the lead. Everybody else still trying to get through. The Savage Jackal. Look at Oris 1 all the way down at funnel number 3. They've got a big lead. Here come the Savage Jackal. Now these two are competing. They've got a pretty big advantage over the other two. Again, you need to finish in the top 2. Here come the others now. Nobody can take advantage. Now the Steel Brothers take the lead. They're all the way down to funnel 1, followed by the Savage Jackal. Savage Jackal make a pass. They're going to win this thing. They're going to be followed by the Steel Brothers. Onyx and Oris 1 will not advance as Onyx makes it through the final funnel. They'll finish in 3rd, and Oris 1 will come up 4th in today's event. From Group C. So those two are eliminated as the Savage Jackal made a pass again at the end to get that win. You have a look at the replay here and see how they did. You saw the Steel Brothers came through that first funnel in the lead. They really struggled after that, but ultimately they got their way into a spot where they could have had the win. But the Savage Jackal made the pass. Steel Brothers, though, still get through on the transfer spot, and ultimately that's all you're looking for, is to be one of the top 2 from your grouping. And again, in the semifinal, you want to be one of the top 2 as well to advance into our finale. So 3 groups are down. We've got one more grouping to go. This is the only group not to feature, or our second group, Group A, and now Group D, that does not feature one of the top 5 in the standings. So Group D, consisting of the Sphery Spiders, the Blue Jackets, the Vikings, and the Snow Wolves, and they are through, and very early it's the Sphery Spiders, followed by the Blue Jackets. And the Vikings and the Snow Wolves pull up the rear. The Vikings get through first, then the Sphery Spiders. Here's the Blue Jackets, and they're very well going to be in the lead. It's the Blue Jackets now ahead of the Snow Wolves. Now the Snow Wolves make a move. They're in the lead after coming up slow early on. Let's see if they can get down first. They will. They'll be the first to enter funnel number 3. Followed by the Vikings. A slow run right now for the Sphery Spiders. They're in some trouble. It's the Snow Wolves down to funnel 2. Now they're down to funnel 1. And they're going to advance. The best time of this first round will belong to the Snow Wolves. Here come the Vikings. They're circling the final funnel. Can they get it done? The answer is yes. The Vikings advance over the Sphery Spiders, and pulling up the rear are the Blue Jackets. The fastest time of 31.87 for the Snow Wolves, who came out slowly at first. In fact, they were the lowest, or the slowest to get through that first funnel. They really picked up speed, got very quickly through the second funnel, which helped. And then honestly, a pretty quick final funnel as well. Had a lot of success there on those final 3, which ultimately have clearly shown to be the money-making funnels. Doesn't matter where you are necessarily at the beginning. If you can get through those final funnels quickly, you've got a chance to do some damage. So they are through into the semifinals, and you can see there, semifinal A and B are set. Our group stages are done. Those 8 that are knocked out will compete, or will rather be situated based on timing as far as their placement in today's event. Semifinal A, the Janitors, Lynx Ruffus, Tatu Bola, and the Speedy Hunters. Big opportunity for the Janitors. They were in the lead. They're going to finish through funnel number 7 in second, which will really probably put them in about 3rd. And in the lead now is the Speedy Hunters. And it's very close right now between 3 of them. Big lead now for Tatu Bola, doing it again. They had a lot of success earlier. Can they get it done? They're falling all around funnel 3. They're going to get through. They're going to get through funnel 2 quickly. Down to the final funnel. Tatu Bola trying to make the finale. They will as they advance. The Speedy Hunters will follow them. And the Lynx Ruffus and the Janitors will be going home in this first semifinal, as the Janitors look like they're going to make a pass. They will. They'll finish 3rd. Tatu Bola does it again. After winning their group stage, they will win semifinal A, and they are in the finale. And they'll be joined by the Speedy Hunters as our second member of the final showdown here for event number 7, the Quadrilla Funnels. You can see on the replay, very quickly making it through Tatu Bola. They were followed by the Janitors, although the Janitors really struggled at the end, unable to do a whole lot after that. And Tatu Bola got it done. They had a big lead and struggled a little bit at the end there, getting through those funnels, but ultimately able to do enough. They didn't win it by all that much. A little less than 2 seconds, despite a pretty big lead initially. So Tatu Bola and the Speedy Hunters are through. And now the Savage Jackal And the Steel Brothers, a chance for them to move up in the championship standings. They're followed by, or joined by rather, the Snow Wolves and the Vikings. And let's see who gets through first. It's going to be the Snow Wolves. They won their heat, and they will advance first. And they are the first through funnel number 7. That's really not where you want to be. Where you want to be is where the Vikings are. They're going to end up in the lead here. As again, it's the Steel Brothers who take their time getting down. And the Snow Wolves retake the lead. They're followed by the Savage Jackal. Those two are in funnels 5 and 4 respectively. Let's see who gets through first. It's going to be very close, but again, it's going to be the Snow Wolves. Then the Savage Jackal. The Savage Jackal has the inside lane. Can they make the pass through funnel 3? The answer is yes. And now they're going to be followed by the Snow Wolves. The Snow Wolves quickly get through 2, down to funnel 1. And very close to getting their way into the finale. Here come the Vikings out of nowhere. It's the Snow Wolves who take 1. The Savage Jackal advance with spot number 2. As the Vikings made a run, they can't get it done. In fact, they're going to get passed by the Steel Brothers. And they will finish 4th. They nearly made that pass and advanced into the finale instead. Pretty disappointing 53-second time there, finishing 13 seconds off the pace. I'll have a look here very quickly through where the Snow Wolves, they get the win here, and they, for the most part, looked pretty successful. Watch here. You can see the Vikings all over it, nearly had it. Oh, just couldn't get it done. And there a little bit of contact. Oh, man, they really had a huge opportunity to be able to make a pass, not only just for the transfer spot, but to actually win that second semifinal. They can't get it done either way. And so they will not advance. It's the Snow Wolves and the Savage Jackal in the finale. You see the reverse restarting area, which we talked about, funnel number 7. You don't want to be first. You really want to be the 3rd to finish there. That should put you in a good spot. Here we go. Savage Jackal, Tatu, Bola, Speedy Hunters, and the Snow Wolves. It's the Speedy Hunters ahead of the Snow Wolves right now, and the Speedy Hunters will get through first. Again, you really want to be that 3rd team through. Second is the Snow Wolves. Here come the Savage Jackal and Tatu Bola. They will really now fight for the restart lead. And it might be Tatu Bola. It looks like they're circling, and it will be Tatu Bola. They're going to take the lead here. And they're going to be the 3rd team down. Pretty close right now between the Snow Wolves, the Speedy Hunters, and Tatu Bola. Now the Speedy Hunters trying to make a little bit of headway here. They are circling around funnel number 3, as are the Snow Wolves. They're going to quickly get through 2, down to funnel 1. Here's where a championship is won. And the winner of this event is going to be the Speedy Hunters, followed by the Snow Wolves. Tatu Bola is down to funnel number 1. They're looking for a podium finish, which is something you wouldn't think that you'd see from them, but they're going to get it done. They'll finish ahead of Savage Jackal, who will make up the rear here and finish in 4th place of this event. And did it in just under a minute. 59.385, 37.885. That's the winning time for the Speedy Hunters. As we get our last look at the quadrilla funnels. And the Speedy Hunters and Snow Wolves. It's interesting, even with the restart area, where you want to finish 3rd or 4th, that puts you in 1st and 2nd. It was still, for the most part, those teams that made it 1st and 2nd that were still, even after that restart, reestablishing themselves as the leaders in the clubhouse. And you can see it right there. 1st through funnel 6 were the 2 who finished 1st and 2nd in this event. And the Speedy Hunters did what needed to be done, which is quickly get through the funnels at the end. We talked about it. They actually used, it seems, a little bit of a contact there with the Snow Wolves to help them through as they win this one and they take home the gold. So congratulations to them. A very interesting finale with some teams that have had success, some that have not. And the Speedy Hunters, as you have a look at the results from today's event, they will pick up all 20 points. They ran their best time in the finale. So congratulations to them. The Snow Wolves ran the fastest time overall. They'll finish in 2nd. Tatu Bola 3rd. Savage Jackal 4th. And by the timing of the semifinals, it's the Steel Brothers that pick up the 5th place finish in today's event. Overall standings, the Trojans still have the lead, but they have dropped it to just 1 single point over the Steel Brothers. 1 more point back to the Savage Jackal. The Janitors are in 4th, the Vikings are in 5th. Despite the win, the Speedy Hunters are in 11th. They are the worst running out of any of our 7 winners that have medaled with a gold so far in this championship competition. So they still have a very long way. Probably not going to happen for them, but they do get a gold, and they are everybody
who everybody wants to be today. So congratulations, third place for Tattoo Bola. They take home the bronze, and after that, they're up to 35 points on the year. Second place to the Snow Wolves. They get the silver. They're at 62 points, just 52 points for the championship. But overall today with the gold, everybody's aspiring to be the Speedy Hunters. They take home the gold, and they move their way a little bit further up those overall standings. Again, the Trojans unable to get through the group stage, but today they still hold on to the championship by one single point over the Steel Brothers. It's getting awfully tight at the top once again.
We are on to event number 8 as we hit the home stretch of the 2021 Marble Champions League. And as we begin our 8th event, some of the championship contenders trying to make themselves a little bit clearer as we get toward the home stretch of this championship. There are the overall standings on your screen. As you can see, it's just a 1-point lead from the Trojans over the Steel Brothers, 2 points back to the Savage Jackal. The Janitors sit 5 points behind, and the Vikings in 5th, and Oris 6th. All of those competitors within 11 points of the championship lead. As you have a look at our course for today's event, we have, as we said, 6 teams within 11 points. A great opportunity here on this road course. More of a traditional marble racing event to maybe see if some of those teams that are toward the middle of the pack can make their way back up toward the front, or can the Trojans and company continue to space themselves out from the rest of the field. As you have a look at today, what we have for event number 8, a beautiful course here on this road course. You see some of the competitors' trailers and some fans on the inside infield of this course, as well as, of course, the large group of fans that we have packing this house today for today's event. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 8 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the Daytona 615 meters. As you have a look at the starting gates for today's event, and the luscious green hills on the infield here of this long road course. And again, you can see there's a couple of areas where you're going to get maybe some movement, a couple of those barriers there. And we are ready to go. For the first time ever, all 16 of our teams are on the course at the same time. Here we go. This is a 41-lap race, something we have never seen in the Marble Champions League. And early on, it's the Steel Brothers ahead of the Onyx, and the Blue Jackets, Tattoo Bola, and the Archangels, as we are on to lap number 2. Quick laps here. And we'll see if the Steel Brothers can continue to have success. Nowhere to be seen in the top half of the field right now are the Trojans. It's still the Steel Brothers in the lead with a slight advantage over Onyx. Then the Blue Jackets, Tattoo Bola showing well, and the Speedy Hunters running in 5th. Flash and Savage Jackal running in the top half along with the Lynx Ruffus right now. And Onyx just ran the fastest lap here, and they are closing in on the Steel Brothers, trying to make a pass for the lead as they come across the start-finish line again. It is close, and there's a pass! The Onyx take the lead on a little bit of a mistake there. It looked like the Steel Brothers may have ran into a barrier, but they retake the lead now. The Savage Jackal have moved their way up into 5th. And it's still the Steel Brothers as we are now on to lap number 8, and the Steel Brothers running about 0.3 of a second ahead of Onyx. It is a 2-team race right now, and now a pass by Onyx. They take the lead and will try to lead this lap as we go to lap 10. They do just barely. It is close at the top right now. Here come the Speedy Hunters. They're trying to make a pass on the Steel Brothers for second. See if they can get anything done here. The Janitors, one of our top 5 competitors, they've moved into 7th. And now Onyx has again run the fastest lap. It's a lap 11. They are now in the lead over the Steel Brothers and trying to kind of build an advantage here. Flush has had success this season. They're up to 3rd. Right now, Onyx with a 1.8 second lead over the Steel Brothers. Will have a pretty good advantage over 3rd, 4th, 5th, and so on from there. And now 3rd place is the Janitors as they have moved their way up. Looks like they may get past, maybe not. Here come the Trojans. They're up into the top half for the first time, running in 7th, seeing if they can maybe climb this leaderboard here. Look at the pretty big lead right now by Onyx. Wow, it is a large advantage. They have pulled away here. Oris 1 just ran the fastest lap, interestingly enough. Here on lap 17. They're running in 13th, though, so not much success to show for it here. All of a sudden, here are the Trojans running in 3rd.
And they may have just made a pass for second. Yes, they did. The Steele brothers have dropped back to fourth. Disaster strikes as they're trying to take advantage. And now this lead is down to 9/10 of a second. Here come the championship leaders. With the Flush and the Steele brothers, the Blue Jackets all in the top 5. Here come the Trojans. They make a pass for the lead. They're followed by Flush. And the championship leaders are once again in front here at the Daytona, 615 meters in lap 23 of 41. It's the Trojans, Flush, the Blue Jackets, the Archangels, and the Steele brothers. Out of the top half are the Onyx. And it's over a second lead now between the Trojans and Flush. Right on their tail are the Blue Jackets. The Archangels, the Sphery Spiders, both up there now. The Steele brothers running in fourth. And now the Trojans with a little bit of pressure. Here comes a pass for the lead by Flush. They're in the lead as they make their way through lap 26 onto 27, trying to build an advantage here over the Trojans. See if they can get it done. It's a 3.5, or a .35, 3.5 tenths of a second. Clarify that. Right now the lead for Flush as we enter lap 29. Here come the Trojans again. The Steele brothers have worked their way back up to third. Trying to get closer here, get back in on the action. Again, they come in 1 point behind the Trojans in the championship standings. And right now they're 1 spot behind the Trojans in this event. That lead is less than a tenth of a second. Here come the Trojans again, trying to make a block. Uh-oh, a little bit of trouble there. Jumping over a barrier are the Flush, and they nearly lost the lead because of it. That's a great piece of work by them to stay alive. And again, they make contact. Here come the Steele brothers. The Trojans get pushed into the lead by the Steele brothers, who take over second. Third are Flush. And now they're going to make a pass. Oh, the Trojans get pushed out of the way. Flush back to the lead. Here come the Sphery Spiders into second place. With the Steele brothers running third, the Trojans are fourth now. They switch back again. The Trojans back to third. Meanwhile, it's a 2/10 of a second lead for Flush over the Sphery Spiders, Steele brothers running third. Oris 1 is up to fourth, and the Trojans have dropped back to fifth. All over the Flush are the Sphery Spiders. We're getting down here, folks, as we enter lap 38. Only 4 laps to go in the 615 meters. Oris 1 has taken the lead. Can they come out of nowhere and get this thing done? The Steele brothers are running fourth. The Trojans have just dropped back to 6. 2 more laps to go. Oris 1 nowhere to be found for the majority of this race. Now all of a sudden they've got the lead as we come across final lap at Daytona. Oris 1 the leader. Here come the Flush. They're right up on their bumper coming across the final line. It is Oris 1 that gets it done. They win it. Flush will take second. The Steele brothers will take third. And by the way, they're going to move themselves into the championship lead because the Trojans fell way behind. Oris 1 comes from behind in the last handful of laps to get it done. Winning it by just under a half a second on Flush. The Steele brothers third, Sphery Spiders fourth, Archangels finished fifth. The Trojans dropped all the way back to ninth at the end of that race after pulling away a pretty large advantage. You have a look. There are the full race results of all 19 competitors. And officially, there are the overall standings. As you can see, Oris 1 and their fans celebrating a win today. They come from behind win as we have a look at some of the highlights of today's race, and you're not going to see our winner in much of it. You can see even just from the beginning, Oris 1 settled in somewhere, looks like in the double digits, and it was the Steele brothers who got off to a good lead and led for a pretty good portion before Onyx had a dominant stretch. That was really the majority of this race, was a lot of dominant stretches by different teams. The Steele brothers had one. Onyx had another. As you can see, what you're looking at right now is the moment in which Onyx made that pass. They both ran into the barrier, but Onyx got back up to speed there a little bit more successfully and was able to make that pass. But it was the Steele brothers and then Onyx. Flush had the lead for a good period of time, as did the Trojans. As you can see, that's what we're looking at right now. The Trojans having the lead. But then at the end, it was Oris 1. It really comes from nowhere. We saw they ran the fastest lap of the race, which was lap 17 pretty early on, but they were running in 13th at the time. So a little bit of a surprise there. As you can see, pretty good move made there by Flush, and then a block of the Trojans. Another point there where the barrier right after the start-finish line caused problems, and there you could see Oris 1 kind of popping their way through at the last moment. And this is where things got to a little bit too crazy there, as it was Flush ahead of the Trojans, and then Oris 1 comes out of nowhere. And right there was the pass into the lead for Oris 1. That was the winning move that got it done for Oris 1, as they were able to take advantage of a mistake by the two teams running in front of them, build a lead, and despite only leading about a handful of laps, they get the gold and win event number 8. So congrats to them. Congrats to the Steel Brothers. They still pick up 3rd place, and after that, they're the new championship leaders with 90 points. 2nd place to Flush, they get the silver. They're at 79 points overall, and Oris 1 gets the gold, and they are now up to 85 points. So an impressive run for them, as today everybody aspires to be Oris 1 in the last few laps. After struggling for the majority of the race, they get it done, come from behind, and they can call themselves winners here in event number 8 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. The Daytona 615 meters goes to Oris 1. Eight events down and 8 events to go. We're officially on the backstretch of the 2021 Marble Champions League here on Marble Fubeca. Glad to have you again here, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersky here for today's event number 9. We are halfway through and still halfway to go. There are the overall standings right now. It's a 5-point lead for the Steel Brothers, leading over Oris 1. The Trojans, Flush, and the Janitors, the top 5. And within 20 points of the lead as well are 6th place Savage Jackal and the 7th place Snow Wolves, going all the way down to the Archangels, who have dropped to last place 16th in our standings. I'll look at our course for today's event. Another more traditional style race. We had that in our last event. We'll do it again today. An oval, it appears, for our event. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 9 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the slalom race, 30 meters. Have a look at, again, a beautiful course here. Green infield. And a very small course, but that can provide, as we've seen on the past here on Marble Fubeca, with some very interesting action, some very fast-paced action as well. And here we go. This is another group staging matchup, so we will again go with our bracket style. There are the groups A, B, C, and D. It's a quick 2-lap race. Tatu Bola, the Vikings, Onyx, and the Archangels. In Group A, top 2 will advance. And right now it's Tatu Bola with a big lead over Onyx, and then the Vikings and the Archangels. We go into lap number 2, a large lead for Tatu Bola, up by 1.7 seconds over Onyx, by about 0.2 of a second over the Vikings, who just made a pass for 2nd place. It is Tatu Bola across. They're going to get the win. The Vikings take 2nd. They transfer, followed by Onyx, and the Archangels, who continue to struggle. They will finish in last out of this grouping, and obviously not going to advance into the semifinal, as we have a look at the replay here of this first race. Quick sprints here. The style of event that we're running with today. Provides for not a lot of time to make up any kind of mistake that you might make. As you saw, the Vikings make a quick pass, but not much passing otherwise. As Tatu Bola and the Vikings advance to semifinal A. And we make our way to Group B of this opening stage, and they are consisting of the Savage Jackal, the Steel Brothers, those are championship leaders, the Speedy Hunters, and the Sphery Spiders. Lots of S's all over the place here for this matchup, and right now it's the Sphery Spiders and the Steel Brothers, and it looks like the Steel Brothers are going to make a pass for the lead. It's close right now between the top 2, but they're trying to distance themselves between the Speedy Hunters and Savage Jackal. The Steel Brothers pulling out to a little bit of a lead. It's the Sphery Spiders trying to hold on. Steel Brothers win it, and the Sphery Spiders will advance, transferring over by about 0.6 of a second over the Speedy Hunters, and then the Savage Jackal finishing in last out of Group B as we have a look at our replay. You saw the Fury Spiders actually jump over one of those barriers there. Nothing illegal about it. It's just a matter of whether or not you can make it work for momentum's sake. They did not, as they got passed out of that first corner by the Steel Brothers, but they're still able to advance as the Fury Spiders get that transfer spot and the last spot in semifinal A. Here's Group C. The Blue Jackets, the Trojans, the Janitors, and Oris 1, another heavy-hitting group. And right now it's the Janitors with a big lead over Oris 1, then the Blue Jackets and the Trojans. They're all pretty close, but it's a gigantic lead for the Janitors, who'd have to really mess it up if they don't advance. Here we go, it's the Blue Jackets still in the lead. They're trying to gain a little bit of momentum and maybe upset this group. Across the line, it's the Janitors, and the Blue Jackets do get it done. They advance over Oris 1, and the Trojans with a rough run there as they struggle. Have a look at the replay. And that was a pretty easy win for the Janitors, winning it by 1.2 seconds over anybody, all the way back almost 4 seconds before the Trojans crossed the line after the Janitors did. A pretty dominant run there by the Janitors. They grabbed the first spot along with the Blue Jackets in semifinal B. And our final group, the Lynx Rufus, Flush, Swiftblade, and the Snow Wolves. And they are off, and it's Swiftblade in the lead right now, but here comes Lynx Rufus. They're going to take the lead, followed by Swiftblade, then the Snow Wolves, and Flush falling behind a little bit. Let's see if there could be a pass, maybe. They're right up on the bumper. Swiftblade trying to get to Lynx Rufus, cannot get it done. Here comes Flush with a nice move. Can they make a pass? They're into third, but you need to be second in order to transfer, and they're not going to be able to have enough to get it done. It's Lynx Rufus and Swiftblade advancing from Group B. And you look at the replay here, and again, not a lot of passing really going to be done. As you can see, Lynx Rufus made that pass by going over a barrier. We saw one of the teams try to do that earlier. It didn't work. I think it was the Fury Spiders maybe that had attempted to make that move happen. They got it done, but they didn't they weren't able to hold the spot. This time, Lynx Rufus does hold the spot. They're able to take a more traditional turn around the track. In their second lap, they grab a spot in semifinal B. Joining them are Swiftblade, and that is the end of the group stage. So you can see on the left side, those are the teams failing to advance to the semifinals. 8 down, 8 left. As we make our way into the semifinals, we'll start with semifinal A. Again, this is just 2 laps. It's the Steel Brothers, the Vikings, Tatu Bola, and the Fury Spiders. Couple from the top, couple from the middle to bottom of the standings, but that's not going to matter necessarily. It's the Vikings and then the Fury Spiders. Here's a pass for third by the Steel Brothers. They're going to have to get up into second, though. It's the Vikings in the lead. The Fury Spiders have pressure all over them from the Steel Brothers, who make that pass. They go into second place as we come around for the final 2 turns. Here we go. It's going to be the Steel Brothers holding on. They take second. The Vikings get the win. The transfer go to the Steel Brothers. They're into the final as well. The Fury Spiders put up a tough fight there, but they're unable to ultimately get it done against the Steel Brothers, who advance into the finale, joined by the Vikings, who win that one by a little over a half a second in semifinal A. And on the replay here, you can see that pass had to be made. The Fury Spiders very nearly spoiling the party for the Steel Brothers, but ultimately they're able to make that pass, which is not easy. We've seen here it has not been easy to pass, but they get it done to advance into the finale. Here's semifinal B. Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, Swiftblade, and the Blue Jackets. The Janitors had an incredible run in their first matchup, but they are struggling early here, really far behind the pace. Right now it's the Blue Jackets and then Swiftblade and Lynx Rufus and a pretty significant portion behind are the Janitors. They are not going to be able to get this thing done. The Janitors will fail to advance. It's the Blue Jackets. Can Swiftblade do it? Yes, they can. They take it rather easily. Nearly a second between second and third. It was not an awfully close race there. 1.2 seconds from first to second, and then about 9/10 of a second from second to third. So a pretty easy advancement there for, obviously, the Blue Jackets with that win, but also pretty easily done there for Swiftblade. And so our final is set. It's the Vikings, the Steel Brothers, the Blue Jackets, and Swiftblade. Couple from the top, couple from not the top. In fact, I would even call it the bottom of the standings. But that is what's so great about this tournament and the way that this Marble Champions League works. Everybody's great, so anybody could do it at any point in time. Here comes the finale. Again, just 2 laps. It is a quick sprint. Right now, in the lead are the Blue Jackets, followed by Swiftblade. Then your championship leader, the Steel Brothers, and the Vikings taking on 4th. The Blue Jackets really trying to stretch out that lead. They lead by 1.3 seconds over Swiftblade. Coming around to that last propelling system, and they are going to get it done. It's the Blue Jackets who take gold. 2nd place and a silver to Swiftblade, and the Steel Brothers take bronze. 4th place goes to the Vikings. As we have a look at our replay, that one again, not close. Won it by 7/10 of a second, as it was a pretty easy run there. And for the Blue Jackets on that 2nd lap, it's all about just coasting at home, to be honest with you, as they were able to really build a lead on that first one. They're the winners of this event number 9, the slalom race 30 meters. As you have a look now at our official results from today's event, Blue Jackets take 1st, 2nd place to Swiftblade, 3rd to the Steel Brothers, 4th to the Vikings, and the Sphery Spiders end up in 5th, then Tatu Bola, Lynx Rufus, and the Janitors rounding out the top half of the standings, all the way down to, yet again, a very bad run for the Archangels. They continue to struggle. As we have a look at the updated overall standings, it's still the Steel Brothers, and they are now pulling away with a 14-point lead over Oris 1. Now, by the way, the Steel Brothers still yet to win an event, but they have 2 silvers, 2 bronzes, and have been far more consistent. 3rd place, the Janitors. 4th place, the Trojans, who struggle a little bit in that event, and then Flush right now running in 5th. So maybe we're starting to see somebody try to pull away with this thing. We're a little more than halfway through now with this overall championship, and now it's a 14-point lead. Congratulations, 3rd place to the Steel Brothers. They've now got 105 points. They're the championship leaders after a bronze today. 74 points for Swiftblade after taking silver, but today they're all aspiring to be the Blue Jackets. They take gold at the slalom race 30 meters, and really definitely something maybe that will allow them to turn around their season as we go into the second half of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Until next time. After a couple of heat races and real speed-based tournaments in our last couple of events, we are back to the more interesting events here, as we've got a brand new event here for today's number 10 event of this season. This is the 2021 Marble Champions League. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Biderzuki. Glad to be here with you. As you see your overall standings on the left side of your screen, the Steel Brothers advancing their lead a little bit further, up to 14 points now over Oris 1, and then the Janitors running back in 3rd, and then the Trojans and Flush, your top 5, as they were able to take 2nd place in our last event, the slalom race. We again ran a more traditional marble race, but we are back to some of the more interesting events. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you guys ready? This is event number 10 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is Collision Soccer. You have our course here. You can see it's a very interesting one, a mix of a couple of different styles here. You've got that rail racing that's going to start out. This is not, by the way, going to be a group event. This is going to be 8 different runs of 1-on-1, which will advance us into the quarterfinals, then we'll go into the semifinals, then down to our finale. This is a round of 16. We'll start with the Savage Jackal and the Archangels. This is a full team event. We've got a couple of goals going on. Looks like it's 3-2.
and everybody else is going to hold still. 3-2, the Savage Jackal knock out the Archangels. And the first two were the Savage Jackal, or excuse me, were the Archangels. So a great job by the Savage Jackal to put in a couple of scores there at the end, because they were down 2-0 quickly against the Archangels, as you can see there on the replay. But the Savage Jackal into our first quarterfinal. They'll face the winner of this next matchup, which is the Steel Brothers and the Lynx Ruffus. And they are off. Down the rail they go. Going to try to get down first. That's going to be your tiebreaker in case of a tie. There's a goal. There's another one for the Steel Brothers. And that's all, I believe. Yep, everybody's going to hold still now. The Lynx Ruffus unable to score. Steel Brothers pick up 2. And they advance to take on the Savage Jackal. Not a ton of scoring early in that one. Took a little bit of time before the Steel Brothers were able to score, and obviously we didn't get any scoring whatsoever. On the other end from the Lynx Ruffus. First quarterfinal is set, and our next matchup is the Snow Wolves and the Speedy Hunters. It looks like the Snow Wolves have spread out a little bit. You want to stay as close as you can. There's a couple of goals. There's a third. There's a fourth for the Snow Wolves. What a run. The Snow Wolves are going to score everything they can. Only one on the board for the Speedy Hunters, and so it's the Snow Wolves coming off of a pretty strong run in the last event, keeping that momentum up. And look how quickly they scored. Yeah, wow. Got a couple of them, and really, they all went down pretty easily and pretty quickly, but 2 of those scores were incredibly fast. The Snow Wolves advance, and they'll take on the winner of the Onyx and the Sphery Spiders in this round of 16. Sphery Spiders, the white, the black of the Onyx, and there's a couple of goals, maybe just one. Yeah, just one so far. There's a second for Onyx. That's going to seal the deal. They're going to pick up a third for good measure. There's one at the end for the Sphery Spiders. But 3 on the board for Onyx. They get it done to advance. So far we haven't had to use that tiebreaker, but you'll see up on the score bug there at the top of the screen, that time that's going to pop up is what time it was that they made it down onto the course, onto the soccer field here. That's going to be your tiebreaker in case we happen to have a couple of teams score the same. Haven't had to use it yet, and in fact, every time so far out of the 4 we've run, the first team down scores the most points. Let's see if that holds up here between Oris 1 and the Trojans. If it does, it bodes well for, I think, the Trojans. Here comes 1 score for Oris 1. There's 1 for the Trojans. A second for Oris 1 is going to get them the win. Pulled it out at the last second there. I think we may have lost one of the... Yep, you can see on that replay, one of the Trojans' marbles came back up and out of the course. So I was going to say, I only saw a couple on the playing surface there and then 1 in the net. So Oris 1 put at an advantage there because they had more marbles on the course, as you'll have like one more replay. There it is, right back up and over the fencing there for the Trojans, who continue a not-so-great streak. They're knocked out in the first round here again. And Oris 1 will take on the winner of Swiftblade against the Vikings here. Off they go. Swiftblade looks like they're in the lead early. There's 3 goals for the Vikings. Swiftblade trying to make something happen at the end. They will pick up just the 1. And the Vikings pick up 3. They continue their hot streak. They're advancing into the quarterfinals. And they just became the first team to get to the bottom of the field second, but still advance. A 4.345 on their time to a 4.128 for Swiftblade there. Doesn't matter, they get it done. The Vikings will take on Oris 1 in the quarterfinals. Now it's the Janitors against Flush. How fitting there, this matchup. The Janitors have been successful all season, but they're in some trouble here. 3-1, that's it. It's Flush that will get the win. And a second straight time that the first team down is not going to advance. Have a look at the replay, and just nothing happened there for the Janitors. They just didn't have anything really going. Able, after a little bit of contact, maybe they would have been able to pick up 2 if their 2 marbles on the left side hadn't made contact, but even if that happened, that's not enough to get it done, because there were 3 points on the board for Flush. So they're advancing into the quarterfinal, and they will set up our final matchup, which is the winner of this last matchup of the first round. That's Tatu Bola against the Blue Jackets. Blue Jackets coming off of a win, and they have 2-3 points, and that's enough to get it done. Blue Jackets advance, and they will take on Flush 3-1, the win over Tatu Bola. As we have a look at the replay, it was the one pretty easy for Tatu Bola. Then there is a quick one for the Blue Jackets. There's another one and another one after that. 3-1, they get the win to advance to the quarterfinal. And we'll go back up to the top of the bracket. It's the Savage Jackal against the Steel Brothers. Savage Jackal trying to do everybody a favor and knock out the championship leaders. There's 2 points for the Steel Brothers. Nobody else is going to score, and they will advance into the semifinal. Go the Steel Brothers with a 2-1 win. How close was that? Look at the timing. 4.258 to 4.263. So if they had tied, still would have been the Steel Brothers on what would have been awfully close. Look at the replay there. There's the winner. It goes in for the Steel Brothers with their second point. They nearly added a third, and you can see none of the Savage Jackal marbles really anywhere close. As we move our way down to our second quarterfinal, the Snow Wolves against Onyx. For the second straight time, white versus black when Onyx is involved. There's a couple of scores for the Snow Wolves. Onyx is going to have to make something happen. There's 3, and it's a 3-0 shutout for the Snow Wolves to advance into the semifinal, where they get the Steel Brothers. Forward now with the Vikings against Oris 1. Oris 1 second place. They really need this to keep it going. 1-1. Here's a second for Oris 1. Close off the side of the net there. They contacted one of the Vikings marbles, but they cannot get it done. And Oris 1 advances to the semifinal. So they're trying to stay step by step along with the Steel Brothers. They have to make up points. They're 14 points now, but you definitely can't be eliminated when you see the other team that you're chasing continuing to go further and further into the tournament. Steel Brothers making it awfully tough on anybody. They continue to have success into the final last time. They're in the semifinals at least here today, which is the equivalent of the final from every other event with the grouping. As the Blue Jackets look for a second straight win, there's 2 points for them, and the Flush aren't going to get it done. The Blue Jackets into the semifinal. At the replay here, the Blue Jackets now trying to get on a hot run as the second half of the season is underway. And this is a 16-event season, our 10th event here. As we make our way to the semifinal, the Steel Brothers and the Snow Wolves. Can anybody knock off the championship leaders? Trying to get it done. There's a goal for the Snow Wolves. There's their second goal. There's their third goal. There's 2 for the Steel Brothers. They cannot get the last one to go. The Snow Wolves advance into the finale. They knock out the Steel Brothers, who still will finish with an impressive run in today's event, but they're unable to get into the finale as 1, 2, 3, about as quick as possible for the Snow Wolves. Just unable to get that third marble to go. The Steel Brothers, you can see right there is the second one that falls, and then on the left side of the screen you see hovering around that goal, close, made contact with the side post, but unable to score. And so the Snow Wolves advance into the finale. And they'll take on either Oris 1 or the Blue Jackets. The Blue Jackets trying to win a second straight event. Oris 1 trying to get to the finale again. They've won 2 events already. They're the only team to win more than 1. There are 2 goals for Oris 1. There's a second for the Blue Jackets. Did we get a... No, there's a third for the Blue Jackets. There's a fourth for the Blue Jackets, and they get it done. Their time was slower than Oris 1, so they needed to score more points. They did, and they advanced to the finale again. What a run in the last couple of weeks by the Blue Jackets. Winning in event number 9. And now trying to do it again. What a great run by them. They'll take on the Snow Wolves in the finale. As Oris 1 is going to best out the Steel Brothers just barely, just by one spot. Not going to do a lot toward the championship points, but it will at least help them get just a tiny bit closer. But now the finale and everything that we have worked for today comes down to this. The Blue Jackets on the left, the darker blue, the more of a white color with the blue is the Snow Wolves. They are off. The finale is underway. There's a couple of goals there. The Snow Wolves again with 3 more, and that's going to do it. There's a second for the Blue Jackets. They will not score a third. And the Snow Wolves, again with that quick attack, which is exactly what they did in the semifinal. Got it done so quickly in a blink of an eye. You're already having to score 3 or 4, and just barely the Blue Jackets were down first, so they would have only needed 3. They get 2, but could not pick up that final one they needed. They're both close to the goal. Neither would go in, and so it's the Snow Wolves that win this event in our collision soccer. Congratulations to them as you have a look at the results for today's event. And it's 3 points that Oris 1 is going to make up on the Steel Brothers. From 3rd to 4th place, they take that bronze medal. Silver, of course, goes to the Blue Jackets. Gold to the Snow Wolves. Steel Brothers 4th, Vikings 5th, Savage Jackal and Flush and Onyx are 6th, 7th, and 8th, the top half of our bracket from today. In this 1 versus 1 matchup, the lead for the Steel Brothers is down to 11 points. 117 to 106, and then another 12 points back to the Snow Wolves, who get their first win. They're in that win column now, as we've got a bunch of winners. Only one multi-time winner in 10 events, but it's an 11-point lead for somebody who hasn't won at all. The Steel Brothers continue to be stopped from getting their first event win, but they continue to hold a double-digit point lead when it comes to the overall standings, which is ultimately what you're going for. Congratulations to Oris 1. They pick up 6 goals over the course of the event, taking a bronze. They're up to 106 points. The Blue Jackets picked up 7 goals en route to a silver. 10 goals for the Blue Jackets, for the Snow Wolves. They deserved it, as they got it done in a pretty impressive fashion with 10 goals, well more than anybody else, and they do it with 3 in a matter of a second, coming down in our finale. So congratulations to them today. They all aspire to be the Snow Wolves as they get it done in event number 10. We are on to event number 11 of the 2021 Marble Champions League as the second half of our season continues. Glad to have everybody here. Well, again, friends, I'm Keanu Bitterzicki for today's event, the 11th, as we're back into a basketball-style event. Here's the overall standings as they stand at the moment. It's the Steel Brothers up by 11 points on Oris 1, then 12 points back from there to the Snow Wolves in 3rd, then the Janitors 1 point behind them, a two-way tie for 5th between Flush and the Vikings, as that is the top 5, well 6 technically, with that tie for 5th place, starting to spread out a little bit. The Steel Brothers, despite still not winning an event through 10 events, holding a commanding now 11-point lead heading into today's event, trying to maybe stretch that out even further, maybe win their first event, take home their first gold of this season. As you have a look at the course for today's event, there's the starting gates. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 11 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is basketball. As you have a look at the back portion of the course, there is the basketball hoop. You see 9 options on where you can score. As you see at the bottom there, 2, 4, 3. Those are the potential points you can score, depending on which hoop the marble fits through. We are back to our group style. And so we have A, B, C, and D are groupings. You see there they are. We'll start with Group A, which is the Janitors, the Vikings, the Flush, and the Speedy Hunters. They are off through the propelling system. They go, and it looks like we're going to get 2 scores. It's a 2-pointer for the Vikings, a 3-ball for the Flush. They're going to both advance. The Janitors, who needed a good run to try to get back in this championship race, they failed to score, and same can be said there for the Speedy Hunters. Actually, you can see they had too much speed going there, ended up dropping off the course and down into that gutter ball, if you will, unable to put up any points. Have a look one more time. That's a pretty solid run there by Flush, and then the Vikings able to rim out of one and into another, and those 2 points enough to get it done for them. So they both advance into our semifinal A from our Group A. Vikings and the Flush advancing from our first group. This second group is going to feature the top 2 in the championship standing. So Oris 1 in second, then the Spheri Spiders, Tatu Bola, and of course the Steel Brothers. Looks like the Steel Brothers didn't score. No, they did not. Oris 1 puts up 4. The Spheri Spiders will transfer with 2, and the Steel Brothers opening the door for the rest of the contenders here, unable to score. And so obviously not advancing into the semifinal. Oh, they rimmed out of what would have been 3 points. That would have been enough to knock out the Spheri Spiders. Look one more time right here. Oh, it was a beautiful shot there. Just couldn't get it to fall. And that is going to cost the Steel Brothers and put them in a precarious position. Oris won second place in the standings, advances. And so they put themselves in a spot where they can definitely pick up quite a few points. Coming 11 points behind, they're going to make up quite a few as they advance into the semifinal, knocking out the Steel Brothers in the group stage. That's a huge group decision there as we move to Group C. And looks like we got 2 more scores and an easy advancement for the Snow Wolves, who pick up 4. Lynx Rufus picks up 2. The Onyx and the Archangels, who continue to struggle mightily as we have a look at the replay, neither able to score. Look one more time. First up was the Onyx, and did it cost them? They were pretty solid off the backboard. Oh, they made contact with the Snow Wolves. That's what cost them. And looked like a little bit of contact as well, so we'll have a look one more time, maybe between the Archangels and Lynx Rufus. Let's see, did they? Nope, actually it's a clear miss by the Archangels. Didn't make any contact with any of the openings there. Just a lot of contact with the blue surface, unable to put up any points. They are eliminated as well. That's a disappointing end for Onyx there, as they made contact with the Snow Wolves and were unable to advance. Kind of get knocked out of their course. Final grouping, Savage Jackal, Trojans, Swiftblade, and the Blue Jackets. They are off, they are up, and... Uh-oh, did somebody get stuck? Yes, Swiftblade is going to get stuck and not put up any points. The Trojans don't score. Oh, wow, I don't even know how that happened. 2 points for Savage Jackal, 4 for the Blue Jackets. They advance, but I think that would have been 2 more points for Swiftblade there. They had the slowest time, so they likely weren't going to advance, but let's have a look and see if we can figure out what happened. I don't know. I guess the kind of test tube bottom portion of the rims here kind of lend itself to potentially something like that happening, but that is a pretty shocking outcome there. And obviously a disappointment for Swiftblade, as they will not advance through our group stage here. And probably the strangest outcome you're going to see in today's event. They're knocked out, as well are the Trojans, and our semifinals are set. We're from 16 down to 8. First semifinal, the Spheri Spiders, Oris 1, Flush, and the Vikings. And everybody's going to score except for Oris 1, and it's 3 4s. And the tiebreaker by time is going to knock out the Spheri Spiders. Let's have another look at something we haven't seen yet. There is 1, there is 2, and oh man, if the Spheri Spiders hadn't rolled around the rim for a little bit, they very well may have been able to get in ahead of that second score, which was by the Vikings. Right there, yeah, if they had gone down, it would have been nearly simultaneous. Not the case. Meanwhile, Oris 1 unable to score at all, and so they're not able to pick up as much as I think they would have liked on the lead from the Steel Brothers. That's going to be a disappointing semifinal run for them, as they didn't score any points either, which means they're likely looking at probably an 8th place finish in today's event. On to semifinal B. We'll see who gets through, and a couple are going to score, a couple are not. Snow Wolves and Blue Jackets are eliminated. 3 points for the Savage Jackal, 2 for Lynx Rufus, as they will transfer on. And the 2 with the more unique names here from this semifinal B able to move on. Savage Jackal with 3 points on the board. Lynx Ruffus picks up 2, both transferring into our finale. As you have a look, there was the 3. Oh, rimming out for the Snow Wolves, as they very nearly came up with some points and probably a chance to transfer. One more look, let's see. Oh, yeah, they actually, it's very similar to what we just saw from the Steel Brothers in their group run, where they almost were able to, maybe the equivalent of nothing but net there, almost swishing it, unable to get it done, were the Steel Brothers then and the Snow Wolves now, both eliminated in the group stage and now in the semifinal, sending us to our finale. Final 4, and we have some top teams in there. The Vikings and the Flush both trying to make up some of those times, or some of those points that they are trailing back from the Steel Brothers. They're joined by the Savage Jackal and Lynx Ruffus. Savage Jackal not all that far behind either. First one getting a chance is Flush. They're going to pick up 2. It's a tie there, and we're going to give the win to Flush on the time tiebreaker, a 2-2-7-9, beating out the 2-5-8-1 from the Savage Jackal. They'll take silver. Bronze for the Lynx Ruffus, or excuse me, for the Vikings, the time of 2.710. They did not score a point, but they beat the time of Lynx Ruffus at a 3.183. I don't think Lynx Ruffus finished on the course. So we have a look at the first replay. There was the first score. Here's the second. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but as you can see, Lynx Ruffus never even made it to the court. See if we can find out on the second replay what happened here. I don't know. It just seems like there was no speed. There's just no speed coming off there from Lynx Ruffus. I don't know what could have possibly happened there in that propelling system to stop Lynx Ruffus from being able to at least have a chance, but they were given no opportunity. Although they would have had to score either a 3 or a 4 to make it happen. But then again, if they score anything, they would have gotten that tiebreaker over the Vikings, and they'd be sitting with a bronze. Either way, what happens, happens, and what happened today is a win for Flush. That's a big one. A lot to kind of talk about here at the end of today's video, as you see the fans from Flush celebrating their gold medal today, their first place finish in event number 11. As we get closer and closer towards the home stretch of this season. And the standings from today's events, here are the official results. Pop it up on the left side of your screen. They pick up 20 points. Savage Jackal picks up 17. Vikings 3rd, Lynx Ruffus 4th, Sphery Spiders 5th. Oris 1 ends up in 6th place. And the Steel Brothers end up in 14th place. They pick up 8 points on the 11 that they were behind. So a big gain there. The Janitors pick up just 1 point. That's going to hurt them. As we now bring in the overall standings through 11 events, the Steel Brothers by 3. It's just 7 points back to Flush, who become the second team to win 2 events. 11 points back to Savage Jackal, and 12 points back to your 5th place team, the Vikings. The Snow Wolves move into 6th, as they are the final team over 100 points, passing the Janitors after just 1 point in this event. The Janitors severely struggling here today. Rough for them. Congratulations to the Vikings after 6 points today. They are going to, scoring, 6 points. They're going to pick up a 3rd place. 2nd place goes to the Savage Jackal. But today, they all aspire to be Flush. Not only do they pick up the gold and win the event, they become the second team to win a second event through 11 here in the 2021 Marble Champions League. They also really close the gap, as they are within just 7 points, moving up to 3rd in the championship standings. Still a lot to go as we are through 11 events. We are heading back to our roots for event number 12 of the 2021 Marble Champions League with an exciting mixed-style event of classic marble racing. Hello again, friends. Glad to be here. I'm Keanu Bittersicki for today's event. We'll look at the beginning of that course. As you see the overall standings popping up on the left side of your screen through 11 events, the Steel Brothers lead has closed to just 3 over Oris 1. Getting in on the action now after their win in event number 11 is Flush. They're just 7 points behind. Just 11 back to Savage Jackal, 12 back to the Vikings. Those are our top 5. And as we said, there are 6 teams over 100 points now through 11 events of our season. Glad to be here for a more traditional style. We've been jumping back and forth between the more unique events and the more traditional style marble events recently, which I'm sure these fans here inside of the arena today have really enjoyed, as we hope all of you have as well. You see the course laid out for you, funnels and mixes, backs and forths. Lots of opportunity for passing, definitely, in today's event. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 12 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the mixed race. So look at the finish line there. Really going to have to make a lot of those passes, one through that portion of the course, as you can see, where you can kind of switch back and forth. And of course, the funnel's a big opportunity for passing, as you see just about every time that you get one of these events. But definitely an interesting event, interesting style with this mixed event. Group staging, as always, are back. A, B, C, and D. You see them on your screen on the left side. And as always, we'll begin with Group A, which today are the Onyx, Sphery Spiders, the Vikings, and the Speedy Hunters, one of our top 5. And the Vikings representing, let's see who gets through the first funnel in the lead. And the answer, eventually somebody's going to have to do it. It's going to be the Sphery Spiders. And the Vikings come out last there. Here comes Onyx taking over the lead, followed by the Speedy Hunters. And then the Sphery Spiders. The Vikings still running in last here, but everybody's in the same funnel here. That's really the opportunity. There go the Vikings, just what I was about to talk about. You can still get there. If you make a mistake, it can cost you everything, though. Oh, gotta get bailed out there a couple of times by the Speedy Hunters. Were the Vikings. Back in the lead now are the Sphery Spiders. Here come the Vikings trying to make another huge comeback. Lots of contact being made, and it's going to be the Sphery Spiders, and the transfer is going to go to the Speedy Hunters. The Vikings are knocked out in the first round, and they will finish third in this event. Fourth is going to be Onyx. That was a back-and-forth battle, and ultimately, it's about a 6-second, almost 7-second difference between second and third. Let's see how we got there. First of all, right there, Onyx nearly knocked out the Vikings for good, but the Speedy Hunters kind of came in from behind and got a little wild and a little bit too generous, it seemed, there, as they made a couple of contacts, and then they did it again, making contact with the Vikings. Ultimately, though, they're still able to advance along with the Sphery Spiders, and a big opportunity missed for the Vikings. They need to go deep into these events as we get later and later into the season. Here's Group B: Swiftblade, Flush, Savage Jackal, and the Snow Wolves. Flush, of course, coming off of a win. They are now in third place in the standings. They're trying to get through this funnel first, and they will. And they're going to be followed by someone eventually. It's going to be Savage Jackal, then Swiftblade. Here come the Snow Wolves very slowly. Everybody kind of taking their time here through this one. Snow Wolves going to get out to the lead now, followed quickly by Flush. And now they start to pick up speed here. Everybody's into that funnel. Now another lead change. It's going to be Swiftblade, followed by the Snow Wolves. Savage Jackal and Flush still running up in that second funnel. Now all the way down to the third funnel and really kind of putting a distance between themselves. It's Snow Wolves now in the lead, followed by Swiftblade. Here comes Flush, trying to make a pass. They can't get it done yet. Now it's the Snow Wolves in the lead. They're going to get the win. They'll advance. Let's see if Swiftblade can do it. Savage Jackal trying to make a pass. Not going to happen. And Flush, again, a top 5 team eliminated. They'll finish third, and Savage Jackal will come home fourth. And that is the fastest time so far on the course through 2 groups. Belongs to the Snow Wolves with a time of 42.227 seconds. Part of the way they got it done was maneuvering quickly through that portion of the course, the graphing portion, which is very difficult. But you can see they didn't do all that great of a job with it. Able to really navigate those funnels very quickly, and they are into our semifinal A, as you can see now set on your screen. Here's Group C. It's Orus 1, the Archangels, the Steel Brothers, and the Trojans. So the Steel Brothers needing to come back. Orus 1 hoping that they can advance, and the Steel Brothers won't again. That would give them a championship lead. Meanwhile, the Archangels, who are in the lead here, have been just about as pathetic as anybody could imagine so far in this season. And the Trojans have been kind of back and forth so far. Here are the Steel Brothers first into that funnel. First out of the funnel, though, are the Orus 1 and the Archangels. They're in the lead. Archangels first down to that final 2 set of tunnels. Here comes Orus 1. They're going to try to make a pass. Everybody else pretty far behind right now. Orus 1 down to the final funnel. Here come the Archangels as well. Steel Brothers have to make up time. Archangels are through. They're going to win the grouping with the fastest time we've seen. Here comes Orus 1. They are through, and the Steel Brothers fail to advance again. Let's see if they even finish third. I don't think they are. Looks like the Trojans have the inside line. They do. They get the win.
And the Steel Brothers struggle mightily in that final funnel, had a chance to advance. Instead, they finish 4th, and they are in significant danger with a very slow time. That was nearly, what is that, over 18 and a half seconds slower than the Archangels, who, as I mentioned, maybe it took me calling them out to get it going. They run the fastest time so far, a 40.335 second time. Like I said, over 18 and a half seconds faster than your championship leaders. The Steel Brothers not going to be able to say that after this event because the Oris 1 are through, the Steel Brothers are not. That's going to cost them enough points that no matter where in the grouping they finish, they're going to have the lead at least over the Steel Brothers. Here's the final group. Tatu Bola, Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, and the Blue Jackets. You can see this first funnel awfully slow. First one through is Tatu Bola, then the Janitors, who need a really good run because they struggled mightily, picked up just 1 point in the last event, and they are through that second funnel in the lead. Let's see if they can get through the third funnel. Everybody's in that third funnel right now. First one to drop is going to be Tatu Bola. They're going to be followed by the Janitors, who got stuck for a moment. They're going to drop the third, make contact. They're in all sorts of trouble right now. Down to these final 2 funnels, it's still anybody's game. Blue Jackets and Tatu Bola down to the final funnel. Here come the Janitors. Let's see who can make the pass. It's Tatu Bola. They're going to get the win. There goes Lynx Rufus, who ran in last for the majority of this race. They're going to get the transfer spot. The Janitors will finish 3rd, but again, that's not enough to advance. Blue Jackets will be last in Group D. A little bit of a surprise there. You can see the Janitors really struggling with the graphing portion of this course. Just couldn't get anything going there. Really, really struggled. And right there and there. A couple of good moves. And Tatu Bola learned to maneuver the funnels pretty well. That's going to treat you well throughout this event, as it did in the group stage for them. And here comes Lynx Rufus. There's the move that everybody wished they could make every single time. That was an impressive run at the end by Lynx Rufus after struggling through the majority of the course. They're able to get it done. And we'll advance into the second semifinal. So again, a chance for these middle of the pack or even lower portion, bottom half, to potentially, again, make some big moves in the overall standings. We're getting late, and so it's hard. You have to kind of string a lot of those together and hope for continued struggles from other teams. First semifinal featuring a lot of these teams that are not necessarily at the top of the standings. So this is a big one for all 4, trying to really maximize what they can when the leaders struggle. First through is the Fury Spiders, then the Snow Wolves. Fury Spiders quickly through the second funnel, and they are trying to get through this third funnel maybe before anybody gets to it. Almost did it. They're going to get through pretty easily here. They're down to the graphing portion of the course with a large lead. Can they handle it quickly? Down to the fourth funnel here. There's 5 funnels in this course, and right now it's not close. The Fury Spiders have now been joined by Swiftblade in the 4th funnel. Now it's the Fury Spiders down to the 5th and final funnel. They're again joined by Swiftblade. Those two are going to probably advance. There is a nice run by Swiftblade. They're going to end up getting the win. And at the last moment, the Fury Spiders starting to struggle, but they're still going to get it done. Second place will advance them through into the finale. Speedy Hunters will take 3rd. And 4th place in this one for the Snow Wolves. Boy, that's going to be a disappointing run in the sense that you didn't win this semifinal if you are the Fury Spiders, because they dominated this one for almost the entirety. But this is an entire course race. You have to do well for the entire portion of it, or at least what Lynx Rufus proved in their group stage. You have to do well at least at the very end, because that's what ultimately is going to matter, and that's what Swiftblade did there. Got to the inside lane, made that move on the Fury Spiders. They got the win, but still enough to advance for the Fury Spiders as they're into the finale, joining Swiftblade, knocking out the Speedy Hunters and the Snow Wolves, and they'll join the top 2 finishers from our second semifinal. Oris 1, again, did not advance to the finale last time after knocking out the Steel Brothers in the group stage. They really want to do that here, and they can start out with a good run if they can do that, but that's not what's happening. They're going to start into the second funnel last. And meanwhile, the Archangels, who really showed me up after I called them out for performing poorly, off to a good start, but now they're starting to struggle. Oris 1 still running last. It's Tatu Bola in the lead, followed by the Archangels now. Tatu Bola really picking up the speed in funnel number 4. They're down to the final funnel. Oris 1 still in the graphing portion, trying to get through. And here come the Archangels. They're in a transfer spot right now. It's Tatu Bola who gets it done. The Archangels will join them in the finale. Lynx Ruffus couldn't pull off the final funnel pass this time. They'll finish third, and Oris 1 again struggling in the semifinal for the second straight event. They cannot advance to the finale after the Steel Brothers, who they are chasing in the standings, are knocked out in the group stage. However, that time was better than either of the teams that did not advance from the first semifinal, so it won't be a complete loss, just not as good as it could have been. But it will still be enough to pass the Steel Brothers in the standings. So certainly a positive event for Oris 1 as you have a look at the replay of this event, but certainly not as well as they would have liked. If they had been able to do just a little bit more, they could have really maybe started to put a little bit of separation between the top two teams in the standings. But that wasn't to be, as was Lynx Ruffus pulling off another last-second pass, unable to do it. As Tatu Bola and the Archangels, what an interesting final grouping we have. Swiftblade, the Sphery Spiders, Tatu Bola, and the Archangels. Certainly going to be a lot of celebrating from one of these fan bases and one of these teams, whoever comes out on top here of this final group. Here we go, let's find out. In the first funnel they go. First one down looks like it was Tatu Bola. Archangels trying to make that pass. Who's going to get it done? It's going to be Swiftblade, followed by the Sphery Spiders. Then Tatu Bola and the Archangels, the final one down. Everybody's in funnel number 2, and the Archangels make a pass to get into funnel number 3 first. They're followed again by the Sphery Spiders in second. And Tatu Bola down into the graphing portion first, followed by Archangels. And then I think, no, they're both still up in that funnel. Here comes Tatu Bola. Archangels trying to make a pass, and they almost got stuck with each other. Here we go into funnel number 4. Tatu Bola makes the pass. They've had a strong event. Archangels following in second. Can they do it? Archangels circling. They're going to get the win. Archangels takes gold with a 44-206. The Sphery Spiders second. Bronze to Tatu Bola, and Swiftblade, when they finish, will take home fourth. What a run by the Archangels in today's event. That is unbelievable. Let's look at the replay. Oh my goodness. As the Archangels, who didn't do all that terrible very early in the season, have really been on a very significant slide recently. And that is, when I say recently, been the majority of this season. Right there, I thought they had the pass, and then there they nearly caught each other up, which could have been a disaster. I thought Tatu Bola might be able to get it done, but the Archangels got that inside track, and right there is the one that got it done. Congratulations to them. As the Archangels go ahead and take a screenshot of that, folks. The Archangels, an event winner in event number 12, trying to get their season back on track for the final few races of this season. Congrats to them. There are the results. They ran the fastest time, by the way. It happened in the group staging. They picked up 20 points. The Steel Brothers picked up 0. That is huge. Oris 1's going to gain 10 points on them. And the Flush going to gain 7, which should put them in a tie, shockingly enough. Boy, that's a huge event with some huge ultimate overall implications. New leader by 7 points. It's Oris 1. Flush moves into second. A tie, technically, with the Steel Brothers. Vikings are fourth. Snow Wolves are in a tie for fifth with the Savage Jackal. By the way, still 6 points out of 15th place, even after the win, are the Archangels. But they'll try to carry some momentum into events number 13, 14, 15, and 16, and see if they can't do something about it in the final portion of this season. Congrats to Tatu Bola. They're up to 77 points after a third place finish. Congrats to the Sphery Spiders. They get over 100 with now 102 points total. But today everybody's aspiring to be The Archangels, believe it or not, they get the win in event number 12. The mixed race certainly provided a lot of fireworks, a lot of passing opportunities, and proved very, very clearly you have to learn how to navigate a funnel if you're going to have success in a marble race, as these teams you could see who could and could not navigate that funnel well. Still a lot left to be determined, and after we thought maybe just a few events ago that it was all coming together for the Steele brothers, they've combined to score just 1 point in the last couple of events, and this thing is awfully close now. It's a... The 2021 Marble Champions League rolls on into event number 13 of our first season of this new series, the Marble Champions League. See a large crowd here once again, everybody packed in to see their teams compete. As you see the overall standings, we're getting closer and closer to the end of the 16-event season. Oris won, if you missed it last time. They took over the lead overall. They've got a 7-point advantage. It's now a tie for second between Flush and the Steele brothers. The Vikings sit in fourth, and it's a tie for fifth between the Snow Wolves and the Savage Jackal. Those are the real championship contenders that are within 15 points of each other for our overall standings. As we are in for another more traditional, not exactly a traditional race all the way, but a more traditional race from what we've seen early on in the season. It is a couple of funnels involved in today's event. A lot more of those portions of the course where it's almost like a switch. Depends on where you're going, which side you're going to head to as you try to maneuver your way down the course. You see the fans, as we said, packed in. They are ready to go. There's the finish line, and we'll see who makes it down first. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 13 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the Maze Race. Again, a large course, and as always with these courses, we'll start high in the altitude there and work our way down not only the course, but down closer to ground level as well. As you see, where we'll have a lot of chances for passes. And again, today's event, like most of these events, are group events. We've got 4 groups of 4 into our semifinals and our finale. We'll start with our first grouping. This is Swiftblade, the Steele Brothers, the Blue Jackets, and the Snow Wolves. Into their first funnel, and first down looks like that was the Snow Wolves. Now it's the Blue Jackets in the lead. Meanwhile, the Steele Brothers and Swiftblade still struggling to get through that first funnel. Down to the second funnel are the 2 blue marbles, Blue Jackets and Snow Wolves. And looks like the Blue Jackets, nope, it's going to be the Snow Wolves who take that lead. They're down to this Plinko portion of the course, which can really cause a lot of problems for these teams. It's the Blue Jackets in the lead. Meanwhile, the other 2 marbles, the Steele Brothers and Swiftblade, struggling to get through a funnel. A little bit of contact there, and it looks like a pass. It's a lead now for the Snow Wolves. They're trying to make their way down. Again, you want to be one of the top 2. It bodes very well for these 2 blue marbles. Down for the final time. There's a pass, maybe? Nope, it's going to be the Snow Wolves, followed by the Blue Jackets. They'll advance through the group stage. And again, the Steele Brothers failing to advance. They struggled mightily in the last couple of events. They're struggling again today. Let's see if they take third out of this group. They won't advance. They will take third, as Swiftblade will be the final to finish with a 68-second run. 20 seconds slower than the leader. Snow Wolves and Blue Jackets, they are through. As we'll have a look at the replay here. And it was really not close between the Snow Wolves and the Blue Jackets and then everybody else. It was just a matter of who was going to win and who was going to get the second transfer spot. They're into the first semifinal. And into Group B, Tatu Bola, the Archangels, Flush, and the Janitors. The Archangels, the ultimate underdog story. And they won an event recently. Everybody, they're going to be keeping an eye on Flush. They are second in the point standings. Currently in that second funnel along with Tatu Bola. The Janitors running in third right now, trying to get to that funnel. There they are. Flush trying to advance the lead here. Trying to build a large portion of the lead. They're down into that orange portion now, the Plinko portion of the course. Making their way down a slide, down to another portion of this back and forth area of the course. How about the Janitors making up time? They've moved into second. And they've moved into the lead. Down to the final portion. Here come Flush. They make a move. They're blending in a bit with the stadium there, or with the course, I should say. Flush is going to get the win. The Janitors come across with an easy advancement in the transfer spot. The Archangels and Tatu Bola, who got off to a strong start, they fall apart here towards the end, and they finish in 4th. Along with the Archangels, they're eliminated from the competition. A little bit of a surprise there. Tatu Bola got off to such a strong start. Look at the large lead they had going into the first funnel, and ultimately just couldn't keep that success going. And there are the Flush and the Janitors into the semifinal. We go to Group C now. This is the Trojans, the Spheri Spiders, the Onyx, and your championship leaders, Oris 1. First event for them as the leaders. And the second into the funnel, and the first through the funnel. Down to the first portion of this course that involves the twists and turns. In the lead right now, followed by Onyx, then the Spheri Spiders. Here come the Trojans. And down to the second funnel now are Oris 1. And they'll be joined in that funnel by Onyx. Did Onyx get the inside lane? Looks like they did for a moment, but it's still going to be the lead for Oris 1. They're followed now by the Spheri Spiders, who may have made a pass, couldn't complete it though. Oris 1 going to try to take a slide job, and they will take the lead back after getting passed momentarily by the Spheri Spiders. They're pretty well ahead of the Trojans and Onyx, and it's a matter of who's going to take first, who's going to take second. It's the Spheri Spiders back in the lead, and they'll get the win. And they've got the best time so far. Here comes Oris 1. They advance. Now the Trojans will try to make a pass on Onyx. They will. Close at the end between those two. That was just all about positioning there after Onyx and the Trojans will be eliminated. Let's have a look at the replay. And you can see early on the Spheri Spiders had the lead. Missed it there. We didn't quite see it on the funnel, but a very quick funnel maneuver by Oris 1. Back and forth between the Spheri Spiders and Oris 1. And ultimately it's the Spheri Spiders who get the win. Oris 1 advances anyway to the semifinal with that final transfer spot. On to our last group. As you know, it's going to be Group D. There they are. Savage Jackal, Lynx Rufus, Speedy Hunters, and the Vikings. A couple of our top 5 are involved. Jackal and the Vikings get into it again. They're really going back and forth trying to get to that second funnel. It's the Vikings who get there first, just ahead of the Savage Jackal, and we'll see who gets out of it first. It'll be the Vikings. And they both get out before the Speedy Hunters or Lynx Rufus entered that funnel. They've got a pretty large lead again. Hasn't been awfully close between second and third yet. Large lead now for the Vikings. Savage Jackal trying to come back. And they're going to come back and get into maybe the lead. Yep, they will make a pass for the lead. And in the final portion of the course, it will be... It's the Vikings and then Savage Jackal. They'll advance. The Lynx Rufus crew will come in third, and the Speedy Hunters really struggling there. By the way, best time so far. And it now belongs to the Vikings. They run the fastest time of the group stage at a 47.216. If you look at the replay of this final group stage, a lot of back and forth between the Vikings and the Savage Jackal. As you can see, they just kept going back and forth and didn't seem like either wanted to let the other one get ahead. Ultimately, it is the Savage Jackal that get the win. The Vikings, that get the win, but the Savage Jackal to advance as well. They'll have a chance to avenge that second place finish. As we move on to our semifinals, 9th through 16th will be based off of their times. Well, that's how they'll award points, or for one unlucky team, no points. Meanwhile, we're down to 8. First semifinal, it is the Janitors, Flush, Snow Wolves, and Blue Jackets. And again, those two blue marbles, just about everybody's blue in this event. They got off to a fast start. However, it's the Janitors that get through the first funnel. They're followed by the Blue Jackets, then the Snow Wolves, and here come Flush. But everybody's in this same portion of the course right now. It's awfully close. And look at the move by Flush. They get to the funnel first, followed by the Vikings. Now here comes everybody else. They're all in the second funnel at the same time. With the Blue Jackets that get out first. And they're a little bit of a mistake from the Snow Wolves. They got stuck for a moment. They get unstuck by the janitors there. And now again, it's Flush who comes out of nowhere. Last out of the funnel. First down into the next portion of the course. And they maintain the lead, followed by the Blue Jackets' final portion. Contact all over the place. Flush is in trouble now. Here comes the Blue Jackets. They're going to get it. Flush is going to come up in second, just ahead of the janitors. As contact was being made all over the place, and it's Flush tied for second in the standings, and a huge advancement there. They're into the finale. And you have to have a look at the replay. What a fascinating event that one was. We didn't have any really very close ones between second and third on who was going to advance in any of the group stages. That's not the case here today in semifinal A. The win in that semifinal goes to the Blue Jackets. The all-important transfer spot goes to the Flush as they're into the finale, and they'll join the top two of this group. The Vikings, the Savage Jackal, Oris 1, and the Fury Spiders. Oris 1 trying to have a lot of success again. They've won 2 events, and they are in the lead now. Only team out of the funnel. They're joined now out of the funnel by the Fury Spiders. But Oris 1 trying to quickly get down to the second funnel and build a big lead. They're in the second funnel. Here comes a couple more. The Savage Jackal and the Fury Spiders are there. The Vikings starting to fall a bit behind. And again, first out is Oris 1. They have really done well in this event so far. Here comes Savage Jackal. A little bit of contact there between Oris 1 and the Vikings. And it is going to be Oris 1 that will come in second there out of that portion of the course, down for the final portion, the final green area of this course. It's Oris 1 and Savage Jackal. They're both trying to slip their way through. They are both down. It's Oris 1 with the win. Savage Jackal advances, and the Fury Spiders and the Vikings are going to settle for somewhere between 5th and 8th. Look at the replay here, and I'll tell you what, Oris 1 might be awfully difficult to beat, trying to be the first team to win 3 events. And they look good in this event. Went back and forth there with Savage Jackal, but ultimately they made the pass at the end that got it done. You can see how close they were all the way down to the end. Luckily for them, that's just between who finishes first and second. And they both advance into the finale to join the Blue Jackets and Flush. Into the finale. Look at this gigantic stadium, and it is packed to the brim with fans. We saw the Oris 1 crew earlier, and I believe we saw Flush there right next to each other, the cheering sections for those two teams. Let's see who comes out on top, or will it be the Savage Jackal or the Blue Jackets? They are underway in the finale. First down was Flush. First out of the first funnel, though, is the Blue Jackets, joined by Oris 1. Oris 1 again having a lot of success. And again, it's the Flush who are going to be the final team out of the funnel. Into the first funnel now, second funnel, are the Blue Jackets and Oris 1. Who's going to be first down? Is it Oris 1 again? Looks like they might have the angle. It is. Oris 1 gets down through the second funnel once again. They're joined now by Flush. They're close as we make their way down through this portion of the Plinko course, down onto a slide. Is it Oris 1 first? The answer is yes. A little bit of a bobble there by Flush. They're going to have a little bit of time to make up in this second portion of the Plinko course. Got one more to get through. You see that green slide. That's where you want to go. Now here comes the Blue Jackets, and they've gotten stuck. They're in trouble. Blue Jackets going to be pushed by Flush. That gives a huge lead to Oris 1. Can they get it done and become the first 3-time winner? No, out of nowhere. Here come the Blue Jackets. They'll get it done. Flush finishes second. Oris 1 takes the bronze, and Savage Jackal in fourth. You have to watch this. What a move at the end by the Blue Jackets, who were momentarily stuck on the course. They're able to come back from that, and you're going to see it right there. It was a momentary loss of any kind of movement from the Blue Jackets. They had to be rescued there by Flush. It gave a huge lead to Oris 1, and how did the Blue Jackets pull it off? They got stuck there too. Went right through the middle, and right there, wow, just waited for Oris 1 to make a little bit of a rocking motion there, and they just took the advantage, slipped right through the hole, and the Blue Jackets take home the gold today. What a run by them. That was a very impressive finale and a very nice move, the winning move there made by the Blue Jackets as they get the win in this event. On the left side of your screen, the official event scores and the results for today. 20 points for the Blue Jackets. Flush is going to make up 2 points on Oris 1, but Oris 1 will maintain the lead all the way down at Swiftblade today, who doesn't pick up any points, as it was Blue Jackets, Flush, Oris 1, Savage Jackal, and the Janitors who finish in the top 5 of today's event. Which means now, through 13 of 16 events, it is a 5-point lead for Oris 1. They win their second bronze, as they now hold a 5-point lead, and then it's 13 more points between Flush and Savage Jackal. The Snow Wolves are 4th, the Steel Brothers have dropped back to 5th. So now it may be more of a 2-team event, a 2-team championship showdown as we get to the final portion of the season. However, we've seen a lot of big jumps in points one way or another. Congrats to Oris 1. They're up to 141 points after a 3rd place finish. Flush picks up a couple of points on the championship lead as they're now up to 136 points after their silver. But today, they're all aspiring to be the Blue Jackets. A winning move for the ages gives them the gold as they look to build on that for the last couple of events here in this season. An impressive run by a couple of different teams, and again, Oris 1 and Flush showing that they may very well be the 2 teams to beat for this championship. It is crunch time in the 2021 Marble Champions League season. Just 3 events to go in this 16-event season. We have come a long way, but still a lot to be determined. Left side of your screen showing you the overall standings. It's a 5-point lead for Oris 1 over Flush. It's then an 18-point lead over the Savage Jackal, Snow Wolves in 4th, and the Steel Brothers in 5th. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersweet. Glad to have you here for today's event. You can see a very large course for today's event. The 14th of 16 in the Marble Champions League. And as we said, kind of coming into this event, could change, but right now it seems as though it's a 2-team race between Flush and Oris 1. Those are the 2 teams that have won multiple events so far this year, and they are the top 2 in the overall standings. So we will see how they do today. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 14 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the halfpipe. And there are 5 sets of halfpipes to go through. All of them those orange halfpipes that you'll see, and they're numbered there 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that you can see how far down the course you are. There's the finish line. As always, this is a group event. And we're going to really pay attention to groups B and C. That's where the top 2 stand. Oris 1 in Group B, and Flush is in Group C. But first, we'll start with Group A. This is the Snow Wolves, Tattoo Bola, the Fury Spiders, and Swiftblade. Quickly down to the second set of half pipes are 3 of the 4. Now everybody's in their second half pipe. Who gets down first? The answer is going to be both the Snow Wolves and the Fury Spiders. Now everybody's down to 3. Now all the way down to number 5. Here we go. It's Swiftblade and the Fury Spiders. Here comes Tattoo Bola. It is Swiftblade. It is the Snow Wolves. Tattoo Bola comes in 3rd, and the Fury Spiders really hurting what's going to be a low-scoring day for them. 28 seconds the time there, and let's have a look at the replay. You can see these ones go very quickly here. Tattoo Bola got through the first half pipe first. Ultimately, they weren't really seemingly in it that much. Although as you got down to 3 and then 4 and 5, things really tightened up. So an advancement for the Snow Wolves and Swiftblade as they'll advance into the semifinal. Here is Group B. The Janitors, the Vikings, Oris 1, and Lynx Rufus. Let's see what Oris 1 does. They're the last one out of the first half pipe. They're going to be the last one out of the third out of the second half pipe. However, here they go, down to the final half pipe. Oris 1 and Lynx Rufus going side by side. They are both through. They both advance. And the Lynx Roughest runs the fastest time at a 15.567. That happened in a hurry. Vikings take third, Janitors are fourth. But even with a fourth place finish for the Janitors, that was 6 seconds faster than our last place finisher from Group A. That was a whirlwind of an event there. And Oris 1 able to advance after Lynx Roughest picks up the win. And they are at the bottom of the course. You wondered if they were going to knock each other out. The answer was no. Pretty easy there for Oris 1 and Lynx Roughest to advance into semifinal A. So down to Group C now. This is where second place running Flush is, along with Savage Jackal, the Archangels, and the Speedy Hunters. And right now it's the Archangels in the lead, followed by Flush. They're both down to funnel number 3. Now it looks like a pass is made. That's Archangels and Flush. Here comes Flush. They're down to number 5. They're in the lead. Can they hold on? Who's going to get down first? Uh-oh, here comes everybody down to the final portion. Flush and Savage Jackal advance. The Archangels go into the 5th set of half pipes in the lead. They will come out third and will not transfer. Obviously a disappointing end for what was a pretty solid run by the Archangels, and they have really been full of disappointments for the majority of the season. They have an event win, an extreme surprise there. However, for the most part, it has been disappointment. As you see, there was the winning move by Flush and the transfer spot for the Savage Jackal. So they are in the semifinal B, and they will face the top 2 finishers of our final group. And we'll see, can the Steel Brothers, who have really, really struggled, can they finally get back out of the group stage? They're joined by the Trojans, the Blue Jackets, and Onyx. Right now it's Onyx and the Blue Jackets, joined now by everybody. And Onyx is going to come out of that one last. Everybody's down on to number 4. Now Onyx is in the lead alone in the 5th set of halfpipes, trying to get this win and do it without any kind of drama. Here come the Trojans. Now here comes the Blue Jackets and the Steel Brothers. Everybody through, and it will be Onyx, followed by the Steel Brothers. And the Trojans and the Blue Jackets going to make up the rear here, and they're going to have the slowest time, so they will not pick up any points. Wow, that's really disappointing coming off of a win. The Blue Jackets will score no points. The Steel Brothers finally advance again. It has been quite a while for them, as they had that lead and had a pretty big cushion in the championship overall point standings, but they gave all of that up. They've fallen out of the top 5. Into 5th, I should say, coming into this event. They will advance after Onyx wins the final group. So they're into semifinal B. Both of our top 2 advancing into the semifinals, which again for Flush continues to cause some problems because they are not picking up enough points. Trail by 5 coming in, picked up 2 points in our last event. Although they're down 5, and if they were to pick up 2 in each of the next 3 events, they would be the champion. Semifinal A, this includes Oris 1, along with Lynx Roughest, the Snow Wolves, and Swiftblade. They are off. And Oris 1 is still in the first set of half-pipes. Now all of a sudden they are making a big move. They're down to number 3. Down to 4 are Lynx Roughest and the Snow Wolves, trying to advance into the finale. They're down to the 5th funnel. Here we go, on to the final half-pipe. It's going to be Lynx Roughest getting the win. Transferring is the Snow Wolves. Oris 1 knocked out in the semifinal. They'll try to take 3rd place here. Get down as quickly as they can to gain as many points as they can, but the door is open for Flush. And it will be a 3rd place finish for Oris 1 with a time of 33.929. Keep an eye on that. They can finish no worse than 7th. Obviously, since they finished 3rd in this event. Swiftblade with the slowest time, a 35.047, but they were 15 seconds slower than either of the first 2. That was not close at all. Oris 1 had a lot of success the first time in the group stage, not so here. So they're knocked out in the semifinal, opening the door for Flush to continue to pick up points. They could end up in the lead. You never know what happens. Obviously, we'll see what happens here in semifinal B, and if they can at least get into the finale and really pick up some points and make it very interesting for the final two events. Here we go. Steel Brothers, Savage Jackal, Onyx, and Flush. Savage Jackal is third place in the standings right now. They're a little further behind, 18 points back right now, but if they could win an event maybe, really make it interesting. They're still in the first set of half pipes, though. It's Flush in the lead. Flush is down to number 4 along with Onyx. And they've got a pretty big lead. Nobody's in 3 yet. And down to 5 goes Flush. They are just inches away now from making their way to the finale. Onyx is in the final set as well. Here is Onyx to get the win. Flush will advance. And a huge, huge transfer there by Flush, as Savage Jackal will try to take third. And they will. The Steel Brothers finish 4th in this one, and they'll finish 7th and 8th, respectively, which means a 5th place finish for Oris 1. So we'll see how many points can Flush make up. They get the transfer there as we look at the replay. That wasn't close by any stretch. It was easily the top 2 and then the bottom 2. A pretty big gap in between seemingly there. And into the finale. Here we go. In event number 14. Could we get our first 3-time winner? Not Oris 1, but rather Flush. These are the 2 that have won 2 events. And have an opportunity to really do something big here. Snow Wolves, Flush, Onyx, Lynx, Rufus. What can Flush do to try to make up the lead? They are second as we make our way down quickly into the third set of half pipes there, and Onyx is all the way down to number 4 already. Onyx is all the way down to the 5th. They might run the fastest time. Yes, they will. Fastest time belongs to the champion, Onyx. Wow, what a move there. A 14.191. Here comes Snow Wolves. They're going to finish in second. Flush is trying to medal here and see if they can get through. Now here comes Lynx Rufus. It'll be Lynx Rufus that'll pick it up. And a disaster strikes for Flush in the finale. They'll take 4th, but it could have been a whole lot better than that. And if you are Oris 1, thank you very much. You've got to be saying to Onyx, the Snow Wolves, and Lynx Rufus. How about Onyx? That's an impressive run there. A 14.191. Wins it by over 8 seconds and wins it by nearly 20 seconds over the 4th place finisher Flush. That was absolute pure dominance by Onyx in the finale to take the win and the gold today. Impressive on so many facets there. As we'll have a look at the results with a quiet course behind us now. Onyx takes first, second to the Snow Wolves, third to Lynx Rufus, 4th is Flush. As we said, Oris 1 ends up in 5th, so just 1 point gained for Flush. It could have been a whole lot better. They could have gained 9 points and the lead if they had won that event. Instead, because they finished 4th, they get just 1 point on Oris 1. And so Oris 1 remains the championship leader. You look at the overall standings, it's down to a 4-point lead. It's now a 14-point lead over the Snow Wolves, who are in 3rd, Savage Jackal 4th, Steel Brothers are 5th. Onyx picks up their first win. They're in a 3-way tie for 10th after their first event win of the season. We are 14 events down with just 2 more to go. Congratulations to Lynx Rufus. They're in that 3-way tie, up to 102 points after a 3rd place finish. The Snow Wolves are into 3rd place after a 2nd place finish. But today, they all aspire to be Onyx. An impressive run in the finale. They run the fastest time, and they saved it for the final time. They get the win in event number 14 of the 2021 Marble Champions League, and it sets up just 4 points the difference in 2 more events as we get ready for the home stretch of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This has been a presentation of Marble Fubeca, and until next time, I'm Keanu Bittersaki. Thanks for watching. We are down to just 2 events to crown a champion in the 2021 Marble Champions League as we are back for event number 15.
Well, again, friends, I'm Keanu Bittersky. Glad to have you here as we are really coming down to the final push for a championship. You see on the left side of your screen the overall standings. It's really mostly a two-team race between Oris 1 and Flush. The Snow Wolves also within 14 points, 20 points back are the Savage Jackal in 4th, and the Steel Brothers have fallen all the way to 5th with 129 points. So really just a two-team race as of right now. Lots of things can change. As we saw earlier in the season, it seemed as though it was almost inevitable that the Steel Brothers were going to win the championship. Even though they hadn't even won an event, they were so dominant early on, they have severely fallen off. And so we're down to Oris 1 and Flush as the two main competitors as we get ready for today's event. Have a look at the trophy they'll compete for today, one step closer to a championship in this league. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 15 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is baseball. We should have a look at our course. A lot of the ways that you've seen many of these events go that involve different courts or fields that they're being played on. They'll go through a course, a typical marble course, onto the field. There it is right there. And they'll score either 8, 10, or 5 points, or maybe none at all if they're not able to score off that fidget spinner bat. Down to straightaway center field, going to get you the most points, 10, if you can hit it straightaway center. There are the groupings on your screen, as always. A, B, C, and D. Top 2 from each group will advance. Meanwhile, the bottom 2 will sort their way out through 9th through 16th. We'll start with Group A. Top 2 Bola, Onyx, Archangels, and Flush. Big one early on. Flush right now running in third. It doesn't really matter how you get down, just what you score. Got a couple of 8s there from Onyx, and I believe that was Tatu Bola. Nope, that was the Archangels who picked up 8. Flush does not score. Let's have a look at the replay. Flush knocked out early, and a big blow to their hopes. There's the score easily for Onyx, and there were the Archangels just off to the right of the left field opening was Flush. They are unable to score. They are knocked out in the group stage. And now Group B becomes a very important grouping, as Oris 1 is a part of that group. They can really separate themselves. They're along with the Janitors, the Sphery Spiders, and the Snow Wolves. Well, the Janitors taking a long time to get down. That might actually work in their advantage. They'll have maybe a little bit of field to play with. There's a score. Look like 8 for the Snow Wolves. There's 8 more for the Janitors. No score from Oris 1. They're knocked out, as are the Sphery Spiders. They don't score. Oris 1 with an opportunity to take a huge lead. If they're able to score some points, advance further in today's event, they failed to do so. They really never had a chance, as you see on the replay here. I'm surprised that the Janitors were even able to score, as it looked like there just wasn't a whole lot of momentum. There it was. Wow, man, just got it to knock in the left field opening. We've seen 4 scores, all of them into the left field spot for 8 points. So that is going to make it very interesting now as we go into the final event between these top 2. Oh, by the way, could we get maybe one of the next 2? 3rd and 4th place, could they get into this as we go into Group C with the Lynx Ruffus, the Blue Jackets, Swiftblade, and the Savage Jackal? They're one of them. That was a score, I believe, from Swiftblade. There's another score. I believe that was 10. Yep, Lynx Ruffus picked up 10. Swiftblade picks up an 8. Savage Jackal picked up 8, but they're eliminated off the timed tiebreaker. And the Blue Jackets unable to score. There's the 8 that's going to get Swiftblade in. There's the 10 to straightaway center for Lynx Ruffus. Blue Jackets didn't score, and there were the 8 points, but it was too late at that point based on the tiebreaker for Savage Jackal. They're eliminated and will not advance into the semifinal. In the Group D, the Vikings, Speedy Hunters, Steel Brothers, and Trojans. Could the Steel Brothers make a late gasp attempt at this? Looking for a score. I don't think we've gotten one yet. There was one. 5 points for the Trojans. They advance, as do the Speedy Hunters, and that's because they were the first team down. With a time of 7.783 over the 7.910 of the Steel Brothers. They're eliminated, as are the Vikings. So they can't do anything about it. Maybe the Janitors could have a chance to try to
get a little bit closer in this one. But a very interesting group stage knocks out a lot of big-name competitors as we move into the semifinals. Off they go, the Archangels, Onyx, Janitors, and Snow Wolves. First one down to the Janitors. There's 8 points. There's a 10. Gonna need some big scores. Instead, no score from the Archangels or Onyx. Snow Wolves put up 10. They get the win in the semifinal. And the transfer spot goes to the Janitors. So the Janitors got down in a hurry. They scored quickly. And wow, look at that. A ricochet off of Onyx puts in the 10 points for the Snow Wolves. That is huge and a killer for the Onyx as they will be eliminated in the semifinal round. It moves the Snow Wolves and Janitors into the finale. Semifinal B now. See what happens. First one down is going to be the Trojans. And our first score, looking for it. There's 8 points. And that's going to be it. Quickly, no one else scores, and the Trojans, by virtue of being the first to hit the field, they are advancing into the finale. Swiftblade scores the 8 points. Wow, look at that. That was in and out for 5 points for Swiftblade. Then they knocked it into left field for 8. So they scored twice, kind of, as they couldn't quite hold on to those 5 points down the right field line. Picked up 8 instead. Either way, any score was going to do it for them. And the Trojans were the first to hit the course, so they're able to advance as well based on the time tiebreaker. As we get to our finale. Going to try to shake it up here as we get late into the season. Just one more event after today. We'll see where everybody shakes out with that group staging as far as where they're placed, 9th through 16th. Will fit somewhere in there, but first we've got a champion to determine. Swiftblade, the Janitors, Snow Wolves, and Trojans. First one down is going to be Swiftblade. What late get for the Trojans there, as the Trojans picked up 8, as did the Janitors. The Janitors, as we'll see on the replay, win the gold with 8 points to left field. Let's have a look at it. First one down was Swiftblade, but they didn't score. Where's the game winner? There it is. Perfectly done off the left field foul area. Off the corner of this field. Perfectly placed. And actually, for that matter, the Trojans did the exact same thing. The problem is they did it 1.7 seconds later, and so they'll take home the silver. The bronze goes to Swiftblade based on the time tiebreaker, and the Trojans come away without a medal in 4th place. Congratulations to the Janitors. You can see their cheering section loving it here as they get the win. And we'll look at the event results for today. The full results, which will give us a little bit more clarity of what we're going to look at coming in. 4-point lead when we began the event. As it pops up, Oris 1 picked up 2 points. Flush picked up 3 points. They gain only 1 point. But it's a 3-point game going into the final week of the season, so this is going to be very, very close. The Janitors win it over the Trojans, Swiftblade, Snow Wolves, and Lynx Ruffus, the top 5 from today's overall standings. And now we're going to move into the total season standings. Here we go with one more to go. It's a 3-point lead. The Snow Wolves, with a big week, move within 4 points. It's a 3-team race for the championship. Oris 1 at 154, Flush at 151, the Snow Wolves at 150. It is tight as we go into event number 16, the final week of the season. And these teams certainly going to have some thinking to do. Congratulations to Swiftblade. They will take home 3rd place. The Trojans take home 2nd, but today everybody aspires to be the Janitors. They get the win in baseball here in today's event. Going to make them feel a little bit better about what's been an up and down season for them. And it is certainly going to be a very interesting final event of the season. The 2021 Marvel. 16 teams began. 15 events have been run, but yet it all comes down to this. As we welcome you to the finale of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bitterzuki. Glad to have you here for what will be ultimately a championship deciding run. You see the overall standings on the left side of your screen. Oris 1, Flush, and the Snow Wolves all within 4 points of each other as the top 3. Then 11 points back to the Savage Jackal. 3 more points back to the Janitors, 2 more points back to the Steel Brothers. Those are the 6 teams that are within 20 points of the leader coming into today's final event. We have seen a lot of ups and downs. We have seen a lot of momentum shifts. And maybe today we get yet another one, and we end up with possibly a surprise champion. No clear favorite, obviously, in the catbird seat is Oris 1 with a slight 3-point lead, but it really is anybody's game as we see the course for today's finale event, which is a 4-lap race. It's a long lap, so we're not going to just rush through today's event to crown a champion, but certainly going to be an exciting event. And again, you never know what's going to happen in the 2021 Marble Champions League, so we don't have any idea who's going to come out on top and come out as the victor. For the final time, the teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 16, the finale of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the lift run. Our course for today's event is a long, winding course involving everything from funnels to those switchback portions of the course, even to those climbing stairs there. You see the blue and white stairs will cause an interesting, different portion of the course that we've never seen before. That's down in Sector 3. It's a 3-sector course. And then there is the lift hill, which will bring you right back to the start, which is also the finish. You see there at that green flag, the first green flag on the left side, is where you set up for the start. It's also where you'll restart the next lap. So ultimately, that's our finish line as well. 4 laps to determine a champion, and we are off. Here we go. Let's see who grabs the quick lead. It's going to be Swiftblade in the lead, followed by the Steel Brothers and Onyx. Now in the lead of the Blue Jackets. They make their way down to the 3rd funnel very quickly. They're followed closely by the Janitors, it looks like. There's maybe Flush in there as well. That's the case. It's a crowded funnel there as they're looking to make their way through those 2 different areas with the funnels, or with the, the windmills as they make their way to the switchback portion of the course. It's a crowded course here. Right now it's the Janitors in the lead, followed by Swiftblade and the Speedy Hunters, and now the Speedy Hunters are stuck. They're going to get hit eventually. Let's see how much time it costs them. Doesn't look like it cost them a whole lot of time. It's the Janitors in the lead making their way up the stairs for the first time, followed by Swiftblade, the Trojans, the Sphery Spiders, and the Speedy Hunters, the top 10. Oris 1, your championship leader coming in, runs in 7th right now. And the Janitors, who came in, as we said, what it was, the 18 points, I believe, 18 points back. They're going to need a whole lot of help, but it's not impossible for them. Now it's the Speedy Hunters in the lead, followed by the Steel Brothers and the Trojans. The Janitors running 4th, the Sphery Spiders are 5th, Oris 1 still running back in 7th. Flush has moved their way up to 5th. They're now in a good spot championship-wise. And now they're all the way into the lead here in lap 2. Big run for them. Oris 1 has made their way onto the 2nd lap, but it's now Flush who's pulling ahead. They're the only one in that lone first blue funnel there. Let's see if they can pull. Not going to happen. Here comes Swiftblade. They're going to try to make a pass for the lead, and here come a couple more. That's the Steel Brothers and Lynx Rufus. Who gets out first? Here comes Oris 1. They're now into 5th. They're making themselves known in that blue funnel there. And now they are the first through that funnel. They're in the lead, followed by Swiftblade. Here come the Trojans, Lynx Rufus, and it's Lynx Rufus that comes out first. They're going to make their way down onto the portion that's going to lead us to the switchbacks. And right now it is Lynx Rufus ahead of the Janitors. Who's going to come out first? It's going to be the Steel Brothers. They're going to be followed by Lynx Rufus. The Janitors running 3rd. Now here come Oris 1. Can they get it done? Through that first orange funnel toward the lift hill here are the Steel Brothers. And here come a couple more. Right now it's the Steel Brothers in the lead. They're alone on that lift hill mechanism as they make their way into lap number 3. They've got the lone lead right now, trying to build an advantage here over Lynx Rufus. And the Janitors who just came through there, they are going to take over 2nd place. Now they might take over the lead. They're going to try to make the pass. And they may have gotten it done. We switched away from that camera momentarily to show you that Flush has moved into 3rd. 4th is the Lynx Rufus. Oris 1 is in a battle for a championship. They're running in 5th. It is close right now between Flush and the Lynx Rufus, and the Vikings have gotten a blue flag to get out of the way. They're moving awfully slow. They've been lapped. Well, that's certainly not what they wanted to see. And now a yellow flag is out for the Trojans. They are stuck on the course, and now they're going to be knocked back on. That could have been a big problem. Meanwhile, it's Lynx Rufus ahead of Steel Brothers. Oris 1 has moved into 3rd. Flush has dropped all the way back to 8th, but now Lynx Rufus is in trouble. They're going to get out of that issue there where they were stopped. They're still the leaders ahead of Steel Brothers. Oris 1 up there as well. Now here comes Flush. They're going to retake second place. Lynx Rufus again is stopped on the switchback portion of the course. Things are getting wild right now on lap number 3. It is Flush who may be in the lead, or maybe it's going to be Tatu Bola out of nowhere, followed by the Steel Brothers. Flush is in third. Oris 1 has dropped all the way back to 7th. It's just a 3-point lead, remember, coming in. Flush right now in position to be the championship winner. Now they're going to drop back to 4th. Things get a little more muddy. The Steel Brothers are now the leaders. They were the championship favorites almost the entire season. They have fallen back severely, and we are into the final lap. The Steel Brothers take the white flag, followed by the Blue Jackets. Lynx Rufus ahead of Tatu Bola. The Flush have dropped back a couple more spots. It's moving them out of the championship lead. Oris 1 running in 7th right now would be your champion. And they are running side by side along with the Snow Wolves. Those are the top 3, and they're all running very close. Now the Snow Wolves have jumped all the way up to 3rd. They're in advantage now. They're trying to make some passes. Tatu Bola just made a pass for the lead ahead of the Steel Brothers, followed by the Snow Wolves. Flush has moved up to 4th. Oris 1 stays steady in 7th place. Things are getting awfully tight as we've still got marbles making their way onto the final lap, but who really cares about them at this point? It's all about Tatu Bola in the lead for the win, but then also the Snow Wolves who may have just taken a pass for the lead. Yes, they did. Followed by the Steel Brothers. Tatu Bola is going to drop back to 3rd, and now the Steel Brothers are in the lead ahead of the Snow Wolves. Flush is in 5th. Now they're in 4th. Oris 1 stays in 7th, and the Snow Wolves are in 2nd. Things are getting awfully tight. The Steel Brothers still in the lead. Oris 1 has dropped off the top 8 leaderboard. They are in severe trouble of losing this one. The Sphery Spiders getting a blue flag there, telling them to move out of the way. It's a battle for the win, maybe a battle for a championship for the Snow Wolves. Right now the Steel Brothers in the lead. Now it's a 3-way race between the Blue Jackets, Snow Wolves, and Steel Brothers. Boy, things are getting insane at the end of this one. Coming across for the final time, it's the Blue Jackets that get the win. They're going to take the 20 points. Here come the Steel Brothers for 2nd. Flush is going to take 3rd away from the Snow Wolves. 15 points for them. The Snow Wolves pick up 12 points. The Janitors finish in 5th. It is all over. Flush is going to win the championship. Oris 1 finishes 5 points behind. They came in with just a 3-point advantage. They came back to finish in 6th after struggling and falling all the way off the top half leaderboard, but ultimately, it's not enough. Flush is going to pick up 15 points. Oris 1 gets just 10, and that's enough to get it done. Unbelievable by Flush. A back and forth race here in the lift run that really could have seen anything as we're waiting for these last few marbles to finish up. Coming across the line is Swiftblade and the Archangels, and now Savage Jackal in 11th, 12th, and 13th. And we're going to go ahead and close this one out. Boy, that is one heck of a finish. There are the official results. The winner is the Blue Jackets, who win yet again. They've done that multiple times this year. But the real winner today is Flush. They win the championship. We'll show the final overall results in a moment. And here they are. In a second now, they'll pop up on your screen and we'll get to see the official results. There they are. By 2 points, Flush is your champion of the 2021 Marble Champions League. 166. Oris 1 will finish 2nd at 164 points. The Snow Wolves are 3rd. The Steel Brothers are 4th. The Janitors run in 5th. Followed by Savage Jackal and the Blue Jackets, who won that event, finish in 7th overall for the championship series. Gonna go ahead and pull up the podium. Flush picks up enough points to take the lead after finishing 3rd. They get the bronze. The silver goes to the Steel Brothers. I normally would say that today they all aspire to be the Blue Jackets. However, today everybody really does aspire to be Flush. They get the championship win. Don't take anything away from the Blue Jackets, who definitely had an up and down season. They get the win to finish out this year, so congratulations to them and what they were able to do. But ultimately, it's Flush that gets the victory.
party is on for the green and black and their fans. Well, as we've said, this entire season have done a fantastic job of packing the house. They do it once again today. There is the specific cheering section for Flush, and I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of cheers throughout the entire crowd. Those that were rooting specifically for the team in green and black, those that were rooting just for a great round of racing. We certainly saw that today. A lot of back and forth, and like we said, anything can happen. Ultimately, it is one of the top three that gets it done. And they get it done with a bronze finish in the event. What a run for Flush. They get the third place finish today, but they get the big prize. They are the 2021 Marble Champions League champions. Thanks for watching. Until next time, I'm Keanu Bittersicki, and you've been watching a presentation of Marble Fubeca.
Hello, Marble Sports fans, and welcome to the Marble Circuits 2022. I'm Jeremiah, and I'm here to welcome you to the qualifying for the Melbourne Grand Prix. In this season, we will have 12 marbles competing in 8 races, all striving to be crowned champion. You may notice that some of these marbles have changed color this season. This is to make for an easier distinction between marbles and to make for a better viewer experience. All of these marbles have been training hard for this season and are ready for race 1. But before you can race, you must qualify. The format for the qualifying of this season has been changed to allow for better racing. There will be 3 qualifying sessions, starting with Q1, which will have all 12 marbles racing in a 2-lap race, with the last 3 marbles being eliminated, not making it to the next round, and the position in which they finish will determine their starting order for the race. Q2 will be exactly the same as Q1, except for there will only be 9 marbles, as 3 marbles have been eliminated. Q3 will be a 4-lap race with the remaining 6 marbles, and the order in which they finish will be the starting order for the top 6 marbles in the starting grid of race 1. The people of Melbourne have put together an amazing track to be the host of the race 1 of the Marble Circuits 2022. Some of the features of this track are the drag reduction zone, as well as the booster and a long straight. The grandstands are full, awaiting the qualifying of the Melbourne Grand Prix. It's a hot summer day here in Australia. Hopefully that doesn't take a toll on any of these marbles for this qualifying. And now, the marbles are in the blocks. And away we go for the qualifying of the Melbourne Grand Prix. Up the booster for the first time, and it is Night Rivers in the lead, followed by Loose Wheel and Arrow Frog. As we go down this U-turn for the first time, a Loose Wheel has now taken first place from Night Rivers, being followed by Arrow Frog, but Loose Wheel has a trouble on that wall. Now Night Rivers is in first place, being followed by Arrow Frog and Big Dogs. Now for the second lap, which is the final lap. This is a mad dash. Arrow Frog takes the lead by storm. An amazing move by Arrow Frog, with Night Rivers now still in second, being followed by Pink Pearl. But right now, all you want to watch is the bottom 3 marbles, because they are going to be eliminated in this race. And Arrow Frog will be your champion of Q1, but the marbles that will be eliminated are Fast Cupids, Momonas, and Black Pirates. So Black Pirates will be starting last in the starting grid, with Momonas in 11th and Fast Cupids in 10th place. And now, for Q2, Sea Turtles, Peppers, and Sparky are on the chopping block, and we're off. Up the boost for the first time, and Big Dog slows tremendously. He is way back in the pack, almost guaranteed elimination, with Gold Piston in first place. Peppers is in second, with Arrow Frog in third place, being followed by Night Rivers. Sea Turtles and Loose Wheel are fighting to get out of this elimination zone as we enter the final lap. Pink Pearl fighting to stay in the top 6, with the Sea Turtles trying to catch back up, and Gold Piston is still in the lead. A hit from Arrow Frog to the back, which slows Arrow Frog down, letting Peppers pass him, now putting some pressure on Gold Piston, and passes for first place. with Sparky now in third. Loose Wheel coming up on Pink Pearl. If he can pass her by the end of the lap, he will not be eliminated. It's a race to the line, but Pink Pearl is able to stay in the top 6. Loose Wheel ending up getting 7th with Big Dog in 8th and Sea Turtle in 9th. This will be the starting order for these 3 marbles in the starting grid for race 1. We are down to 6 marbles for the start of Q3. This will be a 4-lap race, which will determine the starting order for the top 6 marbles. Marbles are in the blocks, and away we go. Arrow Frog having a slow start up the booster for the first time, and it is Peppers in the lead, but is overtaken by Sparky with a quick pass through the drag reduction zone. Peppers now in second with Pink Pearl in third place, being followed by Night Rivers, with Gold Piston in 5th place with Arrow Frog in 6th. Down the back straight starting the second lap. Peppers trying to catch up to Sparky, but now facing pressure from Night Rivers, who has overtaken Pink Pearl, who has fallen down to 5th, and Peppers takes first place from Sparky. Sparky trying to take it back, but a good move by Peppers, not letting Sparky pass, with Night Rivers still trying to catch up, with Arrow Frog in 4th place, now pressuring Night Rivers through these turns for the starting of the 3rd lap. Peppers is in 1st place with Sparky in 2nd, Night Rivers in 3rd place, Arrow Frog 4th, Pink Pearl is in 5th, and Gold Piston is in 5th place. Sparky coming up on Peppers now. Night Rivers gives a bump to Sparky, who's now pressuring Peppers. All Peppers has to do is stay in the lead for a little bit more than a lap, and he will be the winner of this qualifying. But Sparky is not making that easy, as he almost passes Peppers. Very close, 0.004 seconds behind in the line. But Peppers is able to retain first place, and a hit to Night Rivers from behind from Arrow Frog, giving Night Rivers some momentum. Now trying to catch up to Sparky, who takes first place from Peppers in the final lap. Peppers is in 2nd, trying to take back the lead, and he does. And it's a race to the finish. Who will take it? And it is Sparky, who will be the champion of this qualifying, with Peppers in 2nd, Arrow Frog is in 3rd, Night Rivers in 4th, with Pink Pearl in 5th, Gold Piston is in 6th. An amazing finish for Sparky, overtaking Peppers in the last lap, 0.122 seconds ahead of Peppers, which is definitely a close finish with Arrow Frog in 3rd place. And now, for the start of the Melbourne Grand Prix. The marbles are ready, the lights are on, and away we go, with Peppers taking the lead right at the beginning of the race. He is back in the lead after losing it in the qualifying, but loses it to Gold Piston as they go up the booster for the first time, and now it is Big Dog in the lead. He started in 8th place and now is overtaken by Pink Pearl, and Sparky and Peppers are falling down the order. Big Dog trying to catch up to Pink Pearl, with Night Rivers in 3rd place as they go down the back straight. Pink Pearl, the previous champion, is trying to get a good start to this season. Could she have been holding back in the qualifying to trick the marbles into thinking that she has lost her edge as they go through the drag reduction zone? Gold Piston is now in 3rd place, trying to overtake Big Dog, who is still trying to catch up to Pink Pearl at this moment. He seems to be drafting Pink Pearl through these corners, and he takes first place in the 3rd lap. Pink Pearl is trying to take it back, but is surpassed by Gold Piston as they go up the booster. Gold Piston trying to catch up to Big Dog, who is extending himself from the rest of the field at this point and doing a good job at it. Night Rivers has now taken 2nd place, being followed by Gold Piston and now Fast Q Pins, who is trying to overtake for the podium. But Gold Piston and Night Rivers are going to make that hard. Or so it seemed. Fast Q Pins has taken 3rd and 2nd place, with Big Dogs nowhere to be seen. Night Rivers now taking the 2nd place. Great move by Night Rivers through the booster. We have been seeing a lot of these moves through the booster as he takes first place there. Big Dogs falling down to 2nd. A lot of these moves through the booster have been very beneficial to these marbles, a new element of marble racing that we have not seen before. Gold Piston now back in 3rd place, trying to catch up to Big Dog, as he does right there, trying to draft him, but it is not working out. Big Dog able to stay ahead, with Night Rivers extending himself from the rest of the field, and now Mamonas is in 4th place, being followed by Pink Pearl in 5th place. Gold Piston trying to pass Big Dogs here, but isn't able to do it as they go up the booster. Gold Piston is able to pass Big Dogs, and Big Dogs take second place and first place as the other two marbles take the drag reduction zone. A bad move by Night Rivers and Gold Piston. Big Dogs is now back in the lead. We are now starting the 7th lap as they go down the back straight. Gold Piston losing some ground on Night Rivers as he's trying to catch up to Big Dog, and he does right there, passing Big Dog, but Big Dog passes him back. A fight for the first place as Gold Piston has now taken second, trying to catch up to Big Dog. Big Dog seeing some fighting going on behind him, just trying to stay ahead of these two marbles to stay out of any trouble and make it as easy as possible for him to retain the lead. But Gold Piston is trying to make that hard as he gives a bump to the back on Big Dog. Big Dog getting a little bit of momentum from that. Night Rivers still in 3rd place with Arrow Frog now in 4th place, catching back up after a not so good race so far with Black Pirates in 5th place. He started in the last place on the starting grid, now in 5th place, trying to come and take 4th. A great move by Black Pirates, now is in 4th place. Big Dog still facing some pressure from Gold Piston up in the front with Arrow Frog in 3rd place. And Gold Piston has a bump on the chicane there, and so does Arrow Frog. We've had an accident on the track. Arrow Frog is losing ground. The Arrow Frog fans are weeping. The tweets are tweeting at the downfall of Arrow Frog. Gold Piston able to retain his podium spot so far, dealing with the damage that he got from this accident, with Big Dog still in the lead, being followed by Night Rivers. Arrow Frog and Night Rivers pretty far ahead from Gold Piston, who is yet farther ahead from the rest of the field. Arrow Frog a whole 1.5 seconds in front of Gold Piston. This is an incredible lead. He has a bump off the wall there, and Night Rivers takes the lead from Big Dogs. Also take a look at Peppers and Sparky. Peppers is in last place, starting in 2nd place. He is definitely not having a good race, with Sparky down in 8th, right in front of Arrow Frog, but Arrow Frog is able to take it back, now in 7th place, dealing with the damage of this accident. Night Rivers trying to fend off Big Dogs, but is unsuccessful. Big Dogs is now in the lead, with Gold Piston and Black Pirates in the mix. Night Rivers trying to fend off Gold Piston, who doesn't seem to be too affected by the damage at this point, as he takes 2nd place and now was drafting Big Dogs, but has a bump off the wall there, now being drafted by Night Rivers. And now gets a boost of speed through the booster, hitting on Big Dogs, and Big Dogs is able to... What happened there? A shove from Night Rivers, pushing Gold Piston to the top of the chicane. Is that even legal? Night Rivers definitely benefiting from this move. Definitely a questionable move though, as he is now trying to catch up to Big Dog. With Gold Piston in 3rd place, Sparky is now back up in 4th place, fighting with Arrow Frog, who is back up in 5th place, trying to redeem himself in this race. We are on lap 14, 2 laps to go. Big Dog's in 1st place, with Night Rivers in 2nd, with Gold Piston in 3rd place, drafting Night Rivers here as we start the 15th lap. And a bump from Night Rivers to the behind of Big Dogs as they go up the booster. Gold Piston now pressuring Night Rivers through the drag reduction zone, and another move from Night Rivers to Big Dogs onto the edge of the chicane. Some rough play from Night Rivers in this race. He really wants to take the overall win. With Gold Piston now taking 2nd place from Night Rivers on the start of the final lap. Big Dogs is in 1st place. Gold Piston is in 2nd. Night Rivers is in 3rd place. Arrow Frog is back up in 4th place. Big Dogs facing some pressure from Night Rivers. All he has to do is stay in the lead for the remainder of the lap, and he will be champion of the Melbourne Grand Prix. As he goes around the final couple of corners, he can see the fans, he can see the line, and Big Dogs will be your champion of the Melbourne Grand Prix, with Night Rivers in 2nd and Gold Piston is in 3rd place. A respectable finish for Arrow Frog in 4th place, being involved in that accident with Gold Piston. Both respectable finishes for those two marbles. What an amazing race. The fans are cheering, even the Arrow Frog fans, for the results of this race. Definitely an action-packed race, with the efforts that Big Dog put into the off-season paying off, being crowned champion.
Congratulations. You were very fast today and dominated the circuit. Yeah! That was amazing, guys. I couldn't have done it without you.
Big Dog's very excited for his first win in Marble Circuit's history. Definitely an amazing accomplishment, especially considering the fact that he started way back in 8th place. As we look at some of these replays here, the replay of the start of the race, Peppers taking the lead from Sparky in the first second of the race. Is there a rivalry developing between these two marbles? We'll have to wait and see. Some great moves here right in the first turn. Sparky losing a good 5 places right in the first turn of this race, with Gold Piston coming in at first. But ultimately it was Big Dog who came out in the lead. He did have trouble holding the lead for the entirety of the race, but he was able to keep it at the end. Night Rivers putting on a good showing, as well as Gold Piston in this race, both getting on the podium. This is one of the few replays of Fast Q Pins in this race. You didn't see much of him in this race, but he did have 1 or 2 good moves in the front of the field. Night Rivers, though, battling Big Dog for the entirety of the race, as well as Gold Piston. All these 3 marbles were jostling for position the entire race. Gold Piston not being in the lead very much, with Big Dogs and Night Rivers keeping that spot. And here's the accident with Gold Piston and Arrow Frog. Gold Piston getting stuck on the track, not even moving for a couple seconds. And then Arrow Frog comes in with too much speed, not able to slow down in time before he crashes into Gold Piston, making him fall down a lot of places. He was able to come back up and get 4th place. Definitely an accomplishment, as well as for Gold Piston having this accident, gaining some damage in this race. Couple rough moves from Night Rivers in this race, pushing Gold Piston as well as Big Dogs onto the top of the chicane to gain some speed, as well as to slow those 2 marbles down. Some rough play, but ultimately it did work out with him getting 2nd place. Here's a cool trackside view of the marbles, a view that only VIP marbles get to see. It's definitely a cool view. And here are the full results for the Melbourne Grand Prix. Big Dog's getting 25 points plus 1 point for having the fastest lap of this race. If you get the fastest lap of the race, you will be getting a bonus 1 point in this season. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe, and stay tuned for race 2 of the Marble Circuits 2022. And of course, congratulations to our 3 podium finishers. Big Dogs for getting 1st place, Night Rivers in 2nd, and Gold Piston in 3rd place. I'm Jeremiah, signing off, and until next time, this has been Fubeca's Marble Runs. Welcome back, race fans, to the Marble Circuits 2022. I'm Jeremiah, and I'm here to welcome you to the qualifying for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Last time, Sparky stole the lead in the last lap of Q3, sealing his position at the start of the starting gate for race 1. Will he be able to do it again in this qualifying, or will Peppers be able to take some revenge? The Bahrain Grand Prix is a very winding track with not much time to gain speed before you have to go into the next turn. This will definitely be a challenge for some of the marbles who are better at long straights with fewer turns. We'll have to see how they perform in this race. Black Pirates, Mamonas, and Fast Q Pins had a rough qualifying last race, being the first 3 marbles to be eliminated in this new format. Hopefully they'll be able to do better in this qualifying. After the accident last race, Gold Piston and Arrow Frog have been repaired, getting some slight damage, but nothing major that can't be fixed. Hopefully we won't have any more dangerous crashes in this season. Big Dog sits atop of the standings with 26 points, getting the fastest lap last race, giving him another extra point, with Night Rivers in 2nd and Gold Piston in 3rd. And now, for Q1, the marbles on the blocks. And away we go for the qualifying of the Bahrain Grand Prix. Up the booster, and it is Peppers in the lead, being followed by Night Rivers and Gold Piston through these U-turns for the first time. Night Rivers takes 1st place from Peppers, with Gold Piston pressuring Peppers right now, but succumbs to Fast Q Pins, who is now in 3rd place, trying to catch up to Peppers and Night Rivers as we start the final lap. And Peppers takes 1st place, and Fast Q Pins is now in 1st place. Night Rivers falls down to 3rd. A great mistake by Night Rivers, falling down the order. Momonas, Pink Pearl, and Black Pirates are in the elimination zone trying to do all they can to get out of this zone before the end of the lap, but it's not going to happen for Black Pirates, that's for sure, but Momonas and Pink Pearl may have a chance. Peppers takes the win at the last second, and Momonas gets out of the elimination zone, eliminating Sparky. Last race's pole sitter, he will be eliminated in this qualifying. What a humiliation for him, with Pink Pearl also being eliminated and Black Pirates. And now, for Q2, the marbles are in the blocks, and away we go for Q2. Up the booster for the first time, and it is Night Rivers out in the lead with Vascu Pins and Gold Piston on his tail. Sea Turtles is in 4th place being pressured by Arrow Frog, with Vascu Pins still trying to catch up to Night Rivers, but Night Rivers has a great boost of speed there, and now he's over a second ahead in front of Vascu Pins. And Arrow Frog is trying to catch up to Vascu Pins and take 2nd place, and 1st place from Night Rivers through the booster. Great move for Arrow Frog, but Night Rivers is now in 2nd place with Gold Piston is in 3rd. Sea Turtles just getting out of the elimination zone, putting Peppers in the spot, with Loose Wheel and Momonas sharing this elimination zone. Frantic to get out of the zone, but it won't happen. Loose Wheel, Peppers, and Momonas will be eliminated in Q2. Loose Wheel will start on 7th on the starting gate, with Peppers starting in 8th, and Momonas will start in 9th. Now we have the last 6 marbles to compete for the top 6 spots in a 4-lap qualifying race. Arrow Frog sits on the top with Gold Piston in 2nd, Night Rivers in 3rd place. Vascu Pins is the only marble that has made it this far and was eliminated in the first elimination of the qualifying for race 1, which is definitely better than last time. And now for Q3. And we're off with Big Dogs taking the lead right at the last second. Now Vascu Pins is in the lead, being eliminated in the first qualifying. Now he is in the lead with Big Dogs in 2nd. Sea Turtles is in 3rd place, trying to fend off Gold Piston as they go through this U-turn. And Gold Piston takes 3rd place from Sea Turtles. Big Dogs still trying to catch up to Vascu Pins, who takes the drag reduction zone, but is able to retain the lead, with Big Dogs still trying to get on his tail. Sea Turtles has taken back 3rd place as they go through these U-turns once again. Gold Piston trying to catch up to Sea Turtles with Arrow Frog on his tail, and Night Rivers is trailing behind. And Gold Piston takes 2nd place from Sea Turtles, and Big Dogs takes the lead from Vascu Pins, who takes the drag reduction zone as they go up the booster. Big Dogs is back in 1st place. Is Big Dogs being a little bit too overconfident taking the lead in this race after winning last race, or is he just being an excellent racer? Vascu Pins takes 1st place in lap 3, and Big Dogs takes it right back. Some aggressive racing from Big Dogs, and he takes the drag reduction zone, which helps him gain some speed as they go up the booster. This is the final lap. Big Dogs is in 1st place, being followed by Vascu Pins and Sea Turtles, with Night Rivers putting some pressure on Sea Turtles trying to take that podium spot, but Sea Turtles is fending him off. Big Dog is still in the lead, and he will be champion of Q3 of the Bahrain Grand Prix, with Vascu Pins in 2nd, Sea Turtles in 3rd place. Big Dogs will be the pole sitter for this race, with Vascu Pins in 2nd. Definitely some exciting racing in this qualifying. Starting with Q1, Sparky getting eliminated, being the pole sitter from last race. What happened in this Q1? He just did not get a good start to this race, and these qualifyings are very short, only 2 laps. There's not much time to make it up. Peppers, though, taking the lead at the last second, being the pole sitter for the Q1. Definitely a good achievement, but he was eliminated in Q2. Also, Black Pirates was eliminated in last place in Q1, just the same as the Q1 from last qualifying. He is not doing well with this new format. Arrow Frog and Gold Piston were both able to make it to Q3 after the accident in race 1. Their damage has definitely been fixed and they are back on their optimal performance. Definitely good for them. Vascu Pins getting 2nd in the overall qualifying, which is definitely better than his last qualifying. We wish him a good race, as well as Big Dog starting in pole position. Definitely will be good for him. We wish all the best to him as well, with Sea Turtles getting 3rd place. We'll have to watch out for Big Dogs and Vascu Pins in this race, as well as for Sparky and Peppers. Will they be able to catch up after this disappointing qualifying? Pink Pearl having a rough season so far, being in 9th place in race 1. She'll have to do better if she wants to keep her reputation. It's going to be hard. Here are the full qualifying results, with Big Dogs in first place being the fastest marble, with Fast Scoop Pins in second and Sea Turtles in third place. Sparky falling down to 10th place. Definitely a not good qualifying for him. Hopefully he'll be able to catch up in this race. If you like this video, welcome back race fans to the Marble Circuits 2022. I'm Jeremiah and I'm here to welcome you to the Bahrain Grand Prix. Big Dog sits on the pole position after winning the qualifying a few days ago. Being champion of last race, he is trying to make it as easy as possible to take another win. At the back of the starting gate, you have an interesting group of marbles, Black Pirates, getting last place in both of the qualifyings of this season. He's definitely having a hard time with this new qualifying format. And then you have Pink Pearl, last season's overall champion, in 11th place. She's having a hard time with these qualifyings as well. And then you have Sparky, race 1 champion. He was put into the elimination zone by Mamonas in the last lap of Q1, which is definitely a hard hit for him, with Mamonas getting eliminated in Q2, not making it any farther than 9th. Arrow Frog and Gold Piston sit right next to each other on the starting grid. Rumor has it that they're actually becoming friends after the accident in last race. The Bahrain Grand Prix is a unique track with a very steep booster and a lot of U-turns in succession, with not much time to gain speed as we saw in the qualifying, but there are a lot of places that can be used as an overtaking point. As we look at the top-down view, you can really see what type of environment that these marbles have to be going through in this race. Nerves are building, especially for Big Dogs, who sits on pole position. He is under a lot of pressure to perform well in this race to keep the overall lead. But Knight Rivers is sitting in 4th. He is in 2nd in the overall standings. He wants to come and take the lead from Big Dogs. Here are the full results of the qualifying from a couple days ago. Big Dogs on pole position, followed by Fast Scoop Pins, Sea Turtles, Knight Rivers, and Arrow Frog, who will finish off your top 5. Just to let everyone know, race 3 of the Marble Circuits will not be coming out next weekend. It will be coming out the weekend after that. And now, for race 2 of the Marble Circuits 2022. The lights are on. And away we go. Fast Scoop Pins takes lead right at the beginning of the race, but Big Dogs takes it back, and they go through the drag reduction zone, losing a lot of speed. And now Peppers is in first place, being followed by Knight Rivers and Mamonas as we go through these turns for the first time. Pink Pearl is trailing behind in 12th place, with Loose Wheel in 11th. Big Dogs has fallen down to 7th, with Fast Scoop Pins in 8th place. The drag reduction zone spelling disaster for these two marbles. Peppers is extending his lead, being followed by Mamonas and Knight Rivers, who is trying to catch up at this point. A lot of contact right before the booster, and Knight Rivers comes out on top, with Mamonas in 2nd. Sea Turtles is in 3rd place, and Peppers has fallen down to 4th, with Knight Rivers now trying to extend his lead. Mamonas still in 2nd place, trying to catch up to Knight Rivers, but is having a hard time doing it as Knight Rivers is extending himself from the rest of the field. Sea Turtles has taken 2nd place, but Mamonas takes it right back, and he takes 1st place from Knight Rivers, and Sea Turtles takes 1st place right before the booster. Knight Rivers has fallen down to 4th, with Arrow Frog now in 3rd place. Sea Turtles extending himself from Mamonas here. Mamonas is the 2nd place champion right now, not getting in 1st place for very long. And Knight Rivers has now taken 2nd place, drafting Sea Turtles, but Sea Turtles is able to get ahead. Mamonas taking 2nd place briefly from Knight Rivers, but enters the drag reduction zone, allowing Knight Rivers to take the 2nd spot. Arrow Frog is pressuring Mamonas for 3rd place at this point, being followed by, who would have guessed, Gold Piston. They are really becoming buds in this race. Mamonas trying to catch up to Sea Turtle at this point, but Sea Turtles is able to pass and take 1st place from Knight Rivers, and takes the fast side of the drag reduction zone, with the other 3 marbles taking the other side, allowing him to get a big lead. Knight Rivers is now in 2nd place, being followed by Arrow Frog. Mamonas is now in 4th place, trying to catch up to Arrow Frog at this point. Sea Turtles trying to stay ahead of Knight Rivers as we go into the 6th lap. Knight Rivers trying to catch up, and he goes through the drag reduction zone, but is able to keep momentum. A good move by Knight Rivers. Sea Turtles has a good lead right now, and Gold Piston is now in 3rd place, being followed by Arrow Frog, with Mamonas now in 5th place. Big Dogs and Fast Two Pins are in the last two spot. What happened to these two marbles in this race? They were the top two pole sitters of the starting of the race. Something is definitely wrong with their strategy in this race. Night Rivers has taken back pole position from Sea Turtles. These two marbles are definitely fighting for the pole position in this race, being followed by Arrow Frog and Gold Piston. They're all in single file around these turns. Night Rivers sees these three marbles behind him, does not like what he is seeing. Arrow Frog trying to take second place from Sea Turtles and is able to do it. Sea Turtles and Gold Piston take the drag reduction zone. Now Arrow Frog is in second, trying to catch up to Night Rivers. As he is right now, Momonas has now taken back third place, and Arrow Frog takes first place from Night Rivers. As they go through these U-turns, Night Rivers has lost a lot of momentum. Black Pirates is now in third place, starting in the back of the field in 12th place. He is definitely a comeback king. He did this last race, but if you remember, he got up to the top of the field in the middle of the race and then fell back down and finished in 11th. We'll have to keep an eye on him in this race to see if he is able to stay up in the top of the pack or if he's going to fall back down like he did last race. Peppers is now back up in 5th place with Gold Piston in 6th. Arrow Frog extending his lead from Night Rivers. They both take the right side of the drag reduction zone. Momonas taking 3rd place from Black Pirates, but Black Pirates is able to take it back. Arrow Frog a good 3 seconds ahead of Black Pirates with Night Rivers close behind. Black Pirates needs to try to close this gap if he wants to get any higher up in the standings, but you have to watch out for Night Rivers and Arrow Frog, two fierce competitors. As Night Rivers takes first place from Arrow Frog there, they both take the drag reduction zone, making them lose a lot of momentum. Black Pirates has an opportunity to catch back up, but where is he? He is back in 6th place. He's falling down the order just like last race. What is happening to Black Pirates in this race? Gold Piston is now in 3rd place, trying to catch up to Arrow Frog, who is having a hard time just trying to keep up with Night Rivers at this point, and going through the drag reduction zone is not going to help him that much. Night Rivers now has a huge lead, with Momonas now taking 3rd place from Gold Piston, trying to catch up to Arrow Frog. Black Pirates is now in 7th. Big Dogs and Fast Two Pins are still at the bottom of the standings. This is a terrible race for them. Big Dog's most likely going to lose his lead in the overall standings if he does not make it up by the end of this race. Night Rivers still in the lead, being followed by Arrow Frog and Momonas. Gold Piston trying to pass Momonas for 3rd, but Gold Piston is able to hold him off at this point. With Loose Wheel now in 5th place, haven't seen him much in this season so far. Good for him being in the top 5. Can he climb higher in this race? Gold Piston does not want that to happen. He's defending himself from Loose Wheel at this point. Night Rivers still in the lead, being followed by Arrow Frog still. And Loose Wheel takes 4th place from Gold Piston. He is climbing up the ranks. Hopefully he'll be able to do better in this season. Maybe he just had a rough start last race. Trying to catch up to Momonas now, but it's going to be hard to do it as these top 4 marbles are very spaced out at this point. Each of these marbles are over a second apart from each other in this top 4. Who will be the first to make a crucial mistake and break this balance? And a hit to Loose Wheel from Pink Pearl through the booster. An aggressive move by Pink Pearl, actually giving Loose Wheel some momentum. Maybe he'll be able to use this momentum to catch up to Momonas and take 3rd place. He is slowly catching up to Momonas at this point. Momonas takes the drag reduction zone, but it looks like Loose Wheel does as well. Arrow Frog is now catching up to Night Rivers. They are neck and neck. Night Rivers does not like this, and now has gained some more space. Loose Wheel has caught up to Momonas. Now he's trying to pressure for 3rd place, with Momonas just trying to keep his ground at this point. Night Rivers doing a fantastic job in this race, holding lead by far for a very long time. Arrow Frog now pressuring him, and he takes 1st place from Night Rivers, just as I was saying how good Night Rivers was doing. Night Rivers is furious right now, trying to take back the lead from Arrow Frog. Arrow Frog having a great time, but he can't have too much fun, or else he might make a mistake. He has to fend off Night Rivers, who is furious and just wants to get back in the lead. They both take the drag reduction zone, and a bump by Night Rivers, actually using it to his advantage. Night Rivers is now back in 1st place. We have 2 laps to go. We are in lap 18. Momonas and Loose Wheel still fighting for 3rd place. Loose Wheel a great deal behind Momonas at this point though. Night Rivers and Arrow Frog very far ahead of Momonas. As we start the final lap, Arrow Frog takes the lead in the final lap from Night Rivers. Where is Night Rivers? He is falling down to 2nd. Arrow Frog using a surprise tactic. Can he keep the lead for the remainder of the race? This would be a steal of a race if he can. Knight Rivers just trying to do all he can to get back in the lead, but it's not looking like it's going to happen. And Arrow Frog will be your champion of the Bahrain Grand Prix. Knight Rivers coming in at second, and a surprise Pink Pearl in third place, dethroning Mamonas and Loose Wheel. An amazing race today with a steal of a win from Arrow Frog. Big Dog's ending up in 7th, starting in pole position. Not a very good race for him, but better than Fast Cupid's ending up in 12th, starting in 2nd place. A better race for Pink Pearl ending up in 3rd place. Maybe she's finally got her bearings.
Wow, you made a sensational race with beautiful overtaking. Congratulations on your first victory at the Marble Circuits 2022.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm very happy now. I didn't expect to have such a special weekend. Thank you to the whole team.
Arrow Frog sounding very excited after such a steal of a win. We'll definitely have to take a look at that in these replays. Big Dog's having a terrible race, as well as Fast Cupid's, both ending up in the bottom of the standings, with Fast Cupid's ending up in last, starting in 2nd place. What happened in this race? He did try to overtake for the lead right at the beginning of the race, possibly messing up his overall strategy. Both of the top 2 marbles ended up going to the drag reduction zone, putting them in the back of the pack, possibly causing them the overall win of this race. Just goes to show you how important the start of the race is. You have to make sure not to be too aggressive, or else you might make a mistake letting other marbles pass you right at the beginning of the race, forcing you to deal with major consequences. Knight Rivers doing a fantastic job today, being in the lead unchallenged for most of the race, right up until the last lap. You have to remember that you have to stay focused all the way into the last lap, even if it looks like there's no possible way that you could lose this race. Because if you lose your focus, all is lost, and you will probably lose the race, in this case, to Arrow Frog, who did not lose his focus and was able to take advantage of the mistake that Knight Rivers made and steal the win. Mamonas also having a good race today, staying in the top 3 for most of the race, but was eventually dethroned by Pink Pearl, who took 3rd place in the last lap. This is another show of loss of focus for some of these marbles who were alone so long in the race that they kind of forgot that they were racing. The peace and quiet of dominating the race up in the front can be distracting, and you have to keep your edge, or else you won't be able to stay in the lead for very long, as we saw for Knight Rivers and Mamonas. Knight Rivers did end up getting the fastest lap in this race on the 2nd lap of the race, and from that point on, he was for the most part in the lead. Here is the point where Arrow Frog takes the lead in the last lap. It looks like Knight Rivers went up on the chicane, making his turn radius longer, which ultimately allowed Arrow Frog to take the lead. It's wins like these that keep these marbles going. Definitely an amazing race here at Bahrain. Here are the full race results, with Arrow Frog in 1st place, Knight Rivers in 2nd, Pink Pearl is in 3rd place. Pink Pearl had the highest number of gained spots compared to her starting position. Fast Cupid's having the highest number of lost spots, having 10 lost spots, starting in 2nd, finishing in last. And here are the full standings. Arrow Frog in 1st place, being followed by Knight Rivers and Big Dogs. Big Dogs being dethroned, having 30 points, with the top 2 marbles being tied for 1st with 37. Ties are broken by the number of victories the marbles have. In this case, will be Arrow Frog. Congratulations to Arrow Frog for getting 1st place, Knight Rivers in 2nd, and Pink Pearl in 3rd place. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe, and stay tuned for Race 3.
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription.
Hello, Marble Sports fans. We are back. I'm Jeremiah, here to welcome you to the qualifying for the Shanghai Grand Prix. News has surfaced that Black Pirates has fired his coach and pit crew after 2 devastating races and qualifyings. He got last place in both of the previous qualifyings, and in the actual races, he would get up in the top of the field in the middle of the race, and then he would fall back down to the bottom in both races. He has definitely had a hard time in this season. We wish all the best to him in this race with a fresh pit crew and coach. we'll have to see how he does in this race. As we take a look at the track here, this is a very different track compared to the one in Bahrain. It's a lot more long straights for marbles to gain speed in, and also has a very sharp corner that we have not seen yet in this season. Will definitely be a challenge for some of these marbles in this race. You can see Black Pirate's coach giving him some last-minute pointers for this qualifying, which has definitely been a big change for a lot of these marbles in this season. Some marbles thriving in it, and some marbles not. Here are the full standings. Arrow Frog sits in first place, 37 points. Night Rivers is in second, with Big Dogs in third place. Night Rivers has gotten second twice in a row. Maybe this race will finally be his time. And now, the marbles are in the blocks. And away we go for Q1 of the Shanghai Grand Prix. Up the booster for the first time, and it is Night Rivers in the lead with Gold Piston in second. Black Pirates is in third place, now is in second. He is thriving in this first lap. He is now in first place, doing a tremendous job at this point. Is his new crew helping him out in this race? We'll have to wait and see, because it is stamina that he has some trouble with Gold Piston now coming in at second. Night Rivers is in third place. As they go up the booster for the second and final lap, now we have to start watching the back of the field. Pink Pearl, Loose Wheel, and Fast Q Pins are in the elimination zone. They're doing all they can to get out of this zone, but it is very hard, especially in this mad dash of a qualifying. Black Pirates has sealed his position in at least Q2. We'll have to see if he can hold out to get into Q3. With Gold Piston in second, Sparky gets third place, and the marbles that will be eliminated are Pink Pearl, Momonas, and Fast Q Pins. Fast Q Pins having another terrible qualifying. Maybe he needs to follow in the footsteps of Black Pirates. And now, for Q2, the marbles are in the blocks. And away we go. Loose Wheel out in the lead, but again, it is Black Pirates in the lead. He has become a front runner in this qualifying, with Sea Turtles now in second briefly, but Loose Wheel takes it back. As they go through these U-turns here, Black Pirates is facing some pressure from Loose Wheel as they go through this sharp corner, and Loose Wheel takes it to his advantage, takes first for a second, but Black Pirates has taken it back, with Night Rivers in third place. Big Dogs and Arrow Frog are in the bottom two spots in the elimination zone. The two champions of the last two races, they need to get out of this zone if they want to have a chance of a good starting position for this race. We are in the final lap. Black Pirates is still in the lead. Will Loose Wheel be able to take it in this sharp corner? No. And Arrow Frog has gotten out of the elimination zone right now. Can he stay out for the remainder of the lap? Big Dog is on his tail, but Big Dog isn't able to do it. Arrow Frog stays in, and Big Dog is eliminated, as well as Sparky and Sea Turtles, who will start in 9th, 8th, and 7th. And now, for Q3, the marbles are in the blocks, 4 laps, and away we go. Black Pirates has a trouble at the beginning of the race. He is back in last place, with Arrow Frog in first battling Night Rivers. Two rivals from last race, and a bump from Night Rivers onto the chicane. A familiar move from last race as well. Arrow Frog is trying to come back, and he does take first place through that very sharp corner, with Loose Wheel in third place. Peppers is in fourth place, being followed by Gold Piston and Black Pirates. Black Pirates really needs to step up his game. He has so far, but if he wants to be in pole position, he's going to have to do better than this. Night Rivers is now pressuring Arrow Frog, and Loose Wheel is in the mix as well. Night Rivers has now taken first place from Arrow Frog as they go through this U-turn. Black Pirates is still in the back of the pack. And now he is back up in fourth place, trying to catch up to Loose Wheel now. Night Rivers trying to extend himself for the third lap. Arrow Frog goes through the drag reduction zone as they go up the booster. Loose Wheel trying to catch up to Arrow Frog, and they are fighting for first place. Arrow Frog has taken back first place. Arrow Frog and Night Rivers are really rising as some of the top competitors in this season, with Night Rivers having a very consistent season so far, getting 2 second places in a row. Arrow Frog getting 1 victory and 1 third place. These are definitely 2 great racers. As we start the final lap of this qualifying, Arrow Frog is still in first place, being followed by Night Rivers and Loose Wheel, who can't seem to get out of third place. Black Pirates is down in 5th, following Peppers, and Loose Wheel takes second place from Night Rivers in the final lap. Night Rivers trying to take it back. Arrow Frog is still in first place as they go through this sharp corner. 2 more corners to go, and Arrow Frog will be the champion of this qualifying, and he will. Arrow Frog will be the champion of this qualifying, with Loose Wheel in second, and Night Rivers is in third place. Peppers gets 4th, Pirates is in 5th, and Gold Piston gets 6th place. Definitely a great showing for Black Pirates in this qualifying, getting 5th place getting last place in the previous 2 qualifying. Certainly an accomplishment for him. Let's take a look at some of these replays to see what allowed him to get so far in this qualifying after having such a terrible 2 qualifyings before. Right off the bat, he got in the front of the pack and then tried to extend himself from the rest of the field. That is what you want to do in these qualifying because there are so few laps. There's not much time to get back up in the front if you are not already there. Aerofrog did show that it is possible to sneak out of the elimination zone and take the overall victory, but it is a very hard thing to do, and he definitely has some skill in that area. Big Dog almost passed Aerofrog at the line. If he had so, he would have gotten out of the elimination zone. Now let's take a look at Q3. By now, the other marbles had figured out what Black Pirates is trying to do, and then they foiled it, bringing him to last place right at the start of the race. 4 laps is more time to get back up in the front, but still not very much. Aerofrog and Night Rivers battling for most of Q3 for pole position, with Loose Wheel in 3rd place for most of the race. There's that shove from Night Rivers pushing Aerofrog onto the chicane. Aerofrog eventually did take revenge and was able to take 1st place from Night Rivers, who fell down to 3rd after Loose Wheel takes 2nd in the final lap. I know there's a lot of Black Pirates fans out there who are happy with this result. The hiring of a new coach and pit crew definitely is paying off. We'll have to see how he does in the actual race to be for sure. But for now, things are looking up. Here are the full results. Aerofrog being the fastest marble, getting to sit on pole position for race 3. With Loose Wheel in 2nd, Night Rivers is in 3rd place, Peppers gets 4th, and Black Pirates rounds off the top 5. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment down below what you...
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription.
Welcome back, race fans, to the Marble Circuits 2022. I'm Jeremiah, here to welcome you to the Shanghai Grand Prix. In the qualifying, we saw a revival of Black Pirates getting 5th place, the first time that he has not qualified last in this season, coincidentally, after he hired a new pit crew. Maybe he'll have a comeback in this race. The Fubeca team has decided to implement a new technique to the drag reduction zone. In this race, the drag reduction zone will be disabled for the first lap. This is to make sure that the pole sitters do not lose out on their pole position right at the beginning of the race when they are not up to full speed. Then the DRS will be activated on lap 2 for the remainder of the race. Sitting on pole position is Aerofrog, who will definitely appreciate this new ruling, as well as Loose Wheel in 2nd and Night Rivers in 3rd. The left side of the starting position is what is most affected by the drag reduction zone. Those marbles are going to be the ones that are most appreciative of this ruling. Here are the full results from the qualifying. Aerofrog sits on top with Loose Wheel in 2nd. Night Rivers is in 3rd place. Aerofrog, the champion of last race, will be starting on pole position for this race, making it as easy as possible for him to be able to try to win this race as well. Night Rivers sitting directly behind Aerofrog, having 2 2nd places. He is hungry for victory in this race. Will he be able to take the win? We'll have to wait and see. Here are the full standings. Aerofrog sits on top for 37 points. Night Rivers is in 2nd, and Big Dogs is in 3rd place. All Night Rivers has to do to take the lead is get higher than Aerofrog in this race, and he'll be able to take the overall lead. And now, the marbles are ready, the lights are on, and they're off for the start of the Shanghai Grand Prix. Aerofrog still in the lead, being followed by Loose Wheel, and Sparky takes the lead up the booster for the first time, and it is now Loose Wheel in 1st place. Aerofrog is in 2nd, with Sparky trying to battle it out for 2nd place. Aerofrog trying to catch up to Loose Wheel at this point as they go through this U-turn, with Sparky still giving pressures to Aerofrog. And look at Night Rivers, all the way down in 11th already. He has had a downfall in this race, and the DRS is now activated. Loose Wheel takes it, losing some speed, allowing Sparky to catch back up, as well as Aerofrog. Now Aerofrog has taken 2nd place, setting his sights on Loose Wheel, drafting him at this point, and he takes 1st place. Loose Wheel is now in 2nd, and Peppers has taken 3rd place from Sparky, now trying to catch up to Loose Wheel. Black Pirate still in 5th place. He has not gained any ground, but he has not lost any. We'll have to see how he does in the rest of this race. And Peppers takes 1st place, but Aerofrog takes it right back. Loose Wheel is now in 3rd as they go up the booster. Arrow Frog still trying to extend its lead from Peppers at this point, with the rest of the field being far behind from the top 3 marbles being led by Sparky and Black Pirates. Black Pirates now putting up a charge, and he is now in 4th place, passing Sparky. Arrow Frog already has a huge lead at the start of the 4th lap. Peppers trying to make that lead smaller, but is having a hard time doing it. Loose Wheel in 3rd place. Black Pirates trying to catch up to him. And Night Rivers gains 1 spot over Fast 2 Pins. He has to really try hard to get up in the top of the field if he wants to be able to take this win. It's not looking good for him. He still has 11 laps to go, but it's going to be difficult. Black Pirates putting some pressure on Loose Wheel as they go through this turn, and Black Pirates takes 3rd place, but Loose Wheel takes it right back. And now Sparky is in the mix as they go on the right side of the drag reduction zone. Sparky is able to come out on top, and Black Pirates is in still 4th place, trying to climb ever so slightly up the table, but Sparky is making that hard. Arrow Frog up in the peace and quiet at the front. He's doing a tremendous job at this point, but it's only the 5th lap. It's going to be really hard to the front run for the entirety of the race, with all these other marbles trying to catch up to him. Black Pirates facing some pressure from Sparky up the booster. He is holding him off, but Sparky is able to take it as well as Loose Wheel. Black Pirates has fallen down to 5th. Sparky trying to catch up to Peppers as he is doing right now. He is neck and neck with Peppers. Peppers is trying to hold him off as they go through these turns here. Sparky is drafting Peppers through this back straight for the start of the 7th lap. Peppers trying to hold him off, and Arrow Frog goes through the drag reduction zone, losing a lot of speed, but he got right back up to the booster and gained it all back, with Peppers now facing some pressure from Loose Wheel, who is in 3rd place, being followed by Sparky and Black Pirates. Arrow Frog is really separating himself from the rest of the field, doing a good job at it. And Loose Wheel takes 2nd place with Black Pirates in 3rd. Peppers has fallen down to 4th. Arrow Frog seeing some fighting behind him, and he goes through the drag reduction zone yet again, losing some ground. And Black Pirates has taken 1st place. Black Pirates is in the lead. As we enter the 2nd half of this race, Arrow Frog has been dethroned, and he gets stuck on the track, and he gets bumped up by Momonos and Night Rivers, and he has fallen down to 6th. What a downfall for Arrow Frog yet again, if you remember race 1. Black Pirates is still in 1st place, Loose Wheel is in 2nd, and Pink Pearl is in 3rd place, being followed by Sparky and Peppers. And Night Rivers is in 6th place up the booster. Now he is in 4th. Coming back up from 11th, he is having a comeback in this race. He definitely wants to take the overall win. Pink Pearl facing some pressures from Peppers, and Peppers takes 3rd place. Loose Wheel trying to stay ahead of Black Pirates, who is trying to take his 1st win of the season after doing such a terrible job in the qualifying, and he loses 2 places. Night Rivers is now in 2nd place. An unbelievable comeback by Night River, but he is overtaken by Peppers. Black Pirates is sandwiched between 2 big names in this league. Night Rivers in the front and Arrow Frog in the back. And now Big Dogs has taken 4th place. Now trying to set his sights on Night Rivers, who has just taken 2nd place from Peppers. Now setting his sights on Loose Wheel. Loose Wheel sees Night Rivers behind him and is not liking what he sees. And Night Rivers takes the drag reduction zone, allowing Peppers to take 2nd place. Now setting his sights on Loose Wheel, catching up to Loose Wheel at this point. And he takes 1st place from Loose Wheel by storm. He is trying to take it back, and he is having some trouble, but he's able to catch back up to Peppers, but is not able to make any passes. Black Pirates is in 3rd place, being followed by Night Rivers. Night Rivers is trying to pressure Black Pirates and pass him, but is having some trouble. Loose Wheel is now pressuring Peppers through the booster, and he takes 1st place from Peppers, and Black Pirates takes 2nd place. Peppers has fallen down to 3rd, being pressured by Pink Pearl, and Pink Pearl takes 3rd place. Big Dogs, Night Rivers, and Arrow Frog are having some trouble in this race, being in 5th, 6th, and 7th. They really need to catch up if they want to be able to take this win. Pink Pearl now putting some pressure on Black Pirates. Black Pirates is defending himself well, though, as they go up the booster. This is the 13th lap, only 2 more laps to go, with Loose Wheel in the lead, being followed by Black Pirates and Pink Pearl. And Night Rivers has now taken back 4th place, now trying to catch up to Pink Pearl, who is pretty far ahead at this point. And Pink Pearl takes 2nd place from Black Pirates, now trying to catch up to Loose Wheel. Black Pirates is now in 3rd place. As they go down the back straight, Loose Wheel takes the right side of the drag reduction zone, and Pink Pearl does not, losing some speed, with Black Pirates trying to catch back up to her, doing a good job at it. He is catching up to Pink Pearl at this point and takes second place, with Big Dogs now pressuring Pink Pearl. Pink Pearl trying to catch back up to Black Pirates, and Loose Wheel is just watching them fight at this point. He's about to start the final lap. Loose Wheel is in first place, being followed by Pink Pearl and then Black Pirates. Big Dogs is in fourth place. Night Rivers is in fifth place. Will Night Rivers be able to catch back up? It's not looking like it, as Arrow Frog overtakes him. Pink Pearl trying to catch up to Loose Wheel in this last lap, as well as Black Pirates trying to take at least second place, but he's facing some pressure from Big Dogs. And it's not looking like Loose Wheel will be dethroned. He's going around the final corner with nobody behind him, and he will be champion of Race 3 of the Marble Circuits 2022 at the Shanghai Grand Prix, with Pink Pearl in second, and Black Pirates gets an amazing third place finish. He's definitely redeemed himself in this race, with Big Dogs in fourth place and last champion Arrow Frog in fifth place. Night Rivers has fallen down to seventh, breaking his streak of podiums. Sparky somehow ending up in 12th after being in the top 5. Something definitely went wrong for him.
Amazing. We managed to surprise the opponents with our strategy. Congratulations.
Wow, I can't believe we got this victory this weekend. I'm so excited. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Loose Wheel is definitely excited for this win. His strategy of holding out until the second half of the race definitely paying off. Let's take a look at the replays. You can see Loose Wheel starting in second, Arrow Frog starting in first. Arrow Frog definitely had some trouble. He was the leader for the first half of the race, but then fell down in the second half, even getting stuck on the track momentarily, which definitely caused his downfall. Loose Wheel having a good showing today. He was actually not in the top 3 for the entire race. Night Rivers not having a very good race today, falling down to 11th within the first couple laps. Something definitely went wrong for him in this race, but he was able to catch back up even to second, but he ended up falling back down to 7th. You can see at this point in the race, Big Dogs was in last place, and then he ended up finishing overall in 4th. Definitely a great comeback for him as well, getting 1 win and now getting a 4th. You can see here Sparky in 5th place, pressuring for 3rd place even early in the race, and then something went wrong in the race, causing him to get back down all the way to last place. Definitely a humiliating defeat for him, but sometimes it just happens. Black Pirates had an amazing race today, getting 3rd place after having 2 terrible races. He is definitely doing a lot better with this new pit crew that he has hired. As you can see, the accident that we had with Arrow Frog getting stuck for at least a second or two before being hit by some other marbles like Night Rivers and Mamonas, who did actually lose some speed because of this accident. You can see this line of marbles drafting here, not a common sight in marble racing, but you can see that it is possible. Peppers did hold the lead for some of the second half of the race, but he did end up getting 8th place. Something went wrong for him as well in this race. This is definitely a complicated track for some of these marbles. So you can see here Black Pirates going through the outside to pass Peppers in that lap. And now it is time to look at the full standings to see how this race affects the overall points. Loose Wheel getting first place, Pink Pearl in second, Black Pirates is in third place. Big Dogs having the fastest lap, getting a bonus point with a time of 24.596, which was the fastest lap of this race, so an extra point for him. Here are the full standings. Arrow Frog is still in first place. Big Dogs has taken second place from Night Rivers, even though they are tied because he has 1 victory. Night Rivers failing to get higher than Arrow Frog. Had he done that, he would have been in first place, but he did not. Black Pirates climbing up to 7th place after being in 11th place in the overall standings before this race because of his podium finish. Definitely a good standing for him. He's going to have to work hard if he wants to climb up the tables anymore. Congratulations to Loose Wheel for getting first place, Pink Pearl in second, and Black Pirates.
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription.
Hello Marble Sports fans, welcome to Italy for the qualifying of the Monza Grand Prix. I'm Jeremiah, glad to be here for the next installment of the Marble Circuits 2022. The marbles are ready to race for the prize of sitting in the coveted pole position. Each marble needs to put their best performance forward for this race. This qualifying format is really a mad dash, so if you want to advance, you have to make sure to get in the lead as quickly as possible. Also, if you haven't already, don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on the second half of the Marble Circuits 2022. Let's take a look at the track we have here today in Monza. Some of the features of this track are a lot of hairpins, as well as the first overlap in the track we have in this season. So the marbles will have a clear view of the marbles that are ahead of them down below. Once again, you can see the marbles making last-minute preparations before this race. Black Pirates talking with his new crew chief once again, with Fast Q Pins choosing not to follow in his footsteps, keeping his old pit crew. Here are the full standings. You can see how hiring a new pit crew and crew chief has bumped up Black Pirate's performance tremendously, bumping him from 11th in the overall standings up to 7th. And now, for Q1, the marbles are in the blocks. And away we go. Pink Pearl getting the lead, but it is Momonas off to the good start. Pink Pearl coming in at second, and Black Pirates is in third place, being followed by Sparky. A hard hit from Sparky there, which brings Black Pirates down to third. Momonas still fighting off Pink Pearl there, but he succumbs to her. Pink Pearl is now in first place, being followed by Momonas and Black Pirates, as we are about to start the second and final lap. And now it's time to start looking at the bottom of the field. Loose Wheel is in 10th place, being the champion of last race. He is in the elimination zone with Fast Q Pins and Arrow Frog, the race's champion before that. So they really need to try hard if they want to get out of the elimination zone. Black Pirates has now taken second place, trying to pressure Pink Pearl, and Sparky is now in third place, but he was overcome by Gold Piston, and now he takes it back again. Pink Pearl has secured her spot in Q2 at least, with Fast Q Pins, Arrow Frog, and Loose Wheel trailing behind. They only have a couple more seconds to get out of the zone, and it won't happen. Fast Q Pins will start in 10th on the starting grid, Arrow Frog in 11th, and Loose Wheel in 12th. Two of the champions of the 3 races so far in this series are in the bottom 2 spots of this race. What happened in this race for these 2 marbles? And now, for Q2. And we're off, and once again it is Momonas in the lead, being followed by Peppers and Sea Turtles this time, and Sea Turtles goes through the inside. Sea Turtles is now in first place, being followed by Gold Piston and Peppers. Black Pirates is in 4th, facing some pressure from Pink Pearl, who has not had a very good season so far. She sits in 5th in the overall standings. She's just trying to make that higher. Sea Turtles having a good lead so far, not having a good season either. As we start the final lap, Gold Piston has now taken first place over Sea Turtles. Through the drag reduction zone they go, with Sparky, Night Rivers, and Big Dogs in the elimination zone. Big Dogs being champion of race 1 of this series, with Night Rivers being in second multiple times. Sparky is defending off these 2 big names and trying to get out of the elimination zone, but Pink Pearl is ahead of him. It's going to be hard to be able to pass her, with Gold Piston coming around these final couple of corners, and he will definitely be advancing to the next round. But the marbles that will be eliminated are Sparky, Big Dogs, and Night Rivers. Big Dogs getting 1 more place over Night Rivers, but he is still eliminated in this qualifying. And now for Q3, 6 marbles, 4 laps, 1 champion. And they're off up the booster for the first time, and it is Black Pirates in the lead, but he is overcome by Sea Turtles, who is now extending his lead, with Pink Pearl in 3rd place. Black Pirates giving some pressures to Sea Turtles, a good move by Sea Turtles there, now taking the lead even farther, with Pink Pearl showing some pressure to Black Pirates. All these marbles are really fighting for position at this point. If you make one wrong move, the other marbles will capitalize on it, like that one right there. Gold Piston is now in 3rd and 2nd place, hitting Black Pirates over the chicane up the booster for the 2nd lap, and Black Pirates is now back in 2nd place. Gold Piston has fallen back down to 4th. And Black Pirates has taken 1st place from Sea Turtles, who has fallen down to 3rd place, being surpassed by Pink Pearl, and now is giving some pressure back to her as she is trying to take 1st place. And it is a 3 marble switch. Sea Turtles is now back in 1st place, with Pink Pearl in 2nd, and Gold Piston has now taken 3rd place. Black Pirates has fallen down to 4th, with Momonas and Peppers way back in the pack as we go up the booster for the 3rd lap. Gold Piston has now taken 1st place, being followed by Sea Turtles and Black Pirates, with Pink Pearl in 4th place. Gold Piston has created a huge lead in this lap. Is this a change of strategy from Gold Piston? We'll have to wait and see in the actual race, but it is Sea Turtles defending himself from Black Pirates and Pink Pearl, who has just passed Black Pirates there, now pressuring for second place. And she takes it there. Now coming into the final lap, Gold Piston is in first place, being followed by Pink Pearl and Sea Turtles, but now it is Black Pirates in third place. Pink Pearl has to catch up to Gold Piston by the end of the lap if she wants to be able to hold pole position, but it's going to be hard to do it as Gold Piston is so far ahead, with Sea Turtles in third place being pressured by Black Pirates, who wants to be in the top 3. Gold Piston coming around the final corner, and it's Pink Pearl coming in at the last second. It is very close, but it's Gold Piston with the lead, with Pink Pearl in second. Sea Turtles is in third. Pink Pearl only 0.012 seconds behind Gold Piston. That is a close finish. Black Pirates getting 4th place. Mamonas is in 5th, with Peppers in 6th place. What a crazy finish. It was a sprint to the line. Pink Pearl almost stole it. Let's look at this replay here, and it is Gold Piston, but it was very close. Pink Pearl was actually able to pass Gold Piston after the line, but that's not what counts. It has to be before the line if you want it to count in the overall standings. Let's take a look at some of these replays. Most of the big names in this season were eliminated in Q1 and Q2, a surprising finish for a lot of these marbles, with some of the big names from last season like Pink Pearl and Sea Turtles getting all the way to Q3. Pink Pearl almost taking the win, which she has not had a very good season so far, so that is very surprising. Has she changed her strategy in this race? Fast Cupin's getting eliminated yet again in Q1. He's having a very difficult time communicating with his crew chief and pit crew. Here is the finish of Q1. Black Pirates coming in at 2nd, with Sparky in 3rd place. You can kind of see some of the strategies or misfortunes of some of this marbles, as with Fast Cupins and Arrow Frog, as well as Loose Wheel. They did not have a good first race in this qualifying. As we go on to Q3, Black Pirates coming in at the lead at the beginning, but was immediately surpassed by Sea Turtles. Mamonas and Peppers never really got out of the bottom 3 marbles for the entirety of Q3, having a lot of trouble even just keeping up with the top 3 marbles, actually lagging behind in the second half of the race. Our congrats today go to Gold Piston, who sits in the coveted pole position for the race on Sunday. Pink Pearl close behind in 2nd, with Sea Turtles in 3rd place. Here's the point in the race where Gold Piston takes 2nd and 1st through that first corner. Definitely a great move, as Sea Turtles had just gone up on the side of the chicane. Here's Pink Pearl and Black Pirates coming after Sea Turtles. Pink Pearl did take 2nd place from Sea Turtles and almost took 1st place from Gold Piston, but she was so far ahead it was hard to be able to do it in the time that she had. She gave it her all right at the end of the race, wasn't able to do it. Maybe next time, Pink Pearl, we're all waiting. Race 4 here in Moza will definitely be a race of the seasons. Who will prevail on top? The Season 1 big names, Sea Turtles and Pink Pearl, or the Season 2 big names, Arrow Frog and Night Rivers? Here are the full results. Gold Piston in 1st place, Pink Pearl in 2nd, Sea Turtles 3rd, Black Pirates is in 4th, with Mamonas.
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription.
As we enter the midway point of this season, the top marbles are setting themselves apart from the rest of the pack. I'm Jeremiah, and I'll be your host today here at the Monza Grand Prix. Gold Piston sits on pole position after a sprint to the line in the qualifying. Pink Pearl only losing out by 12 thousandths of a second. Can she make it up in this race? We'll have to wait and find out. Some of the marbles that have been doing well in this season were eliminated early on in the qualifying, being put in the back of the pack for the starting grid. Some of those marbles are including Night Rivers and Arrow Frog, as well as Big Dogs and Loose Wheel. Some of the winners of the last couple races, they have not had a good qualifying for the start of this race. Gold Piston sits in 6th in the overall standings, being 16 points behind Arrow Frog, who is all the way down in 11th.
And all the other marbles that have a chance of taking the overall lead are in the bottom of the field as well. The closest marble being Pink Pearl in 5th in the overall standings, starting in 2nd on the starting grid. Here you can see the full qualifying results. Sea Turtle sits in 3rd place with Black Pirates in 4th. Another great finish for Black Pirates in the qualifying, his crew chief being the major one to thank. The marbles are set and ready to start rolling in race 4 here in Monza, all striving to be champion, but only one will to get that title. Here are the standings as of now. Aerofrog sits in 1st, being followed by Big Dogs, Night Rivers, Loose Wheel, and Pink Pearl, who will round off your top 5. And now, for race 4 of the Marble Circuits 2022. The lights are on, the marbles are ready, and we're off for the start of the Monza Grand Prix. Gold Piston in the lead, but hits the divider line of the drag reduction zone, falling down a lot of places, bringing Peppers to 1st place. And now Pink Pearl has taken the lead. As we go through this hairpin, Gold Piston is in 2nd, being followed by Black Pirates as we start the 1st lap. Pink Pearl has gotten 2 podiums so far this season and is still striving for a win. She got 5 podiums in Season 1, and 4 of those were race wins, so she has some catching up to do if she wants to do better than last season as we start the 2nd lap. The drag reduction zone has now been activated, allowing some marbles to pass other marbles if needed. Pink Pearl being pressured by Gold Piston in this lap, and a bump from Gold Piston from behind, but nothing yet. He is drafting Pink Pearl at this point, and Pink Pearl has some momentum there. Sparky has now taken 3rd place from Black Pirates, as well as Big Dogs, who is now in 4th place as we go down this back straight, and he is pressuring Sparky and does take it, as well as Loose Wheel, who is now in 6th place. Pink Pearl is still extending her lead from the rest of the field at this point. The last couple races she has had the greatest number of gains from starting position. Both in race 2 and race 3 she gained 8 positions from where she started. But Gold Piston is a different story, not gaining or losing any places in the last 2 races, ending up in 6th in both races. And Gold Piston takes the drag reduction zone, and Big Dogs has now taken 2nd place as they go up the booster, and Gold Piston now takes it back. Pink Pearl is way up in the lead. She has no trouble with any of the other marbles behind her at this point. It's still possible for her to take the overall championship as she did last season, as Big Dogs takes 2nd place from Gold Piston there. The overall points leader, Aerofrog, is down in last place. He actually lost a place from his overall starting position. He is having a terrible race. Big Dogs in 2nd place is doing a good job right now, starting in 8th place in the starting grid, having a good comeback at this point. Not so much for Night Rivers, who has only made it 1 spot, and of course for Aerofrog, who is down in 12th. Loose Wheel is up there in 4th place. He was in the bottom of the standings as well, and he is doing good at this point. Gold Piston coming up behind Big Dogs at this point, but hard hit on the corner, and he loses some momentum as they go up the booster, and he's trying to catch back up to Big Dogs there, but Big Dogs is holding him off. Pink Pearl is nowhere to be seen, way up in the front. She's doing a tremendous job in this race so far. She really wants a win here in race 4. Black Pirates is down in 7th place. He is having some trouble in this race, but he does pass Loose Wheel there, and now he's up in 4th place. The time tower had just not updated quite yet as we start lap 7. Not much action up at the front. Pink Pearl still in 1st place, pretty far ahead of Big Dogs. She's using the thoughts of victory from last season as a motivation to keep on going and keep focused. With Big Dogs coming in at 2nd, wanting to be the 2nd marble to ever be crowned champion of the Marble Circuits. With Black Pirates in 3rd place, trying to make a comeback in the standings. He's in 7th right now. Can he make that even better in this race? Gold Piston is falling down the order. Peppers is now pressuring him as they go through these turns here, but nothing's happening. This track seems to cater well to marbles who want to get out in the front and stay in the front for the majority of the race. As of Pink Pearl at this point, we are in the 8th lap,
halfway through the race, and no one has challenged Pink Pearl outside of the first lap. Big Dogs is trying to catch up to Pink Pearl and at least challenge her for the lead, but it's going to be very hard to do it as Pink Pearl is very far ahead. Black Pirate's facing some pressure from Gold Piston there, but Gold Piston falls back and loses out to Peppers, who is now in 4th place. Arrow Frog has gotten out of last place, putting Fast Two Pins in that spot, who seems to be there quite often in this series, which is not a very good place to be. Pink Pearl is a whole 5.5 seconds almost ahead of Big Dogs, who is in 2nd place. That is a commanding lead. Gold Piston has now taken 3rd place and now is trying to catch up to Big Dogs at this point as they go through these hairpins. Big Dog is still defending himself. You can see Pink Pearl passing the line way before any of the other marbles even get there. They still have a couple of turns to go by the time that she has already passed the line, and she has already gone up the booster. She is not even in the shot. As the rest of the marbles go through the booster, great move by Gold Piston there, going past Loose Wheel, taking back 3rd place, now setting his sights on Big Dogs. As you can see, Pink Pearl is 3 turns ahead from the rest of the field. Every lap, it's getting harder and harder for the rest of the marbles to catch up if they want to be able to dethrone her. They only have 5 more laps to do so. As they go down the back straight, Big Dogs takes the drag reduction zone as well as Loose Wheel, but Loose Wheel is able to come out and take the lead from Gold Piston as Big Dogs has fallen down to 4th place, being followed by Black Pirates. As you can see, Arrow Frog and Fast Two Pins crossing that upper section of the track as these rest of these marbles go through the bottom. They are very far behind, especially from Pink Pearl. Arrow Frog is definitely not winning this race. Loose Wheel has cut about a second off of Pink Pearl, now 4.5 seconds behind Pink Pearl. You can see them crossing each other right there. They can see each other, but they're so close yet so far. All the top 3 or 4 marbles are spaced pretty far apart. It's going to be hard for them to catch up to each other, and they only have a couple more laps to do so before Pink Pearl becomes champion. Loose Wheel has to do all he can to try to catch up to her at this point, but Pink Pearl is already coming up the booster as he is going down through the drag reduction zone. Gold Piston making some ground on Loose Wheel at this point, and he is neck and neck with Loose Wheel, but Loose Wheel is trying to hold him off, and he does right there. Gold Piston loses some momentum through these hairpins, and he is put back in his place with Loose Wheel trying to do everything he can to conserve energy. Black Pirate's down in 4th. He is having a hard time in this race, being so spaced out from the rest of the marbles. Gold Piston takes the drag reduction zone there, and Black Pirates is able to catch up. He is on Gold Piston's tail, but Gold Piston is able to stay ahead. Big Dogs is down in 5th place, being followed by Night Rivers, who is up in 6th place, and Arrow Frog is up in 9th. He has gained a couple spots. Will he be able to catch up by the end of the race? Probably not. Will Night Rivers? Probably not. Loose Wheel catching up to Pink Pearl. Pink Pearl's lead has vanished, and the Loose Wheel is catching up to her. We only have 2 more laps to go. Pink Pearl just needs to stay in the lead for the final couple of laps. She's done so good in this race. Don't screw up now. Gold Piston is also catching up to Loose Wheel. He's trying to come and take back first place that he started in. Pink Pearl about to cross the line to start the final lap. Pink Pearl is in 1st place, being followed by Loose Wheel, Gold Piston, Black Pirates, and Big Dog, who will round off your top 5 as we go up the booster. Gold Piston has taken 2nd place. Now he's setting his sights on Pink Pearl in the last lap. He's coming down to the wire. They are neck and neck. Pink Pearl is under a lot of stress. She only has half a lap to go, and she will be the champion of this race. And Gold Piston also wanting to take it, being the pole sitter of this race. He's trying to pass Pink Pearl as we go through the final corner, and it's going to be Pink Pearl who will be your champion of the Monza Grand Prix. With Gold Piston in 2nd, Loose Wheel is in 3rd place. Black Pirates gets 4th. Big Dogs comes in at 5th. A great race for Pink Pearl, dominating every lap, coming down to the wire in the final lap. but she was able to come out with a victory over Gold Piston.
We dominated the race in every lap. Fantastic.
Oh my goodness, what a wonderful weekend. Everything worked out for us in this GP. Thank you all.
Pink Pearl is definitely relieved after a nail biter of a last lap. She's definitely celebrating now. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from this race. As you can see at the start of the race, Momona stalled, losing him a couple places right at the beginning of a race. Not the way you want to start this race. Peppers, one of the only other marbles besides Pink Pearl to hold the lead in this race, as well as Gold Piston briefly right there, but Pink Pearl was in the lead from then on out. Good move by Gold Piston there, overtaking Big Dogs as well as Loose Wheel through that straight. Also a good move. Pink Pearl though, way up there in the front for the entirety of the race, all the way up until the last lap, where she either made a mistake or the marbles finally caught up. Big Dogs repassing Gold Piston for second place. Gold Piston and Big Dogs were definitely fighting for a lot of this race. Black Pirates also having a decent showing today, being up in third place for some of the race, as well as fourth and fifth place. Fighting with Gold Piston and Big Dogs, as well as Loose Wheel, as we see right here. Loose Wheel putting some pressure on Black Pirates and eventually passing him. See Fast Q Pins way down there, way behind, going through the drag reduction zone right as all these other marbles are way up in the track. Aerofrog having a terrible race today, being in last or near last for the most of the race. He did finally make it a couple spots, but nothing major. This will definitely shake up the overall standings. Black Pirates clearly heading in the drag reduction zone there, allowing some other marbles to pass him. It's a very hard thing for some of these marbles to stay out of the drag reduction zone. And now it's time to look at the full race results. Pink Pearl in the lead, Gold Piston is in second, with Loose Wheel in third place. Peppers is getting the bonus point for the fastest lap. Big Dogs being 10 seconds behind Pink Pearl, with Black Pirates only 4 seconds. That's a very large gap in between those two marbles. Definitely an exciting race for these fans, who are definitely all glad to have came today. Pink Pearl has now gained first place in the overall standings, with Big Dogs in second, Loose Wheel is in third place. Aerofrog has fallen down all the way to 5th place, with Night Rivers in 6th, and Pink Pearl has taken the overall lead once again. If you haven't already, be sure to check out the Fubeca store, which has apparel for all your favorite teams for the Marble Circuits 2022. We are now halfway through the Marble Circuits 2022. Only 4 more races to go. Who will be able to take the overall victory? Pink Pearl is in the lead at this point. Will Aerofrog be able to come and take the overall lead back from her? We'll have to wait and see. Congratulations to Pink Pearl for getting first place, Gold Piston in second, and Loose Wheel in third place. Congratulations especially to Pink Pearl, who dominated this race with style.
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription.
Welcome back, race fans, to the Marble Circuits 2022. I am Jeremiah, here to welcome you to the qualifying for the Catalonia Grand Prix. In this race, we will be having 3 qualifying sessions to determine who will start where on the starting grid for race 5 of the Marble Circuits 2022 here at the Catalonia Grand Prix in Spain. We have a tremendous track for you guys today, a very unique track for this season, having a lot of S-turns as well as a hairpin, and the sharpest U-turn in the history of Marble Circuits right after the booster coming up right there. It'll be the sharpest U-turn
hairpin that anyone has ever seen in this season. It'll definitely be a stratification area for a lot of these marbles who have not done a hairpin this sharp before. Also, after that hairpin, it is a very slow and meandering track, which is not focused on speed, more on stamina and strategy for these marbles to just be able to hold out against each other in all of these turns. Definitely one of the most high-dense turn tracks in any of the seasons so far. Here are the full standings with Pink Pearl in first place with the 60 points. Big Dogs is in second with Loose Wheel in third place. Pink Pearl taking a commanding win last race. She definitely has a win to defend in this qualifying, but she is doing a terrible job right now as we start Q1. They go through the hairpin for the first time, and she is down in second place. Night Rivers is in first place, being followed by Loose Wheel and Sparky as they go through this track for the first lap of 2, and Night Rivers is still defending himself there. Loose Wheel and Sparky are battling for second place as they go through this kind of a heart-shaped part of this track as they go and start the second lap of 2. DRS has been deactivated for the first lap of the qualifying as well as for the race as they go through this hairpin yet again. Arrow Frog is down in fourth place as he is being pressured by Fast Q Pins through these corners, trying to catch back up to Loose Wheel. He had a terrible race last race. He ended up getting a disappointing 10th place, which is pretty unusual for him. And because of that, he lost his overall lead in the championship standings, and he wants to take it back from Pink Pearl, who is in last place, and she will be eliminated in this qualifying, ending up in 10th place, with Peppers coming in at 11th and Sea Turtles all the way down in 12th place. What a disappointment for Pink Pearl, taking the overall lead in last race, now being eliminated in Q1 of race 5 of the Marble Circus 2022. And now for Q2, here we go, and it is Momonos in the lead, being followed by Arrow Frog, who takes the lead through that hairpin there. This is a definite crazy hairpin that all these marbles are going to have to adjust to if they want to be able to do well in this race. Black Pirates is now in second place, withstanding the first qualifying, and he takes first place. And Arrow Frog now takes it back. They are fighting for the pole position, as this is a mad dash, only 2 laps as we start the second lap here. Arrow Frog takes the lead by storm as they go through that long back straight, up the booster, and up to this hairpin now. They all do good, and Momonos uses the hairpin to his advantage and takes first place from Black Pirates and Arrow Frog, who are down in second and third at this point. Gold Piston is defending himself from Big Dogs as they go through these meandering turns. The bottom 3 marbles to be watching right now as we come up to the end of this lap are Loose Wheel, Night Rivers, and Fast Q Pins, who are looking like they are going to be eliminated in Q2. Loose Wheel being champion of one of the races, as well as Night Rivers having a great season, also being eliminated. These 2 marbles are going to have a hard time catching up as well. Loose Wheel did have an amazing comeback in last race. Will he be able to do it again in this race? We'll have to wait and see. But now it is time for Q3, and we're off up the booster, and it is Sparky in lead, being followed by Momonos and Big Dogs. Black Pirates is in 4th place with Gold Piston in 6th. Arrow Frog has now trying to take 5th place from Gold Piston, but is having some hard time. Big Dog is now trying to catch up to Sparky as they go through these turns and takes 1st place. As we start the second lap out of 4 for this qualifying, there is 4 laps in the Q3 for these marbles to have a little bit more time to fight over the pole position. Momonos takes 1st place there. Now Sparky is in 2nd, being followed by Big Dogs, with Arrow Frog still in the back of the pack. Black Pirates is in 4th. Will he be able to sit on the top 2 spots in the qualifying in this season? We'll have to wait and see. He made it all the way to Q3 in race 3 and in race 4 after having terrible qualifyings before that, but he hasn't been able to stay up in the top 3 very often. The DRS is still deactivated for Q4, possibly to help these marbles not be at any disadvantage in such a short race as we enter the 3rd lap. Big Dogs is still pressuring Sparky with Momonos in the lead. Mamonas wants his first pole sitter position in this season, but Sparky takes it back. Now Sparky is in the lead when Mamonas is trying to catch back up, but is having a hard time doing so. Aerofrog has not left last place since the start of the qualifying as we start the final lap. Mamonas is in first place, Sparky is in second. Big Dogs now take second place from Sparky through the booster as they go through these hairpins, and Aerofrog is still way behind. Black Pirates is trying to take third place from Sparky. At this point, he is drafting Sparky, but Sparky is able to gain some more momentum as we go through these couple more turns. Only a couple more turns to go, and Mamonas will have his first pole sitter position in this season, and he's looking like it's gonna happen. Mamonas is your champion of this qualifying with Sparky in second. Big Dogs is in third place with Black Pirates coming in at fourth. Gold Piston in fifth, and Aerofrog ends up in sixth. Halfway up the standings in this starting grid, but it's not going to be good enough. Last race's pole sitter Gold Piston sits in fifth place on the starting grid for this race. Will he be able to come and take the win that he wanted last race that Pink Pearl stole? We'll have to wait and find out as we look at these replays here. They go up to booster for the first qualifying, and this hairpin is definitely going to be a point of interest for the next race here in Catalonia. It's definitely going to be a hard turn for a lot of these marbles who have never went through this sharp of a turn before. Really has to slow down your speed if you don't want to really ram into the wall in that hairpin, which is something that these marbles are going to have to practice, especially right after the booster. All you want to do is just go as fast as you possibly can, but you have to slow down if you want to have a controlled and good turn through that hairpin. Let's see how they do in this hairpin. You see there Mamonas getting pushed up onto the edge of the wall, losing a couple spots. He was in first place, but Aerofrog was able to take it from him. That's one of the things that's going to be happening in this race. All these marbles going up on the side of the wall in this hairpin is definitely going to be something that these marbles are going to have a hard time with and going to have to adjust to if they want to be successful in the Catalonia Grand Prix. You can see here Loose Wheel and Night Rivers being eliminated in Q2. Definitely a disappointment for them. Night Rivers is having a hard time with the last two qualifyings. He's going to have to do better if he wants to be able to take the overall win and the overall championship standings away from Pink Pearl. He's been doing a good job this season, but lately he's having a hard time. As we come to Q3, Aerofrog was in the back of the pack for the entirety of this race, not even getting to fifth place past Gold Piston, having a hard time even catching up. He's going to have a hard time. Oh, he actually did catch up there for briefly, but he did end up getting in sixth place. He's going to have a hard time actually catching up in the actual race. He's starting halfway up the starting grid. Maybe he'll be able to catch up. We'll have to wait and see. But Mamonas will be sitting on pole position, being followed by Sparky and Big Dogs, who it looks like Sparky took second place right before the line in front of Big Dogs. Good move there. And now it's time for the full standings. Mamonas is on pole position with Sparky in second. Big Dogs is in third place. Black Pirates sits in fourth. Gold Piston rounds off your top five. Big Dog, race 1 champion. Will he be able to take the win this race? We'll have to wait and see. Sparky.
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription.
Welcome back, race fans, to Marble Circuits 2022. I'm Jeremiah, here to welcome you to the Catalonia Grand Prix. In the qualifying, we saw what type of chaos the tight hairpin in this track can cause. A new feature of this series these marbles are definitely going to have to adjust to in this race. Just a friendly reminder that this video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Their service allows you to watch movies and videos that are normally not accessible in your country with a click of a button. Link in the description. Mamonas sits on pole position, being followed by Sparky and Big Dogs. How will these marbles be able to do in this race? Big Dogs is the only marble out of these three that have ever won a race, sitting in third place, with Black Pirates in fourth place. He's doing well and having a comeback in this season. Gold Piston is in fifth, our pole sitter from last race. We'll have to see how he does in this race as well. Some of the big names in the season so far, such as Aerofrog, Loose Wheel, Night Rivers, are all sitting right next to each other right in the middle of the starting grid. Pink Pearl is having a hard time as well, being near the back of the field to see if she's going to be able to have a comeback being the champion of last race. Here are some stats about our pole sitter Momonas as we look at the full standings. He sits in 8th place in the standings. He has never won a race in the history of marble circuits. The highest he's placed in this season is 4th, with the lowest being 12th in last race. He finished last place, which is definitely a hard place to finish. And he's trying to make the most of this race sitting in pole position after having a good qualifying. We'll have to see if he is up to the pressure today here in Catalonia. The marbles are ready, and I think it's about time to start racing. And now, for race 5 of the Marble Circuits 2022 here in Catalonia. The lights are on, and we're off with Sparky taking the lead right at the beginning of the race, as well as Big Dogs. And Momonas takes the drag reduction zone, but luckily the drag reduction zone is disabled for the first lap. As we take the first look at this hairpin, which we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on for the remainder of this race, Pink Pearl has taken the lead. Sparky is coming in at 2nd. Momonas has fallen down to 3rd. He has to try to catch back up and get back in first place right in this first lap already, but he is losing ground as Black Pirates takes 3rd place. Pink Pearl trying to have a 2nd win in a row. Is she going to have a major comeback in the second half of this season? We'll have to see as she takes the drag reduction zone there. She's facing a lot of pressure from these other marbles, as well as Momonas, who takes first place there. She is now in 2nd place, and Sparky is in 3rd place. Momonas is trying to take his first win of this entire series. He has not had a win in Season 1 or Season 2. We'll have to see how he does in this race as well. Aerofrog is already up in 4th place, just as I was saying that Black Pirates takes 3rd place from him. Momonas has now gotten the fastest lap, 31.220 time. Let's see if anyone else can get fastest lap. Every little point counts in this race. Black Pirates is facing some pressure from Big Dogs as we go through these meandering corners. Black Pirates also is trying to get his first win of this entire series. He's having a comeback in this race and this series as well. He started in 4th place on the starting grid. We'll have to see if he can catch up and make any more places. And now Big Dogs has taken back the fastest lap with the time of 532. And look at that, Aerofrog gets stuck in the hairpin, getting rammed by multiple marbles. What a tragedy for Aerofrog. He has really been a crash magnet in this season. And Black Pirates takes the lead from Momonas. Black Pirates trying to take his first win, and Momonas now is trying to take it back there neck and neck, but Black Pirates is still able to hold the lead as we enter the 5th lap. We have 12 laps today, so it's a shorter race in terms of numbers of laps, but is a longer track. And another ram from behind from Big Dogs to Momonas through that hairpin. It seems like it's kind of an inevitable part of the hairpin that we're going to have to see in this race. Black Pirates is extending himself here as Momonas takes 2nd place back from Big Dogs. Momonas has lost the lead since the start of the race, and he's having a hard time keeping it as he is trying to catch back up to Black Pirates, who is doing a good job at keeping the lead at this point. He does go through the drag rejection zone, but still so does Momonas and Big Dogs. They go up the booster here through the hairpin, and Big Dogs is trying to catch up to Momonas. Big Dogs has had one victory of this series, winning race 1 of Season 2. He wants to put another victory under his name. It's going to have to be hard because he has to try to pass Momonas and Black Pirates at this point. Pink Pearl is slowly coming up the standings, coming up in 6th now. She started way back down farther in the pack. As we go down this back straight here, Big Dogs has taken first place up the booster, with Black Pirates now putting some pressure on him. And Momonas passes Black Pirates. Good move through there. And now Momonas is putting some pressure on Big Dogs. And Momonas takes first place from Big Dogs there, and Big Dogs takes it right back. They are having a dogfight here for the first place. Momonas, the split between Momonas and Big Dogs is 0.9 seconds. We'll have to see if Big Dogs can extend that any longer as Momonas takes the drag reduction zone there. Black Pirates is using that to his advantage and tries to catch back up, and Arrow Frog is now in second place. A great move by Arrow Frog, using the hairpin to his advantage. After this tragedy in the hairpin before, he has learned how to use this correctly. Arrow Frog also wants another win in this season. He won race 2 of this season. He'll have to see how he does as well. The split is now 0.6 seconds behind Big Dog. Can Big Dogs be able to keep the lead for the remainder of the race? We only have 3 more laps to go, and Big Dogs will be champion. Black Pirates and Momonas, though, are still in the runnings. They want to be able to take this win as well as we go through these meandering corners once again. Black Pirates is definitely thriving under his new leadership and crew chief after having a terrible first couple of races. We're still seeing that Fast 2 Pins is way back down in the bottom of the standings yet again. As we start the 10th lap here, 2 laps to go. Fast 2 Pins is still near the bottom of the pack. He really needs to think about following in Black Pirate's footsteps and rehire a new pit crew so he can be able to do better in these races. Big Dogs has extended the split. Now he's 1.29 seconds, almost 0.3 in front of Arrow Frog, who just got passed by Momonas there as we go through these corners. Momonas and Arrow Frog only have 1 more lap after this one to be able to pass Big Dog as the lead is slowly diminishing. Big Dogs is slowly losing ground. Every move count here is a great move by Arrow Frog there. Some chaos through that hairpin, and now the lead from Big Dogs has definitely been vanished. Arrow Frog is now trying to come up on Big Dogs, and he takes almost first place, but Big Dogs is able to take it back as he gains some more momentum here. Just trying to hang on for the rest of this race. As we enter the final lap, Big Dogs is in first place. Momonas is coming up by storm, and he goes through the drag reduction zone and loses some ground as they go up the booster through the hairpin, and no action there. Momonas is coming up and drafting Big Dog, doing everything he can, but he loses some ground there. Big Dog is trying to take the overall win, second win in a row in this season, but it's going to be hard as we have only a half a lap to go. Can Big Dogs be able to take the win? It's looking like it's going to happen, and Momonas takes first place at the last second and steals the win. Congratulations to Momonas, a great move, holding off until the final lap. I can't believe it. Momonas taking the overall win in this race. What an accomplishment for Momonas. Big Dog's coming in at second. He is furious after doing so well in this race. Black Pirates coming in at third place. A podium for him.
Impressive performance. Everything worked out for us in our first victory of the season. Congratulations. That was so exciting. I can't believe we got this victory. Thank you, guys.
Momonas definitely excited in this race. We'll have to see how he did in the replays to see just how he stole the win right at the last second from Big Dogs, who had the lead for quite a while in this race. Some of the big marbles in this race: Momonas, Black Pirates, Big Dogs, and Sparky, as well as Arrow Frog, were the main marbles who were fighting for the win today. As you can see, right at the beginning of the race, Momonas stalled, allowing a lot of other marbles to pass him right at the beginning of the race, and he had to work his way up through the entirety of the race, and it did pay off, eventually taking the overall win. But that's something that you have to keep in mind, that you don't want to be able to stall right at the beginning of the race. Something that Momonas has learned his lesson in. Luckily, he was able to take the win. Big Dogs was in the lead for the majority of the race. Something happened in the last lap, a good move by Momonas, allowing him to pass Big Dogs right at the last second. Big Dogs definitely upset with today's performance. Look at this crash that happened between Pink Pearl and Arrow Frog. Arrow Frog having some unfortunate crashes today through that hairpin. Black Pirates doing a good job at drafting Momonas here. Did he come over and take the lead? Yes, he did right there. I believe that's Black Pirates taking the lead from Momonas. And Black Pirates did do a good job racing today, ending up getting third place. This is his second podium of the season, the first being back in Shanghai. Big Dogs, though, had the lead and the win in his grasp, but he lost it in the last lap, having a hard time dealing with that today after he wanting to have a second win of the season. No marble has won twice in this season so far. Pink Pearl trying to do that right at the beginning of the race, but wasn't able to do it, and she lost a lot of ground, ending up in 6th place. You can see Momonas and Big Dogs right here battling for first place. Big Dogs taking it from Momonas as we go through these meandering turns. This really was a polarizing track. You have such a fast and sharp hairpin right after the booster, and after that it's a very slow and meandering track. Two very different types of racing that these marbles had to be good at both if they wanted to be able to win in this race. Like that one right there, Arrow Frog taking the lead out of that hairpin, but I guess he's not as good on the meandering hairpins, which is he's going to have some work on. And here's the final pass by Momonas, taking the lead right within the last 2 corners, only like 2 seconds before the finish line. As you can see, Big Dog's trying to take it back at the last second. He almost had it, but didn't quite get it. And now it's time to look at the full results. Momonas is in first place, Big Dogs is in second, which is not what he wanted to be in, but at least he did get the fastest lap, which gives him another point. Black Pirates is in 3rd place, Arrow Frog is in 4th, Loose Wheel in 5th, Pink Pearl is in 6th place, Night Rivers in 6th. You can see all these big names in these series today are up in these top marbles. And now here are the full results. Big Dogs has taken the lead from Pink Pearl with Loose Wheel in 3rd place. Big Dogs has 72 points, Pink Pearl in 68. Loose Wheel has 61. Arrow Frog is down with 60 points. And Momonas is still in 8th place. Even though he got 1st place, he has not made it up any ground in the overall standings. Congratulations to Momonas for getting 1st place, Big Dogs in 2nd, and Black Pirates in 3rd place. An amazing race today with a steal of a win from Momonas from Big Dogs. Big Dog.
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription.
Hey everyone, welcome to Canada for the 6th qualifying of the season here in Montreal. 8 marbles are still in contention for the overall championship, but as these races go on, that number decreases. Big Dogs has regained his lead in the standings after losing it to Arrow Frog in race 2, who kept the lead for quite a while, but then lost it to Pink Pearl in race 4, who then lost it back to Big Dogs, who has slowly been racking up the points, but not in the lead. He has now gained back the lead, and can he keep it for the last 3 races of this season? We'll have to wait and find out. Pink Pearl definitely wants to take it back from him as we take a look at the track here in Montreal. The starting gate for this qualifying has been moved from its standard location to the top of the booster, as well as the drag reduction zone being directly after the booster, being followed by a sharp 90-degree corner. The marbles are going to have to watch out for these 2 challenging features right next to each other. Going to have to see how they react in this race. As we look at the full standings, Big Dog sits in 1st place, being followed by Pink Pearl and Loose Wheel. Arrow Frog has fallen down to 4th. Gold Piston is in 5th. Night Rivers is in 6th place. All these marbles are striving to become champion of this season, and this qualifying is a good place to start. And we're off for Q1, and Sparky takes lead right at the beginning of the race, being followed by Black Pirates and now Peppers, with Gold Piston in 3rd, now 4th place, fighting Black Pirates for the top podium spot. As Peppers now has taken the lead, now Sparky, they're all fighting for the top position at this point. This is a mad dash. Vascu Pin still in last place. Will he be eliminated in the first qualifying yet again? We'll have to see as we enter the 2nd and final lap of this qualifying. Sparky is still in the lead, being followed by Peppers and Gold Piston. Black Pirates is down in 4th, and Momonas, Night Rivers, and Vascu Pins are in the elimination zone. They need to do all they can to get out if they want to be able to make it to the next round. Night Rivers being a big contender in this season, but having some trouble with the qualifying. And Loose Wheel has taken 1st place from Sparky as we finish the first qualifying of this video. Vamonas, Night Rivers, and Fast Q Pins will be eliminated, and Fast Q Pins is eliminated in the first qualifying yet again. He will be starting in the last spot on the starting grid in race 6 here in Montreal. And now for Q2, the marbles are in the blocks. And away we go. Big Dogs takes the lead, and as well as Sparky, and Peppers is up there as well. Some of the marbles in the back. Loose Wheel is trailing behind very far, as well as for Gold Piston and Pink Pearl, who has a hit from Arrow Frog there, slowing her down quite a bit. Sea Turtles is in first place. This is the first time we have seen this in a long time in this entire season. The Sea Turtles fans are definitely happy at this point. He is fighting with Big Dogs for the first place. Sea Turtles is in last in the overall standings, only having 12 points. It is not possible for him to win the overall championship, but can he have at least a small comeback and climb the standings in the second half of this season? We'll have to wait and see as we enter the second lap of this qualifying. Black Pirates is in third place. The marbles that are in the elimination zone are Loose Wheel, Pink Pearl, and Gold Piston. Can Pink Pearl get out of the elimination zone by the end of the lap? It's not looking like it's gonna happen. As well as Arrow Frog, who will be eliminated with Gold Piston and Pink Pearl. Pink Pearl being the overall leader before Big Dogs took it over last race. Before that, Arrow Frog was in the lead for the majority of the first half of the season. We'll have to see how they do in the final race as we start Q3. Loose Wheel takes the lead, but it is still Big Dogs and Sparky who have been fighting this entire qualifying. At this point, Sparky is in the lead right now. And a good move by Sparky there, hitting Big Dogs from behind, losing some momentum, but lost out to Loose Wheel there. And Sparky takes it back again. Sparky is victory hungry. Can Sparky try to take the overall championship in this season? I don't think so. He's in the bottom 4 marbles. Loose Wheel is up in third place in the overall standings, so he has a chance of winning, as well as Big Dogs, who is in the overall lead, with Black Pirates in there as well. Sea Turtles is trailing behind in 6th place. This is going to be definitely one of the better qualifyings for him in this season, but he hasn't had a very good season at this point. He was a top contender last season. What happened in this season that caused such an abrupt change in placing and strategy? This is an interesting group of marbles we have in this qualifying. Sparky, Sea Turtles, and Peppers not mathematically possible to win the overall championship, with Loose Wheel, Big Dogs, and Black Pirates still in contention for the lead, but Sparky is in first place at this point. Loose Wheel is in second, with Black Pirates in fourth. These 3 marbles want to dethrone Sparky, as he doesn't really even need the pole position at this point because he cannot take the overall championship as we start the final lap. Sparky is still in the lead, being followed by Loose Wheel and Black Pirates as we go through this sharp corner. They're trying to just catch up to Sparky and take pole position. Loose Wheel wants another race win under his belt, but it's going to be hard as Sparky is still in the lead, but he gained some ground there, and as well as Black Pirates, but Sparky is still able to keep the pole position as they go through the final turn, and it is Sparky who will be your champion of this qualifying, with Loose Wheel in second. Black Pirates is on third place. Peppers in fourth. Big Dogs finishes in fifth, with Sea Turtles in 6th place. Our overall leader, Big Dog, sits in 5th place. Will he be able to get higher up in this race and take a second win in this season? No marble has won 2 races yet in this season, so we're waiting for that in this next race. Will that happen? We'll have to wait and see as we take a look at these replays here. Sparky was definitely one of the top contenders of these races today. He really knows how to use this track to his advantage, as well as for Peppers and Loose Wheel. Black Pirates was also up in there, doing well in this race, as well as for Sea Turtles, who made it to the final qualifying, but ended up getting last in that final race. But we'll have to see how he does in the actual race on Sunday. Pink Pearl being eliminated in the second qualifying. Mamonas, our last race champion, was eliminated in the first qualifying. That must be humiliating for him. see Big Dogs taking an early lead here, facing some pressure from Peppers as they go through these meandering turns. Loose Wheel was way back in the pack, but he was able to get out of the elimination zone within 2 laps and was able to move on to the final qualifying, a good accomplishment for him in today's races. As we take a look at the final qualifying, Peppers having a rough start right at the starting gate there, as well as for Black Pirates, as the 4 other marbles got farther up ahead than they did. And a good move by Black Pirates there, using Peppers to his advantage to gain some more momentum. Here is the final lap here. Sparky just holding off for the final couple of turns from Loose Wheel and was able to take pole position. Black Pirates getting in 3rd place. Will this be the race where he will get his first win of the entire season? We'll have to wait and see on Sunday. Here are the full results, with Sparky in 1st place, Loose Wheel coming in at 2nd, Black Pirates is in 3rd place, Peppers finishes in 4th, Big Dogs is in 5th. Going down to the bottom, it's Fast Coupons, Night Rivers, and Mamonas who are going to have the hardest time catching back up to the rest of the marbles in Sundays.
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription.
Hello Marble sports fans, welcome back to the Marble Circuits 2022. I'm Jeremiah, here to welcome you to the Montreal Grand Prix. This is the 6th race of the season, only 2 more races to go after this race, and the marbles are running out of time to collect points and get higher up in the overall standings. Sitting atop of the overall standings is Big Dogs with 72 points, being followed closely by Pink Pearl with 68 and then Loose Wheel with 61 points. Pink Pearl, last season's champion, is trying to come up and take 1st place from Big Dogs to try to win her 2nd season in a row. Big Dogs does not want that to happen though. He's just fresh on the top of the standings as of last race, as well as Loose Wheel, who wants to get up on the top as well. Now let's talk about our pole sitter for today's race, which is Sparky, who had a good last qualifying couple days ago, getting a qualifying time of 2 minutes, which was only 0.4 seconds in front of the next marble, which is Loose Wheel, who sits on 2nd place with Black Pirates in 3rd place. Can Black Pirates come and take his first victory of the season in this race? We'll have to wait and see as the race progresses in today's video. Sparky also has not had a podium or a win in this entire season. He has had 1 pole position in this entire season. That's the best accomplishment he has at this point. He sits in 10th on the overall standings with only 13 points, tied with Fast Coupons down in 11. Sea Turtles is down in 12th place with 12 points. He has definitely had a downfall in this season after finishing in 3rd place overall in last season. So hopefully he'll be able to do better in this race today. And now, for race 6 of the Marble Circus 2022 here in Montreal. The lights are on, and we're off. Loose Wheel taking the lead right at the beginning of the race, being followed by Sparky and Black Pirates, with Big Dogs in 4th place being followed by Peppers as we go up the booster. The drag reduction zone is not disabled for the first lap in this race due to it being directly after the booster. The marbles have no shortage of speed there. We go through these turns here, and Loose Wheel is still has lost the lead there to Big Dogs, who's now in 1st place with Black Pirates in 2nd. Sparky is in 3rd place, has already lost some ground in this first lap. Can he even stay up in the top half of the field? We'll have to wait and see. Gold Piston has gotten the fastest lap at this point with a time of 30.401. We'll have to see if any other marbles can beat that in the rest of the race. Big Dogs is hungry for victory in this race after getting 2nd in the last race, losing out to Mamonas. Can he get another race win under his belt? This will be the 2nd win in a row if he succeeds for this season. First time in the season that a marble has been able to get 2 races in this season. Peppers has now taken 2nd place from Black Pirates as they go up the booster there, but goes through the drag reduction strip, causing him to not be able to pass Big Dogs in that area. Loose Wheel has now taken 3rd place, is putting some pressure on Peppers, and he takes 2nd place briefly, but then Gold Piston now takes second place. They're all right up against each other, drafting each other through these turns. Some very good moves by all these marbles. Black Pirates is falling down the order. Loose Wheel making a move against Peppers there, taking third place, going up the booster, now trying to come up and take second place from Gold Piston there through that sharp corner. A good move by Loose Wheel there. Black Pirates is trying to maintain his ground since the start of the race. He is in third place, same as his starting position. He has gained a couple and lost a couple. Now he's trying to set his sights on Loose Wheel and Big Dogs up in the front. We are in lap 5, already a third of the race done. Only 2/3 left to go as Big Dogs is extending himself from the rest of the field and doing a good job at it. The split is 1.2 seconds from Loose Wheel, who is in second place. Big Dogs wants to extend that lead. Loose Wheel is trying all he can to just come up and make that smaller, but loses out to Black Pirates there, who's gaining on Big Dogs fast as we go through these corners, and Black Pirates takes the lead. Great move by Black Pirates, and now Big Dogs is drafting him through this back straight, and he takes it right back. Great moves by both of these marbles. Big Dogs having a scare there, but he gains back first place. Fast Q Pins is now taking the fastest lap, getting 29.166. Let's see if any other marbles can beat it. He is down in 11th place in the overall standings, so every little point counts just to get him up out of this standing that he's in right now, just to try to ease the humiliation of finishing so far down in the standings. Loose Wheel trying to catch up to the top two marbles, but is pretty far behind as they go up the booster, trying to do all he can to catch up to the rest of the field, which is Big Dogs and Black Pirates, who Big Dog has made an incredible lead in front of Black Pirates at this point. The 1.1 seconds ahead of Black Pirates. Black Pirates is trying to catch back up. As we take a look at the middle of the field, Gold Piston all the way down to Fast Q Pins. Some other marbles in there, Arrow Frog, Peppers, Sparky. Sparky is down all the way in 8th. He has had a terrible time in this race so far, being our pole sitter, falling down so far in this race. Pink Pearl is down in 11th. She is in second in the overall standings. She's having a terrible race as well. I have a feeling she's not going to be in second at the end of this race. With Night Rivers down in last place, he has been there for a long time. He is having a terrible race as well. He has had a downfall in the second half of this season. Will he be able to have a comeback in the rest of the season? We'll have to wait and see. It's not looking like it at this point. Black Pirates has taken the lead from Big Dogs as they go through these chicanes, and Sea Turtles is now in third place, taking it from Loose Wheel. Loose Wheel is losing ground, now facing some pressure from Gold Piston. Black Pirates has extended his lead from Big Dogs, a tremendous lead at this point, with Sea Turtles trying to catch up to Big Dogs as well, with Loose Wheel putting some pressure on Sea Turtles. We are in the 10th lap, only 4 laps to go. The split between Black Pirates and Big Dogs is 1.5 seconds, a very large split. Big Dogs is going to have to try to do hard if he wants to try to catch up to Black Pirates, but he's having some trouble there and gets passed by Sea Turtles. Sea Turtles is now trying to catch up to Black Pirates. Black Pirates is doing a tremendous job in the second half of this race. Will he be able to take his first win of the season and just prove that his hiring of a new crew chief has helped him out in this series? Our last race champion, Mamonas, is down in 7th place. He's having a decent race, but he is in the bottom half, now joining the top half as he enters 6th place there, trying to catch up to the rest of the marbles in the top half ever so slightly, as Black Pirates is still in the lead. And here comes Sea Turtles by storm, trying to come up and take over Big Dogs. Big Dogs has a good defense there, but Sea Turtles is still on his tail, trying to catch up, going through the drag reduction zone, but nothing happens there. Neither of them take the drag enhanced side of the drag reduction zone, which slows them down, allowing the other marble to pass. Neither of them did, and Sea Turtles hits the wall there, allowing Loose Wheel to take 3rd place, now trying to catch up and pass Big Dogs as they go through these corners. We're entering the 13th lap, only 2 more laps to go. Black Pirates is nowhere to be seen in this screen. Will he be able to take the overall win? It's looking like it at this point. He is very far ahead from Big Dogs, who is in second place, being followed by Loose Wheel, who is in third. All these marbles are pretty spaced out as they go through this little chicane. Loose Wheel is losing ground on Big Dogs. Black Pirates is just having a joyride at this point as we enter the final lap. Black Pirates is in first place. Big Dogs is in second. Loose Wheel is in third place. Sea Turtles is trying to come up and take the final podium spot away from Loose Wheel, but it's looking like it's going to be hard. Loose Wheel does take the drag reduction zone, but so does Sea Turtles, not letting him catch up to Loose Wheel at this point. Black Pirates only has a half a lap to go, and he is very far ahead from Big Dogs, and he will be champion of this race. Only 2 more turns to go. It looks like Sea Turtles has taken second place, but Black Pirates will be your champion of Race 6 of the Marble Circus 2022 and the Montreal Grand Prix. His first victory of the season, his new crew chief really helping him win the overall win in this race. Sea Turtles comes in at second, beating out Big Dogs, who finishes in third place.
You did it! You won your first race of the season. Great job!
Yes, I can't believe it. Thank you for bringing me to victory.
You can hear Black Pirates thanking his crew chief for his success. He's definitely grateful and he's definitely excited after today's race. Here are the full results. Black Pirates gets the 25 points with Sea Turtles in second. Big Dogs is in third place. Fast Cupin finishes in seventh, a good finish for him. He also gets the fastest lap, which is also an extra point. He made 5 spots gained in today's race, but ultimate congratulations go to Black Pirates in today's race. Now let's take a look at some of these replays to see just how Black Pirates managed to take the overall win from Loose Wheel, Sparky, and Big Dogs. Sparky fell down very far in this race after starting on pole position. He definitely had a hard race in today's race, which was not expected after the qualifying. It seemed like he had such mastery over this track. Something he just didn't have it today. Loose Wheel, Big Dogs, and Black Pirates, as well as Sea Turtles, were the main marbles who were fighting for the top position in today's race. Big Dogs holding the lead for quite some time, but then he was overtaken by Black Pirates in the second half of the race, who never lost out and was crowned champion. Let's take a look at some of these good replays here. Black Pirates coming in from 5th place, I think, passing Loose Wheel and Gold Piston. No, it was 4th. And then tries to come up and pass Big Dogs through this turn by storm. And he takes the first place there. Great move by Black Pirates. And I believe that was the moment where Big Dog came and took it right back for a little while. But then Black Pirates came and regained the lead. You can see that sharp corner causing some trouble for some of these marbles. Like Pepper's right there, having a small incident with Momonas. Pepper's having some trouble, but he seemed to recover. We take a look at Momonas coming and passing multiple marbles here through this back straight, as well as Fast Cupins, who finished in 7th. Good finish for him. He got started in last place in the qualifying, so he gained quite a few spots in today's race. Here we can see Loose Wheel overtaking Black Pirates at that little chicane area. And now it's time to look at the full standings. And look at that, Black Pirates has taken 2nd place in the overall standings. Talk about a comeback. Will Black Pirates be able to take the overall lead in the last 2 races? It is possible, even if Big Dogs gets 2nd place. If Black Pirates keeps this up, he can win the overall championship. Loose Wheel comes in at 3rd, with Arrow Frog in 4th place. Pink Pearl has fallen down all the way to 5th after getting an 11th place finish in today's race. He definitely had a rough race today. Congratulations to Black Pirates for getting 1st place, Sea Turtles in 2nd, and Big Dogs in 3rd place. Definitely an amazing comeback for Black Pirates in today's race, and the future looks bright for the rest of the season. We still have to watch out for Big Dogs, who is in the overall lead He still wants to take the overall championship.
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription.
Hello Marble Sports fans, welcome back. We are here in Monaco for yet another qualifying of another race here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah, here to welcome you to the Marble Circuits 2022. As we enter the penultimate stage of this season, the Marbles are running out of time to get points to take the overall championship. The Marble who stands on top of the standings right now is Big Dogs, who has 87 points, being followed closely by Black Pirates, who has 73, and then Loose Wheel, who also has 73 in third place. All these three marbles are really battling for the top position, including Black Pirates, who is having an amazing comeback in this season. But the gate is still open for a lot of the marbles in the standings at this point to be able to take the overall championship. So the pole position in this race is really going to be valuable, as we only have 2 more opportunities to get points in this season. As we take a look at today's track for the first time, this is going to be the first track and probably the last in this season that's going to have a tunnel. It's going to be interesting, as well as a very wide corner that will give the marbles a lot more space to roll around and see how they can pass each other. And now for Q1, the marbles are in the blocks, and away we go. And it is Fast Q Pins in the lead, being followed by Sparky and Aerofrog, who are in second and third. Fast Q Pins is trying all he can to not be eliminated in the first qualifying. He has had a terrible qualifying and a terrible season this entire season, so he is trying to make it at all odds to stay in the top, at least the top 9 at this point. But Aerofrog is able to overtake him as we enter the second and final lap and enter the booster for the first time. Sea Turtles has taken third place. Loose Wheel is in fifth, and now we need to look at the elimination zone. It is Big Dogs in 10th place with Pink Pearl in 11th, and Night Rivers is down in last place. Black Pirates is down in 10th place. That's not good for him if he wants to gain more points in this season. Pink Pearl just getting out of the elimination zone, and Fast Q Pins has taken the lead at this point. Big Dogs, the overall points leader, is down in 11th place. It's looking like he's going to be eliminated in this qualifying as well. Yes, he does, as well as Black Pirates and Night Rivers. Big Dogs is going to have a hard time catching back up and keeping the lead in this next race. Fast Q Pins has finally not been eliminated in the first qualifying. A good achievement for him. We'll have to see how he lasts in the second qualifying. And we're off, and it is Pink Pearl this time who is in the lead, being followed by Fast Q Pins. Has he had a change of strategy? Possibly, it seems here. He's being followed and now overtaken by Sparky, who is now setting his sights on Pink Pearl. So they go through these corners, through the tunnel at this point, with some cool blue lighting in there. Just a different atmosphere for these marbles to have to go through in this race. Pink Pearl is defending herself from Sparky. She has had a decent season, and she's just trying to stay up in the lead so she can take the overall championship if she is able to get enough points. And we are in the final lap. The elimination zone has Peppers, Sea Turtles, and Momonas currently in its grasp. These marbles are trying to get out as quickly as possible as we enter the tunnel, and it's not looking like they're going to be able to get out. And Peppers, Sea Turtles, and Momonas will be eliminated in this qualifying as well. They did have some jostling at the last second, but it is Sea Turtles who got the lowest spot in that elimination. Now for Q3 with 4 laps, and we're off. This time it is Loose Wheel, who we have not seen in the top 3 for the entirety of this qualifying so far. Now he's in the lead with Gold Piston in second, and Fast Q Pins has made it all the way to Q3. A great accomplishment for him in this race. Loose Wheel, though, he is up in the top 3 on these overall standings. He's trying to get points as well. He has 73 points. All he has to do is get a couple more places higher than Big Dogs, which it's looking like it's going to happen at this point because Big Dogs was eliminated in the first qualifying, and he'll be able to take the overall championship lead from Big Dogs. Gold Piston is in second with Sparky in third place. Fast Q Pins is down in fourth. Aerofrog is coming up at the back, being chasing Pink Pearl as we enter the third lap. Loose Wheel is just trying to extend himself from Gold Piston as we go up the booster for the third time. They go through this wide corner. It's definitely an interesting corner for some of these marbles. There's a lot of bouncing off the walls as we go through that corner. It's definitely a different change of pace for some of these marbles in this season. Gold Piston is catching up to Loose Wheel as we start the final lap. Loose Wheel is just trying to hold his ground, and Fast Coupin is trying to hold his ground from Pink Pearl as we go up the booster for the final time through the wide corner. Gold Piston is on Loose Wheel's tail as we go through these couple more corners. Loose Wheel just has to stay in the lead for the remainder of the lap, and he will be the pole sitter of this race. Gold Piston is trying to do all he can there, neck and neck. Gold Piston is drafting him, going through the tunnel, and Loose Wheel will be your champion of the qualifying for the Monaco Grand Prix, and he will be the pole sitter for this race. Gold Piston coming in at second. A good try for Gold Piston, but no avail with Pink Pearl in third place. Fast Coupins will be starting in fourth, Sparky in fifth, and Aerofrog will be starting in sixth place. If the race here in Monaco finished the same way that it will start because of this starting position, Loose Wheel would definitely gain the lead. Pink Pearl would probably come in second, and Aerofrog would be up there in the top three as well. Now let's look at the results, see just how Loose Wheel was able to take the overall podium spot in this qualifying. He was really not in the top couple marbles in the first two qualifyings. He was in fifth right there. He wasn't really in the spotlight though, because the marbles you want to watch in these qualifyings are the top few and then the bottom few. So he was kind of more of a mid-runner right up until the last qualifying, and that's where he really shined and just came out to take the overall podium. Black Pirates and Big Dogs, the top two contenders in this season right now, being eliminated in the first qualifying. Definitely not good for them. They really going to have to try hard to gain spots in the next race if they want to be able to retain the lead. Fast Coupins having a tremendous showing here in today's qualifying, getting all the way to Q4. He usually gets eliminated in the first qualifying of this series. Maybe he's finally getting his bearings and learning how to work this new qualifying format of this season. Maybe he's just a slow learner. So we take a look at the final qualifying right here. He is in third place at the moment. Loose Wheel, though, held the lead for almost the entire race. Gold Piston almost coming up and taking the lead from him. It was for pole position, but he wasn't able to do it through the tunnel for the final time, and Loose Wheel was able to take the pole position. Gold Piston coming in at second. Pink Pearl, also a contender in this season. She might be able to come up and take the lead from Loose Wheel. She can be aggressive like that. And here are the full results. Loose Wheel coming in at first place, Gold Piston in second, Pink Pearl in third, with Fast Coupins and Sparky rounding off your top five. Night Rivers and Big Dogs, as well as Black Pirates, coming in the bottom three. Night Rivers having a terrible qualifying and a terrible downfall. Welcome back, race fans, to the Monaco Grand Prix for the penultimate race of the Marble Circuits 2022. I'm Jeremiah, and I'm excited to be here as the things get tense here on the track. We have Big Dog sitting on top of the standings with 87 points, being followed closely by Black Pirates and Loose Wheel. Big Dogs and Black Pirates are starting pretty far back on the starting grid. Loose Wheel is up on pole position. He's the marble that is most likely to be able to take the overall lead at this point. If he would want to be able to take the lead, he would have to be able to get first place, and Big Dogs would have to get fourth for them to be tied. And if Loose Wheel got fastest lap, then Loose Wheel would be taking first place by 1 point. We'll have to see if he is able to do it in today's race. Some other marbles in the top half of the starting grid. Gold Piston sits in sixth place on the overall standings. He may have a chance of getting higher up, as well as for Pink Pearl sitting in third. She sits in fifth in the overall standings. As we look at the results from the qualifying a couple days ago, we see Loose Wheel getting first place, getting that coveted pole position, which definitely will help him in this race today if he wants to take the overall lead. There's only 2 more races to be able to take the lead before a winner is crowned. So every position in these qualifyings count in these last 2 races. As we take a look at the track today here in Monaco, some of the features are the tunnel as well as the wide corner. The Marbles are going to have to figure out how to use these elements to their advantage if they want to succeed in today's race. And now, for the penultimate race of the Marble Circuits 2022. The marbles are ready, the lights are on, and boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys. It is Gold Piston out to the lead right at the beginning of the race, being followed by Loose Wheel, who lost out his pole position right in the first couple of seconds in the race, being followed by Pink Pearl, who is in third, and then Arrow Frog is up there as well. But Gold Piston is trying to extend his lead at this point as we go through the track for the first time in this race. And now Loose Wheel takes first place from Gold Piston as we go through these couple of corners, and now about to enter the tunnel. As they go through the tunnel here, and now for the starting of the second lap, Loose Wheel has gained a tremendous lead already in the second lap. Night Rivers has gained the fastest lap with 29 seconds, and he is in 6th place right now, out starting in last. A great start for him, and he is having a comeback at this point. Gold Piston is still trying to come up and catch Loose Wheel, try to get as many points as possible to be able to try to take the overall championship. And Night Rivers is in 3rd place already in the 3rd lap, almost, not even, now the 3rd lap. He is having an amazing comeback in this race. Will he be able to come and take the overall championship from Big Dogs if he does a tremendous job in the last 2 races of this season? I'm not sure, but it looks like he's going to try. He's now putting some pressure on Gold Piston as they go through these corners. Loose Wheel is still far ahead at this point. Arrow Frog and Pink Pearl are fighting farther back in 4th and 5th place. Black Pirates is up in 8th. He is not having a very good race. He did not have a very good starting position, though. Can he be able to come back up and take some more points and possibly even take the lead? We'll have to wait and see. He's still in 8th at this point. As we take a look at the mid-pack here, Momonas, Arrow Frog, and Pink Pearl battling for the 4th, 5th, and 6th place. Momonas coming out on top. Gold Piston, Night Rivers, and Loose Wheel have spaced out from each other at this point, just trying to stay ahead of the marble behind them. So not much action at this point as we enter the 5th lap here in Monaco. You can see Black Pirates coming up behind Pink Pearl, trying to inch his way up from the back of the pack, and there's Fast Pins behind him. Fast Pins started in 4th place on the starting grid, and now he has fallen all the way down to 8th place. Not a very good race for him. He did have a good qualifying, the first in the entire season, but he's having a hard time in this race, which is not uncommon to see in the Marble Circus 2022. You can see Black Pirates drafting Pink Pearl through the tunnel there and loses out a little bit. Pink Pearl is able to gain back some momentum. Black Pirates is still trying to come up and take it. Loose Wheel has made a tremendous lead for himself. The split is 2.16 seconds. That is an amazing split for the Marble Circus 2022, and some marbles are having some trouble in the DRS there. But Loose Wheel is the one who everybody is watching at this point, having a dominating race at this point. If he wins this race, it will be the first time that a marble has won 2 races in this season, because each race so far has had a different champion. Night Rivers also wants to take his first win of the entire season. He has gotten 2 second places, and then he started not doing so well in the second half of the season, and now he might be having a comeback in today's race. Loose Wheel losing some momentum there, and Night Rivers is trying to catch up, and Gold Piston has lost some ground on Momonas. Momonas is trying to come up and take 3rd place from Gold Piston. Gold Piston does not like what he's seeing through these corners here, and Momonas coming in, and he takes 3rd place from Gold Piston right before the booster, and now through this wide turn. Let's go through the drag reduction zone there. Momonas now trying to set his sights on Night Rivers, who is up in 2nd place, 2.2 seconds behind Loose Wheel. So the split is growing between Loose Wheel and Night Rivers. Either Loose Wheel is doing better or Night Rivers is doing worse at this point. Momonas now succumbs to Gold Piston there. Gold Piston has now taken 3rd place. Momonas now takes it right back. They are fighting for the 3rd place at this point. We are already halfway through this race, and now Night Rivers is being drafted by Gold Piston here. Night Rivers has lost his lead from Gold Piston. Gold Piston is trying to do all he can to take 2nd place at this point, with Loose Wheel just up in the front in the peace and quiet with not a care in the world. And here comes Gold Piston, and he takes second place from Night Rivers. Night Rivers has lost second place. Now Gold Piston is trying to come up and do better than Night Rivers, trying to come up and take first place from Loose Wheel, who is very far ahead at this point, already a couple turns ahead of Gold Piston. Night Rivers is trying to come up and take back second place, and now Arrow Frog is up in fourth place, trying to come up and takes third from Night Rivers, but it's going to be hard as Night Rivers is still battling with Gold Piston up in the front, and he takes second place back from Gold Piston there. Gold Piston has fallen down to third yet again. Loose Wheel has had a dominating race in this entire race. He has not been out of the lead for the entirety of the race. The split is 2.1 seconds. Night Rivers and Gold Piston trying to use each other's momentum just to catch up to Loose Wheel. Gold Piston is still battling with Night Rivers for second place as Loose Wheel crosses the line for the 11th and now 12th lap. And Night Rivers is still up in second. Gold Piston in third with Arrow Frog in fourth, and Pink Pearl is in fifth place. She has not really moved very much in this race. She has just kind of been in the middle of the pack. Will she be able to pull out a overall win in the last race? Is she holding back and to win the last race like she did in Season 1? We'll have to wait and see. Momonas has now taken 5th place from Pink Pearl there. As we enter the 13th lap, the penultimate lap of the penultimate race here in the Marble Circus 2022, Loose Wheel is still in the lead. Big Dogs is down in 11th place. He is for sure going to lose the overall lead to probably Loose Wheel at this point. Night Rivers is going to also climb up the standings as well as for Gold Piston and Arrow Frog. Black Pirates is down in 7th. He's definitely going to fall down the standings as well. So this is going to be an interesting turn of events as they enter the final lap. Loose Wheel is still in the lead by a huge margin with Night Rivers in second. Gold Piston is in third. Loose Wheel is already up the booster before the second two marbles even get to that corner there. And he's already going up through those corners. You can see at the top of your screen as the second and third marbles are way down, way behind him. Loose Wheel about to enter the tunnel as Night Rivers is about to enter this final corner. Loose Wheel comes around the final corner, and he will be the champion for the second time in the Marble Circus 2022 here at the Monaco Grand Prix. Night Rivers comes in second with Gold Piston in third place. Arrow Frog comes in at fourth. Pink Pearl ends up in 5th place. What an amazing race today. Loose Wheel just having a dominating performance, trying to do all he can to take the overall championship, which he has achieved in today's race.
Amazing. We managed to surprise the opponents with our strategy. Congratulations.
Wow, I can't believe we got this victory this weekend. I'm so excited. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Loose Wheel is definitely excited about his second win of the season and the fact that he is able to take the overall championship from Big Dogs. As we take a look at the full race result, Big Dogs finished down in 10th place. Black Pirates finished in 7th. These two other top two marbles did not have a very good race today, but Loose Wheel is the one who had the best race. Night Rivers having the fastest lap as well. Let's look at the replays to see how Loose Wheel is just able to keep in the lead for almost the entirety of the race outside of the first two laps. Gold Piston was in the lead, and he was battling with Loose Wheel for the first lap or two, and then Loose Wheel just extended his lead for the entirety of the race after that point. You can see also Pink Pearl trying to use all the chaos right at the beginning of the race to gain spots, but she was not able to do it. She ended up finishing in 5th place. Gold Piston, you can see one of the few moments that he was in the lead in the race, and now Loose Wheel is already in the lead by the end of the first lap. To go through that tunnel there, a very interesting tunnel for today's race. You can see all these marbles. Arrow Frog having a decent race today, but Night Rivers having the fastest lap, which is surprising. You would think that Loose Wheel would have the fastest lap, but maybe the reason he was in the lead for so long is that all the other marbles just were not able to catch up to him once he had already made the lead. You can see here Gold Piston coming up and taking 3rd place from Momonas. Great move by Gold Piston there. We only have one more race to go after this race, and there's only one more chance for these marbles to be able to come over and take the overall championship lead from now Loose Wheel. We'll have to see how the overall standings have been shaken after today's race and see which marbles are still in contention for the overall championship in the last race in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Gold Piston and Night Rivers were the main marbles who are fighting in the top 2 podium spots besides Loose Wheel. And Night Rivers was able to take second place after having a couple bad races. Another second place finish for Night Rivers. He has to have the record for the most second place finishes in this season. So you can see Loose Wheel a good, probably 3 or 4 seconds in front of the other 2 marbles at the finish line. And now it's time to look at the overall standings. Loose Wheel has taken first place from Big Dogs, who is 10 points behind Loose Wheel at this point with 88, but Loose Wheel has 98. Arrow Frog is in third place with 82. Black Pirates has 79. Pink Pearl having 78. Night Rivers has gained a couple spots, getting to 6th place with 72 points. It's not possible for him to take the overall win, but he still may be able to climb the standings in the final race at Sao Paulo, Brazil. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe, and comment down below who you think will win the overall championship at the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. Congratulations to Loose Wheel for getting first place, Night Rivers in second, Gold Piston in third place. Loose Wheel taking the overall championship. Will he be able to hold it for the last race of the Marble Circus 2022? We'll have to wait and find out.
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription.
Welcome back, Marble Sports fans, to the qualifying for the final race of the Marble Circuits 2022. I'm Jeremiah, and I'm here in Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Interlagos Grand Prix. 5 marbles are in contention for the overall championship. Loose Wheel sits atop of the standings, with Big Dogs coming in close at second, and Arrow Frog sits in third place. And Black Pirates and Pink Pearl are the only other 2 marbles that are mathematically possible to take the overall championship. So these 5 marbles really need to have a good performance in today's qualifying if they want to have a good start in the race here at Sao Paulo, Brazil. And let's take a look at the track for today's race. It is a very long track with multiple overlays, a very winding track. It also has a couple very fast sections for these marbles to really increase their speed in today's qualifying. So Loose Wheel, if he can get second or better in the race in a couple days, then he will be guaranteed the championship for this entire season. So if he can get in the first top 2 or even top 3 spots in the overall qualifying, then he'll be able to have a better chance of winning this championship. So we'll have to watch and see how he does in this qualifying. And now, for Q1 of the last race of the Marble Circus 2022, and we're off, and it is Night Rivers in the lead, being followed by Momonas, who now takes first place as we start the first lap, and it is Arrow Frog, who has now taken first place from Momonas, and now they go up the booster for the first time. It is Arrow Frog, Night Rivers, and Fascu Pins up there in third place. Fascu Pins want to have another good qualifying after having a good qualifying last race, but he did have a terrible race. So the qualifying, does it really matter? Yes, it does, but only if you're able to use it to your advantage in the actual race. Night Rivers is still in the lead, but he is facing some pressure from Pink Pearl at this point. Also, Peppers is up there with Arrow Frog as well. Peppers is now trying to come and take first place from Night Rivers. Where are these marbles that are in contention for the overall championship? There's Arrow Frog and Pink Pearl in third and fourth. Loose Wheel is down in ninth, and Big Dogs is in 11th. Will Big Dogs be eliminated in this first qualifying? It's looking like it's going to happen, and Loose Wheel has fallen down and into the elimination zone as well. Loose Wheel will be eliminated. Big Dogs barely gets out of the elimination zone. Loose Wheel will start in 11th place. Black Pirates in 10th. Loose Wheel is going to have a very hard time in this race if he wants to hold the championship lead in the final race. Black Pirates also is going to have a hard time if he wants to be able to come up and take the lead as well. We'll have to see how the remaining 2 marbles are going to be able to do in this qualifying in Q2 as we start here. Peppers is in the lead, being followed by Big Dogs and Arrow Frog as we go through these turns and this straight here, almost up to the booster at this point, and it is Sea Turtles and Fascu Pins who are in second and third, but there is a lot of fighting up in the top 3 or 4 marbles that is hard to keep track. Peppers is in the lead now, being followed by Big Dogs, who takes first place there, and Pink Pearl is in third place. Peppers is trying to climb the tables. Even though he can't win, he still would like to get some more points. Big Dogs has a little slip up there, allowing Peppers to get a huge lead. We are in the final lap. Big Dogs and Pink Pearl, as well as Arrow Frog, are all up safely in the top half of the field. It's not looking like they're going to be eliminated in this qualifying. Night Rivers, Momonas, and Gold Piston are the ones that are looking like are going to be eliminated at this point, unless they can do something to get out of the elimination zone. It's not looking like it's going to happen, though. Peppers, Pink Pearl, Big Dog, Fast Cupins, Arrow Frog, and Sea Turtles will be advancing to the next qualifying. Night Rivers, Momonas, and Gold Piston will be eliminated in Q2. Pink Pearl, Big Dogs, and Arrow Frog are the 3 marbles that are still able to take the overall championship that have survived the 2 qualifyings. We'll have to see how they finish in this last qualifying. And we're off for the final qualifying of this season, and it's Arrow Frog out to the lead with Pink Pearl and Big Dogs coming in close behind. They all want to get as close as possible to that pole position, but and now it is Fast Cupins in second, but they are overtaken by Big Dogs there. Arrow Frog sits in third place in the overall standings. He really wants to take the overall win, and he's making it as easy as possible for him to do that in this final race. Sea Turtle's coming in at second. He sits in 9th place with only 30 points in the overall standings. So it is surprising to see him in this qualifying. He is not necessarily a bad racer, just has had a terrible season in this season. He did get in 3rd place overall last season, so we'll have to see how he does in this qualifying. He has overtaken Arrow Frog there, with Pink Pearl now coming in at 3rd place, trying to take 2nd from Arrow Frog here. Big Dogs is in 4th, being pressured by Peppers, and then there's Fast Cupins trailing behind in 6th place. He has made it to another final qualifying, coming in at 6th place, like he did in last qualifying, but he's not doing very well in this Q4 at this point. Sea Turtles has gained a huge lead at this point, with Pink Pearl and Arrow Frog coming up from behind, as well as Big Dogs. Pink Pearl wants to try to come up and take the pole position. Will she be able to take the overall win? And will she win the final race like she did last season? We'll have to wait and see. But at this point, we're in the final lap. She is looking like she's going to finish in 2nd, unless Sea Turtles does some detrimental mistake that will allow her to catch back up. Arrow Frog is in 3rd place. Fast Cupins is in 4th. Big Dogs and Peppers are down in 5th and 6th. And Sea Turtles is looking like he's going to be the champion of this qualifying, and he will get the pole position. Pink Pearl will be getting 2nd, Arrow Frog in 3rd. Fast Cupins will come in at 4th, Peppers in 5th, and Big Dogs will be sitting in 6th on the starting grid. A very interesting starting grid for this race. Loose Wheel coming in at 11th place in the starting grid, and Pink Pearl, Arrow Frog, and Big Dogs coming up in the top 6. These 3 marbles are going to have the most likely chance of taking the overall championship from Loose Wheel at this point. This track shows a lot of potential for these marbles to really show how good they are at racing, as we saw a lot of overtakes in today's qualifying. Here are the full results for this qualifying. Sea Turtles coming in at 1st, Pink Pearl in 2nd, Arrow Frog in 3rd, Fast Cupins in 4th, and Peppers will round off your top 5. Black Pirates and Loose Wheel down in 10th and 11th. They're going to have a very hard time if they want to take this championship. Pink Pearl starting in 2nd. Will she be able to take her 2nd championship win?
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription.
7 races have all led up to this. 5 marbles are in contention for the overall championship. Loose Wheel sits atop of the standings, but he qualified in 11th, which leaves the door wide open for the championship to be taken. Hi everybody, I'm Jeremiah, and welcome to the Interlagos Grand Prix for the final race of the Marble Circuits 2022. In today's race, we're going to be having the championship decider to see which marble will be able to take the overall championship crown in this season, with the first place in the standings being Loose Wheel, with Big Dogs in second. Arrow Frog is in third place. In order for Big Dogs to take the overall championship, Loose Wheel needs to be finished in fourth place, and Big Dogs has to be in first place. If Loose Wheel finishes in third place, Big Dogs also has to have the fastest lap. And then if Arrow Frog wants to take the overall championship, Loose Wheel has to finish in sixth. Also, Black Pirates and Pink Pearl are also mathematically possible to take the overall championship, but then Loose Wheel has to finish in eighth place. As we take a look at the results from the qualifying a few days ago, Sea Turtles getting the pole position. Pink Pearl and Arrow Frog are down there in second and third as well. These two marbles want to take the overall championship, as well as Big Dogs and Black Pirates coming in later in the starting gate. And then there's Loose Wheel down in 11th, Sparky ending up in 12th. Guessing from the positions on the starting grid, the most likely marble to take the championship at this point is Arrow Frog, who sits in third place. He's definitely far enough ahead from Loose Wheel to be able to take the overall championship. And now, for the final race of the Marble Circuits 2022. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys. And it is Sea Turtles in the lead, being followed by Pink Pearl, who takes the lead right at the beginning of the race. And it is Peppers in third place, but now it is Night Rivers who has taken first place, and he is fighting with Pink Pearl, who is now taking it back. And now the top three marbles have separated themselves from the rest of the field as we get going in the first lap of 19 today for the final race of the Marble Circuits 2022. It is Arrow Frog in third place, trying to come up and take over Night Rivers and Pink Pearl. We're up in second and first. Try to get as many points as possible because he can't take the overall championship. Where is Loose Wheel? He is down in 10th. Big Dogs is in 8th. Black Pirates is in 6th. Gold Piston has gotten the fastest lap with a time of 26.188. We'll have to see if anyone else can take it, especially for some of these marbles who can take the overall championship, like Arrow Frog, Black Pirates, and Pink Pearl. Pink Pearl, though, is having a tremendous lead at this point, facing some pressure from Night Rivers, a familiar sight in this season. Night Rivers is very upset that he can't take the overall championship. He at least wants to get up there, possibly even in the top 3. And he has taken first place from Pink Pearl there as we go through these turns. We are already in lap 3, and it is Arrow Frog trying to catch up to Pink Pearl and Night Rivers still. Loose Wheel is still down in 11th place. Arrow Frog takes second place from Pink Pearl there, and now Night Rivers gets the fastest lap with a time of 25.073. We'll see. He is in first place though, so that is not surprising. Arrow Frog is now trying to come up and take it from Night Rivers, but he has a little slowdown there, and then he has a counter draft from Pink Pearl there, now allowing him to come up and catch up to Night Rivers there. He's coming up by storm, and he's drafting Night Rivers. Up the booster they go, still no passes, and now Black Pirates is in third place. An amazing comeback for Black Pirates, and he is coming up, and now he takes first and second place from Arrow Frog and Night Rivers. He is in first place. Can he take a win in this season? He has had a tremendous comeback in this season. Will he be able to come and take the overall victory? We'll have to wait and see, but it is Arrow Frog who is in second place. Black Pirates gets the fastest lap there, not surprising. The top 3 marbles at this point are able to take the overall championship. Then there's Night Rivers, and then Big Dogs, who sits in second in the overall standings. And Loose Wheel is climbing up the tables. He is in 7th. That has kicked out Pink Pearl and Black Pirates from taking over the overall championship, unless he falls back down to 8th place. Arrow Frog and Big Dogs, though, still can't take the overall championship if Loose Wheel finishes in this spot. The split between Black Pirates and Arrow Frog is 2.1 second, and there is rain in the forecast in a couple minutes. That'll definitely be some interesting factors that these marbles will have to play with in a couple minutes in the end of this race. You can see the thunder already starting to come as these marbles are getting ready to embrace the drenching. Arrow Frog still in first place, and Big Dogs is fighting with Pink Pearl for second place. He did have it momentarily, but then Pink Pearl took it right back. And now they're coming up by storm, and they take first place from Arrow Frog, and now Pink Pearl is in the lead. Big Dogs is in second or third, trying to come up and take second from Arrow Frog, and then it is Gold Piston in 5th place. Black Pirates, though, is still very far ahead off the screen for most of the time. The rain is coming, so he's trying to make it as far ahead as possible before he gets slowed down by the rain. Arrow Frog has a little bump off the wall there, not what he wanted, but at least he doesn't lose any ground. He does lose some ground off of Pink Pearl, but no places. The split between Loose Wheel and Night Rivers is only 2 seconds, which is pretty far for the middle of the pack. Night Rivers is trying to stay ahead of Loose Wheel, who is coming up to 6th place now, and he is climbing up the tables. All these top marbles are very worried at this point, seeing Loose Wheel climbing up the tables. He has already gained a good 5 or 6 places, so we'll have to keep an eye on him. And the rainstorm is coming. It is getting darker outside as we about to get into the rain. Black Pirates is still in the lead by a huge margin, and then Pink Pearl and then Big Dogs. The top 3 marbles are very separated at this point as Big Dogs is going up the booster there, and now Loose Wheel is in 4th place. If Loose Wheel makes it one more place, Big Dogs has to get 1st place and the fastest lap in order to win the overall championship. Loose Wheel is coming in for the overall championship contention. He is doing a tremendous job at this point. We have 7 laps to go, and then Loose Wheel will be champion if he can get one more place. And the marble that is defending this place is Big Dogs, the marble that needs to be in 1st with the fastest lap if he wants to be able to beat Loose Wheel, who will be in 3rd place if he takes it over. Black Pirates knows nothing of Loose Wheel coming in at 4th place. He still thinks he is doing a tremendous job, as well as for Pink Pearl, as we go through this starting line for the start of the 13th lap, and it is starting to rain. Loose Wheel has passed Big Dogs. Loose Wheel now can win the overall championship if he finishes in this spot in the overall finish in this race. What will these other marbles do to get him to go down farther in the standings? The split between Black Pirates and Pink Pearl is about a minute and, a second. Loose Wheel coming up over Pink Pearl. Pink Pearl does not like what she's seeing, Loose Wheel being in 3rd place. She's definitely in no position to beat him in this circumstance. Looks like the rain has not yet gotten here, but it definitely is getting darker outside, and it's getting a little cooler as well for some of these marbles. Black Pirates is very far ahead from Pink Pearl, and Loose Wheel comes up and takes 2nd place from Pink Pearl there. Loose Wheel has solidified his over championship winning, unless some of all of these other marbles come and take it back like that right there. Pink Pearl takes it right back. Big Dogs needs to get up in 1st place with the fastest lap. He can take the overall championship if Loose Wheel finishes in 3rd place. So he really needs to come and catch up at this point, and now it is starting to rain. Loose Wheel takes 2nd place from Pink Pearl there, and now Black Pirates is getting slowed by the rain. As we go up the booster, Loose Wheel is coming up and trying to pass Black Pirates for 1st place. Black Pirates is trying to hold his ground. Loose Wheel is being very aggressive today, and Black Pirates still has to try to stay and get his 1st win of the season. If he can take the win, that will be enough for him at this point, because he cannot win the overall championship with Loose Wheel coming in at 2nd place. Big Dogs and Pink Pearl trying to come up and take over Loose Wheel. You can see Black Pirates having some trouble with the water. He is skidding, and Loose Wheel takes 1st place from Black Pirates. An amazing comeback by Loose Wheel. Starting in 11th place, he is now in 1st place, and he has solidified his overall championship win. He needs to just stay in the top 3, and he'll win the overall championship. Big Dogs has taken 2nd place. He does not want that to happen. He's trying all he can to get in 1st place and push Loose Wheel into 3rd place. And it looks like Peppers has hit Momonos off the track. We'll have to see if he gets any penalties after this. We are in the 2nd to last lap. Loose Wheel is still in 1st place. Looks like Peppers will be getting a punishment of -2 positions. So the position that he will finish will be 2 more down than what he actually finished. And now Loose Wheel is coming and starting the final lap with Big Dogs in 2nd. Black Pirates is in 3rd place. Loose Wheel pretty much has won the championship at this point, unless he has some terrible mistake where he falls down to 4th place. and now we're going to have an overlapping situation. Big Dogs has taken first place there, and now Sea Turtles is slowing him down there as Sea Turtles is in last place besides Momonas, and he has overlapped Sea Turtles there. But Big Dogs is in first place. Loose Wheel is in second. Big Dogs will be your champion, but Loose Wheel will be your overall championship winner of the Marble Circuits 2022. What an amazing accomplishment for Loose Wheel coming in at second. Big Dogs tried all he can to take the overall championship. If Loose Wheel had finished just 1 or 2 places lower, Big Dogs might have had a chance. But it is Loose Wheel who will be the overall championship decider. Pepper's coming in at 9th, but his punishment will make him have to finish in 11th because of the aggressiveness that he had on the track, pushing Momonas off the track.
Loose Wheel, you're champion of the Marble Circuit! Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! Yeah!
You can hear Loose Wheel and his crew screaming for joy as they have won the overall championship, the second team in history to win the overall championship after Pink Pearl. Here's the overall race result. Big Dogs finishing in first place, Loose Wheel coming in at second, Pink Pearl in third, Black Pirates comes in at fourth, and Arrow Frog finished in fifth. All these top marbles that were in contention finished in the top spot. They all tried their hardest, but Loose Wheel ultimately took the overall win. Black Pirates getting the fastest lap. Big Dogs wishing he had the fastest lap, but that didn't happen. Black Pirates was able to take that. Now let's take a look at the replays, the final replays of the season to see how Loose Wheel was managed to take a comeback, starting in 11th place, getting all the way to first, and then to second after Big Dogs took it from him. Let's take a look at these starting grid, see how these marbles did. There was a lot of jostling in the middle of the pack that switched a lot of the places up in the marbles, and then Loose Wheel ended up starting in last place after this first turn, and he had ways to go to get up in second place, which is an incredible accomplishment for him. You can see Night Rivers coming up and taking first place there. He was a big contender in the actual race for a lot of the first half of the race, and then he started falling down as some of the marbles that can take the overall championship started to come up and push him down the order. You can see Night Rivers about to come and overtake Arrow Frog there. No, it is actually Black Pirates. That was a great move by Black Pirates there, taking 2 places, coming up all the way to first place. And he held first place for a good portion of the race, by a large margin as well. You can also see some marbles jostling around here in this corner, but Loose Wheel is nowhere to be seen. There he is down in, looks like probably 5th place there. And here he comes, taking 2 places there, right in the middle of Arrow Frog and Night Rivers. Amazing move by Loose Wheel. He's definitely become an amazing racer in this season. You can also see him coming over and racing for the line on that lap with Pink Pearl. I'm not sure who made it there, but it looked like Loose Wheel is the one who was able to come out on top after that lap. And here's the point where Loose Wheel come and took first place from Black Pirates. An amazing move. Let's take a look at how, wow, Pepper's hitting Momonas off of the track. Definitely aggression on the track. And now for the full championship standings. Congratulations to Loose Wheel for getting first place. Big Dogs comes in at second, and Pink Pearl gets third place. What an amazing finish for this season. Loose Wheel coming up only 3 points ahead of Big Dogs. You can see if Loose Wheel had gotten only 1 place lower, they would have been tied. And that's why Big Dogs needed the fastest lap. But Loose Wheel came in second, and he took the overall championship. Definitely an amazing comeback story for Loose Wheel. You can see all the members of the crew chiefs cheering for all these marbles, including Loose Wheel, who took the overall championship. Congratulations to Big Dogs for taking this race win. Loose Wheel coming in at second, Pink Pearl coming in at third place. Everybody wants to be Loose Wheel today as he has won the overall championship. The Loose Wheel fans are cheering for the championship decider. Big Dogs and Pink Pearl, though, definitely having something to be proud of, getting the second and third podium spots. Pink Pearl being a major contender in this season after winning the overall championship last season. She wasn't able to take it this season, but she still had a good run. What an amazing season. 8 amazing races, 8 amazing qualifyings, and 12 amazing marbles, and 1 champion. Our ultimate congratulations goes to Loose Wheel as we enter the final podium ceremony of this season. Congratulations to Team Loose Wheel for winning the Marble Circuits 2022. They are definitely excited for this ultimate win of this season. You can hear the fans cheering, even not of the Loose Wheel fans, but all the fans are cheering for today's victory. A dream come true for Loose Wheel today, winning the overall championship after finishing in dead last in Season 1. A definite comeback for Loose Wheel. Oh, as we congratulate him for the final time here on Marble Circus 2022. Yet one more congratulations to Loose Wheel, winning the overall championship. You can see the tears of joy in his eyes, hugging his comrades at this amazing moment in his life, winning the overall championship of the Marble Circus 22. An ultimate congratulations to him. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you all so much for watching and supporting the Marble Circuits 2022. And stay tuned for the next installment here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah, signing off. And until next time, this has been Fubeca's Marble Runs. Good day, everyone.
Welcome to the high-stakes action of Race 1. This is Glasscar Country's 2E26, live from the legendary Sunstorm circuit. The tension is building. The lights are sequence charging. 3, 2, 1. And they are off. Who's going to grab the hole shot? A massive scramble for position, and it's Germany taking the early lead. But look at Colombia charging hard. The former champion is already fighting for the top 3 in this season opener. India makes a power move into first place as they hit the opening booster. India is trying to protect that line through the snake section. Colombia and the USA are right there. Germany is breathing down their necks. Up the second booster they go, finishing a lightning fast first lap. 13 laps of pure adrenaline on the schedule today. Germany dives deep into the hairpin looking for a way through. But India shuts the door on Germany. Colombia is losing a bit of ground, and now the pressure is on from Uruguay and the USA. The USA started P2 on the grid. They showed incredible pace during qualifying. We have to keep a close watch on them. India is absolutely checking out right now. Fastest lap, 1969 on lap 2. Can anyone challenge the pace of this Indian squad? India now enters the final booster of the lap. Colombia is chasing hard, but Germany is under attack from Uruguay. Wait, Uruguay might have just snatched that position. Colombia just stole the fastest lap from India. At 1864, they are flying, pushing through the back straight, into the hairpin and back into the booster zone. Into lap 5, India remains unchallenged in this opening stint. A 2-second gap back to Colombia, but look at Colombia. A major mistake cost them. The gap opens up to 3 seconds. Now Uruguay is looking to pounce and take P2 away from Colombia. What an unexpected clinic from India. They didn't have the best qualifying run, but here they are leading the field with a massive margin. There goes Uruguay challenging Colombia, and Japan is moving. Japan is now in the mix. Japan up to 4th, and they are pressuring Uruguay now. Blasted down the back straight. India is so far ahead, they've left the frame. All the eyes are on this dogfight for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spots. Japan is still looking for an opening, and Uruguay strikes. They take 2nd place from Colombia. Into the booster. Can Colombia fight back immediately? Uruguay is defending like crazy to hold that lead. Colombia is right there. Japan is lurking, but where is India? 7.5 seconds. That is a dominant gap for India over Uruguay. Japan is feeling the heat from Germany and the USA. The big heavy hitters of qualifying are back. And here comes Canada. We haven't seen much of them, but Canada is surging through the booster. Uruguay and Colombia are locked in a battle for silver. Colombia is desperate to get that 2nd place back. India flashes past the screen before Uruguay even makes the corner. Total dominance. Let's check the mid-pack action. Brazil's fighting in 9th. Here's a look at some of the back of the pack. India is so far ahead, they've left the frame. Oh, France has a massive incident on track. That's going to cost them several positions. France drops all the way down to the back of the field. Germany just snatched 4th place from the USA. But Japan isn't done. They're trying to reclaim the spot. Who are you rooting for? Drop your country's flag in the comments right now and hit subscribe. The USA fights back for 4th as we head into lap 11. India is in a different zip code, a total masterclass of pure clinical dominance. India now has an 8-second lead. What a historical performance from India. I don't think we ever saw a lead this big in Season 1. India is setting the bar at an impossible level for 2026. Pure brilliance here at the Sunstorm circuit. This isn't a race. It's a statement of pure dominance by the Indian squad. Lap 12, just 2 more laps to go. India is already closing out the 12th lap, starting the final lap of this incredible race. White flag is out, final lap. India is in a league of their own. Uruguay is in 2nd. But look at Canada in 3rd. What a comeback from Canada, climbing multiple positions to secure a podium spot. Japan is struggling, sliding down to 8th. It's been a tough day for the Japanese squad. India is so fast, they're about to lap the back markers, but it won't matter. India takes the checkered flag. India wins. Congratulations to India, an absolute masterclass. Uruguay crosses the line in second, 5.8 seconds behind India. That is pure domination. USA takes the final podium spot in third. Canada finishes fourth with Colombia rounding out the top five. Colombia held that silver for a long time, but they slipped to fifth in the closing stages. They had a great race. Here are your full standings after this battle. 40 points tonight for India. Uruguay takes home 35. USA with 34, a huge opening statement from India. An incredible showing from both of our top finishers. The USA secures the bronze. Canada fourth, Colombia fifth. Japan finishes in sixth. Germany in seventh. And where's our pole sitter, Brazil? Down in ninth place. A tough day at the office for Brazil. Hopefully, they can redeem themselves in the next race. Let's take a look at the replays. It all started in turn one. That's where the trouble began for Brazil. Brazil got squeezed on the outside and the pack just swarmed. Almost every other racer fought for that line. Germany was the first to emerge with the lead. And look at Colombia's explosive start. They were the main contender in the first half of the race. But India was on another level. They took the lead and never looked back. Flawless racing. What a massive victory for India. Hitting that first booster. Check out the tactical line India took here, staying tight on the right side through the S section, going straight through without touching the walls. That's how you save time and keep your speed up. Uruguay eventually locked down second place. Here is that crucial overtake on Colombia. From that point on, Colombia really started to struggle. They almost fought back, but the momentum was gone. And here comes Japan. They finished in sixth after a brave effort. They were fighting for the podium early on, but they just couldn't sustain that pace. Canada was down in seventh at this point, but look at them go, finish in fourth. An incredible recovery by the Canadian team. They weren't even in the qualifying spotlight until the final round last Wednesday. Keep your eye on Canada. They are the dark horse in terms of pure grit. Canada definitely takes the award today. And there's that slick move by Japan before the boost. But here comes Canada putting the squeeze on Colombia. They snatched that position right at the end. Now it's time for the podium ceremony. Congratulations to India, winner of Race 1 Glass Car Countries 226. Uruguay takes the silver, 5 seconds back, and USA takes the bronze. Nearly 12 seconds behind the leader, India was untouchable. Congrats to our 3 podium finishers. What a way to kick off the new season. A massive thank you to all the fans around the globe for the incredible energy today. We couldn't do this without your amazing support. Make sure you stay tuned because Marble Champions 2026 arrives next Saturday in grand style. Thanks for watching, and now stick around for an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at how we brought this massive world event to life. Enjoy the making of. "16 nations are set to clash in a brutal game of soccer. Maximum collision. The arena is packed. The VIP section is sold out. Over 50,000 tickets sold for this global event. Everything is ready. The circuit is laid out and waiting for our world-class competitors. A high-speed 5-meter track leading straight to the pitch. Expect total carnage and heavy collisions. That's exactly what the fans in the stands are screaming for. We have a lethal spinner at center field that could make these impacts even more aggressive. Everything is locked and loaded. The round of 16. 16 nations on the line. It's single elimination. Win or go home. Let's go. Canada versus Spain. The referee gives the signal. Incoming collision. Impact. Hard strike on the spinner. 1-1. Still tied. For Spain. Spain finds the back of the net, making it 4-2 for the Spanish squad. Canada just can't find a way to score. Spain outclasses Canada. Let's break it down in the replay. Spain comes in hot on the right side of the track. That impact against the spinner was pure violence. Spain manages to convert 4 massive goals. Canada only manages 2 on the board. Spain sends their final player through and secures the 4-2 victory. Spain punches their ticket to the quarterfinals. Next matchup, Peru versus Portugal. Fighting for a spot in the Elite 8. Let's go. Everything's ready. The referee blows the whistle. Portugal charging down on the left side of your screen. Major collisions. It's a dead heat so far, but Peru makes it 3-2. Stunning Portugal. Portugal is going home. They couldn't overcome the Peruvian grit. Aggressive hits. Let's look at the replay of that brutality. Witness the power of those impacts. Portugal takes the left lane, but Peru hammers home 3 goals. Peru basically dominated the entire left side of your screen. Only 1 goal for Peru came from the right side. Peru advances. A date with Spain awaits them. Portugal is packing their bags. They were eliminated from the competition. Next battle, Chile versus Colombia. The ref authorizes the start. The balls are rolling, massive impact. And Colombia, 3-0 for Colombia. Chile just couldn't put one in the net. I love spike field soccer. The sheer aggression as they collide with those lethal spikes. Colombia hits a hat trick, 3 goals. Let's see how it went in the replay. Colombia takes the right side of the video. A crushing 3-0 lead for Colombia. Look at that! A goal from the right by Colombia. And the Chilean player actually pushed Colombia in. The final player broke right, sealing the 3-0 blowout. Colombia cruises into the quarterfinals. Chile is heading home. Now Colombia awaits the winner of the Mexico versus Japan clash. That starts right now. The whistle blows. They're moving, violent hit on the spinner. So many goals. 3-2 for Mexico. And Mexico makes it 4-2. Japan tries to answer. They grab 2 goals, but it just wasn't enough to qualify for the next round. Check out the replay, friends, to see how this mess went down. Mexico's victory earns them a spot in the Elite 8. Look at that impact, a high-velocity collision. Japan strikes with incredible violence against the spinner, but they only managed to find the net twice. And Mexico's final player drops in at the last second. Mexico advances. They're going up against Colombia. On to the next matchup. Nigeria and Indonesia. Let's go. Ready to roll. They're off. Massive impact. Collisions everywhere. It's 3-0. Indonesia 3-1 for Indonesia. Nigeria is still alive. They grab one back, but it's not going to be enough to beat Indonesia, who already has 3. Final score 3-2. Let's check the replay. If your country isn't in this tournament yet, let us know in the comments. I'd love to include them in the next world events. New competitions coming. A violent high-speed hit. Pure carnage. And only 3 goals for Indonesia and 2 for Nigeria. Nigeria tries to steal it at the end, but they fell short, even with that last-second goal. Look at Nigeria rolling into the final minute to score. Let's go, on to the next one. Let's move the bracket. Indonesia advances to the quarterfinals. Now it's Brazil versus Russia. Indonesia is already waiting to take on the winner of this epic clash. Who's it gonna be? This is high-stakes action. Brazil on one side, Russia on the other. Heavy impact. It looks like a tie. but Brazil is pushing. In the final minute, Brazil win the match and qualify for the quarters-finals. It's 3-2 for the Brazilians. Let's go. Check the goals in the pocket. There it is, 3 for Brazil, 2 for Russia. Replay in full effect. Brazil coming in from the left, Russia from the right. Violent strike on the spinner. Russia puts points on the board, but not enough to take down Brazil. Brazil hammers in 3. And that's enough to punch their ticket to the Elite 8. Look at that. At the very end, Brazil rolls through, crosses the line, and converts. Brazil moves on into the quarterfinals. Russia is eliminated. They're heading home. It's going to be Indonesia versus Brazil. Let's go. Next matchup, USA versus Argentina. The balls are in motion. Hard impact, violent, high-speed collisions. 3-2. USA leading for now. There it is, 3-2 for Team USA. Argentina is knocked out and heading home. USA scores 3 and advances to the quarterfinals. Check out the details in the replay. They drop. Collision. Brutal impacts. Argentina versus USA. The United States moves on into the final 8, securing the penultimate spot in the quarters. Now it's India versus the UK. The winner of this clash takes on the USA. India taking the left side. UK on the right, massive hit. 3-1, India in full focus. Look at that rotation from India. India powers through the tournament bracket, securing a 3-1 victory over the UK. Replay analysis, look at the skill. The United Kingdom is coming from the right, took the early lead on the course. Collision on the right lane. But India was much more efficient, sinking 3 goals, grabbing the final spot in the quarterfinals. India versus the USA. Let the quarterfinals begin. Peru on one side, Spain on the other. The battle starts. Incoming hit, aggressive collision, pure violence. It's 3-1 for Peru. Spain grabs one back. They almost snatch a tie in the final second, but they fell short. 3-2 for Peru. Look at the details of this. Clash for a spot in the semifinals. Look at that. Massive impact on the spinner. Peru was simply more clinical. 3 goals converted. Spain fought like warriors until the final buzzer. They almost forced a tie in those closing seconds. Peru, our first semifinalist, moves up the bracket. Spain packs their bags. They are out, eliminated. On to the next matchup. Mexico versus Colombia. The match begins. Mexico on the left, violent impact. 2-2. 4-2 for Mexico. Mexico stuns Colombia. Let's break it down in the replay. Look at that descent in detail. That was insane. Mexico strikes twice right at the start of the collision. Colombia tries a desperate comeback, but they just can't convert. They were even blocked by a Mexican player. 4-2, Mexico wins. Our semifinalist moves on to face Peru. Colombia is heading home. Let's go, Brazil. Indonesia fighting for a spot in the semifinals. Action. Heavy impact. Massive hit on the spinner. Brazil hammers in 4-2. Indonesia fights until the bitter end, but they just can't score again. 4-2. Brazil moves on, is in the semifinals. See the details of this incredible descent. Brazil coming in from the left side. Indonesia with the white ball. Violent collision. Pure carnage. Brazil converts 4 goals and advances into the semifinals. Let's look at the bracket. Now for the final semifinal spot. It's the USA versus India. Ready to roll. They're off. USA on the left lane, aggressive hit. India comes down strong and puts pressure on their opponent. India makes it 4-2. The United States just couldn't catch India, falling behind. They are eliminated. Witness the descent in the replay. Watch this play. A hard drop. A high-velocity collision. And India executed a masterful performance, securing a 4-2 victory. The final semifinalist is India. They take on Brazil, and Peru faces Mexico. Let the semifinals begin. Peru and Mexico action for a spot in the grand finale. Brutal impact, so much power. Peru makes it 3-2. Mexico just couldn't overcome the Peruvian grit. 3-2, Peru wins. Full breakdown in the replay. Slow motion analysis. Peru coming in hot on the left lane. Mexico on the right, violent collision. Peru converts right out of the gate. 2 goals, 3 goals now. Mexico tries a desperate comeback, but they fall short. Peru is in the final, our very first finalist. Congratulations to Peru. Let's go. Another heavy clash, India versus Brazil. Referee signals the start. A hard drop, impact on the spinner, absolute mayhem. Look at that. 2-1, 3-2 for Brazil. Brazil outguns India and moves to the finals. Wait, I need to see this replay. The details are wild. It looks like a Brazilian player was knocked off the track. Let's check the drop. A Brazilian player flies out of bounds, but even with a man down, they managed to outplay India. Incredible strategy from Brazil, overcoming every obstacle, converting 3-2 against India. Well played. That final play was unbelievable. Let's go. Brazil moves on. They're in the grand finale, facing off against Peru. Now the battle for third place. India versus Mexico. Who's going to grab the final spot on the podium? A brutal high-impact collision. Mexico crushing India. India tries to close the gap, but Mexico is looking unstoppable. Final score 5-2 for Mexico. Mexico secures the bronze medal. They're on the podium. Let's look at the replay details. This match had the highest goal count. 5 goals in a single descent. Mexico breaks the record for most goals in a game. There it is, Mexico winning third place, grabbing their spot on the podium alongside our top 2 finishers. Now the grand finale, Peru versus Brazil. Who will prove to be the strongest? Remember, 2 halves. The first half and second half. Referee signals, they're off. Heavy strike on the spinner. 3-2 for Peru. 3-3. They tie it up in the first half. A dead heat so far. Let's break it down in the replay. Time to analyze. Brazil coming from the left lane. Peru from the right lane. Collision is inevitable. The spinner is rotating at high speeds. Look at that play. Just when it looks like it's over, the spinner changes everything. Let's go into the second half. 3-3. Everything is for the golden trophy. Drop. Action. Violent hit. Final score 7-6 for Brazil. Brazil is our grand champion. Brazil with 7. Peru with 6. Look at the detail in the replay. They were tied 3-3. Then Brazil struck with 4 massive goals. And Peru found 3 more. Check out the replay. The drop, a high-velocity collision. Live action. Our eyes can barely keep up with these high-speed movements. The violence on that spinner is unmatched. Brazil is the grand champion. The golden trophy is theirs. Congratulations to Brazil. If your country didn't make it this time, tell us in the comments. I'd love to hear from you and include them in the next World Championships. Everything is ready for the podium. Let's see our 3. Champions. Brazil, 17 total goals. Peru, 15 total goals. Mexico, 10 total goals. Congrats to Brazil, winners of the Golden Trophy at Fubeca race. I hope you enjoyed another breathtaking world competition. That's a wrap. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and let us know what you thought of today's event. We'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Hello and welcome back to Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah and I'll be your play-by-play commentator for this event. We have another friendly race on the Marble Circuits track, the Monza Circuit, like we had 2 videos ago. We are going to have another friendly race here at this track. We have 12 countries, the same countries that were in the last Marble Circuits friendly race, and it'll definitely be an exciting race to behold. In the last Marble Circuits friendly race, Japan was the champion, being followed by China, Germany, and the USA. All 4 of these marbles were fighting in the second half of the race for the top couple of spots. France was the leader in the first half of the race, and they finished in 5th in the last friendly race. We'll have to see if they do better in this friendly race. Looks like they're starting pretty far back in the starting gate. France all the way down there in 11th place in the starting gate. That's going to hurt him in terms of getting a quick lead. But now it is time to start the Marble Circuits 2022 friendly race. And we are off. Who comes out to lead? It's Belgium, being followed by China and Australia as they all go through that little splitter right there. Fortunately for the marbles on the right side, there's no drag reduction because it has been disabled for the first lap. It is China coming out to lead, being followed by Belgium and Germany. But Germany is pretty far behind Belgium, who is a little bit closer to China, but still China is in the lead. Brazil and Vietnam pressuring for the podium. Germany just trying to fend them off, and they are losing ground on Belgium and China. They are extending their lead by a significant margin, a whole second between second and third place. Here comes Belgium trying to come up and overtake China. First 2 marbles of this race, and they're drafting China there. And a hit from the back from Belgium to China. China is able to use that to gain some momentum, and they regain a significant lead. And Brazil has now taken 3rd place from Germany, as well as the USA, who now has taken 2nd, or now 3rd. China about a turn ahead of Belgium, and then there's the USA and Japan coming up here again. Japan, the last winner, trying to come up and pressure for the podium, but the USA trying to get as far away as possible from Japan, and now they're pressuring Belgium for 2nd place. China and Belgium have not moved in the overall standings since the beginning of this race, and the USA wants to change that. But here comes Japan as well, and they're pressuring the USA through the back straight. And there goes the USA, an assault on Belgium, and they take over, but Belgium takes it right back. The USA falling down to 4th place now as Japan takes 3rd place, and they lose out there. And the USA comes back into 3rd place, now pressuring Belgium, and China all the way out there in the lead, not even knowing what's going on in the back. The USA does take 2nd place from Belgium as we enter the 5th lap. China still in the lead. And let's take a look at some of the other major contending marbles from the last Marble Circuits friendly race. You got France all the way down in 12th place. They were in the lead for the good first half of the race in the last Marble Circuits friendly race. They're having a terrible start here in this race. They did start in 11th place, possibly what caused their downfall in this race. Then you have Germany. They were also in the top 5 for the second half of the race, and they're down in 7th right now 6th. And let's see if they can catch back up and redeem themselves in this race. Belgium in 3rd place, USA still in 2nd, China in 1st, Japan up there in 4th, Vietnam in 5th, and Brazil in 7th. Now moving up to 5th place Brazil, another major contender in the last Marble Circuits friendly race. They also want to get a podium as well. Let's see if they can. Here comes Vietnam. They overtake Brazil there. Now pressuring Germany and Japan, who are fighting for that 4th and 5th place. China, 2.3 seconds ahead of the USA, who is in 2nd. That is a major lead by China, but hopefully they won't blow it in this race. Let's see if they can hold it for the remainder of the race. We're not even halfway through yet, so they have a long way to go. Front running is definitely a hard skill to master in the world of racing, because you have to keep your focus even though you're all alone up there in the front. Nobody's really pushing you to keep going at the speed that you're going, and it's definitely a hard mental game, and China is doing a good job at it right now. The USA also pretty alone out there in 2nd, really far ahead of Germany and really far behind China. And so they also are having a mental game as well, just trying to stay focused and catch up to China. Germany, though, not so alone, as Belgium creeping up behind them, trying to come up and take over 3rd place. And then there's 2 more marbles, which is Vietnam and Japan. We are at 5th and 6th place marbles. Look how far ahead China is, already passing through that track cross section before the USA even gets to the 3rd turn after the booster. Here comes Vietnam trying to catch up to Germany. Let's see if they can do it, but they're having some trouble because here comes Belgium. They passed for 4th place, now are drafting Germany for 3rd. We are entering the 10th lap, 7 more laps to go. And it is Belgium who comes out into 3rd place now, passing Germany. Now they're setting their sights on the USA, who is losing ground, and Belgium is right up next to the USA. They are drafting them. Let's see if they can pass for 2nd. Here comes Japan as well. They do not want to lose this race. And China, not even in the frame. They're way down. They're probably already in the booster by now. Yeah, they're way, way ahead. Can't even see them in the frame. There they are. About to exit the frame there. They are dominating this race. Let's see if they can have a full sweep, being in 1st place for the entirety of the race. Not challenged even once. The USA still in 1st, but here comes Japan, and they overtake for 3rd place. Now trying to come up and take 2nd. China and the USA have been 1st and 2nd for the entire race. And Japan and Belgium have been trying to change that for almost the entire race. And here they go, and they do it. Japan and Belgium both overtake the USA, and now they're in 2nd and 3rd place. Now they have to catch up to China, which is definitely a difficult task. The USA trying to come up and catch back up to Belgium and Japan, but they're having a hard time because Germany is up there as well, pressuring for 4th place. And the USA losing out to Germany there. Now they're in 5th place, and Argentina now has their sights on the USA. China, though, still in the lead. You can see there, they can see Japan traveling the other way because they're so far ahead in the track. And then that's when they know they are doing good in this race. Japan, though, pretty aggravated at how far ahead China is. They're just hoping and praying that China will make some mistake that will cause them to lose a lot of ground, a lot of speed. But at this point, it'll be very hard to mess up that badly. But Japan coming up now. They've actually got a little bit of ground on China. Maybe Japan and Belgium kind of working together to push each other farther ahead and make their overall speed faster so they can catch up to China. Possibly even Belgium pushing up Japan to China. Or it could just be Belgium is running out of steam and they're slowing down. Through the drag reduction they go. Here comes Germany trying to overtake Belgium through the booster. And Belgium is still in 3rd place. USA down in 6th now. They've been passed by Vietnam. But here they go back up into 5th place. Vietnam down to 7th. Argentina in 6th place. France has moved up to 9th. Better for France, but still no 1st place. I believe they finished in 6th in the last Marble Circuits friendly race. And here comes Japan, and they've caught up to China. Wow, China either doing terrible or Japan doing great. Either way, they're only about 2 track lengths apart. Let's see if Japan can make that gap even smaller, even pressure for the lead. They only have 1 lap to go after this lap, so the time is crucial. Japan trying all they can to catch up to China. China just has to stay in the lead for 1 more lap, and they will be the champion of this race. Belgium, though, also wants to take 2nd place, but Japan does not want that to happen. Here comes Belgium, and they overtake for 2nd place in the final lap. And here they come, trying to overtake China, and they're neck and neck with China. China just has to defend for half a lap, and they will be the champion. But Belgium also wants to have the ultimate comeback story of marble sports. Let's see if it happens. China being drafted by Belgium around the final turn, and it'll be close, but it is China who will be the champion of this race. Belgium coming in at 2nd, Japan in 3rd place. Belgium only 0.3 seconds behind China. Japan 2.3 seconds behind China. Japan finishing in 3rd place after finishing in 1st in the last Marble Circuits race. Still pretty good finish. And we have the same couple of marbles, Germany, the USA, Vietnam, all up there as well.
We dominated the race in every lap. Fantastic.
Oh my goodness, what a wonderful weekend. Everything worked out for us in this GP. Thank you all.
You can hear the China radio. Very excited. A complete domination of this race. China in the lead for the entire race. Not even pressured once in the entire race. They started in 2nd, but they quickly overtook the lead for 1st place within the first lap or 2. And then they were in the lead for the entire race after that, all 17 laps worth. That is what I call domination. Also Japan, the USA, Belgium, Germany were some other top contenders in this race, all fighting from that 2nd to around 5th place zone. All fighting for that top 5 and for the podium. And ultimately, it was Belgium and Japan who filled the 2nd and 3rd place spots. Unfortunately for Japan, losing out their 2nd place to Belgium in the final lap. But they still got to sit on the podium with Belgium and, of course, China, our winner of this race. As we take a look at some of these overtakes in the replay, some great overtakes in this race. See here Japan coming up behind Germany and overtakes on the inside through that corner there. And then they had to set their sights on Belgium. Belgium, Japan, the USA, Germany, all enemies in this race. See the USA here in 2nd place. Actually, no, that's not even 2nd place. That's when they were way down in like 5th. And Argentina was pressuring to pass the USA. They never did. But the USA was down there with Argentina in around 6th and 7th. Around the 3/4 mark of the race. You can see there, Brazil and Vietnam passing Germany through the drag reduction zone. Definitely an exciting race, a dominating performance by China. Finally coming out and taking the win after getting 2nd place in the last Marble Circuits friendly race. They've been training their whole life for this, and now they finally have their moment of glory. Be sure to check out the Fubeca merch store so you can get all the shirts with your favorite Marble Circuits teams on them, so you can cheer for your favorite teams in style. Now it is time for the podium ceremony, where we congratulate all 3 podium sitters from this race. They all did amazing, but today they all aspire to beat China. Congratulations to China for being the winner of this Marble Circuits friendly race. Belgium coming in at 2nd and Japan in 3rd place. Belgium so close to getting 1st place, 0.3 seconds behind China, but China was able to hold out for the entire race. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe, comment down below, share this video with your friends if you enjoyed, and stay tuned for more future marble tournaments. I'm Jeremiah, signing out. Until next time, this has been Fubeca's marble runs. Good day, everyone.
Here we go again, folks. This is a re-edit of one of the most iconic marble races ever, with over 12.7 million views and counting. This legendary track features 6 chaotic funnels, a fully functional electric elevator, rotating paddles, unpredictable mazes, and 16 countries battling it out. Fans around the world loved this track, and today we're bringing it back with updated commentary and even more hype. So buckle up. This is not just a race, it's a ride through marble madness. The camera zooms out, revealing the full madness of the track. Funnels, elevators, and obstacles ready to unleash chaos. There they are, marbles lined up with national flags, split into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Let the round of 16 begin. Group B is on screen. Russia, England, Germany, and India. This is gonna be intense. Now Group D, Japan, Cameroon, Netherlands, and Brazil. Pure energy on display. Here comes Group C, Mexico, Greece, Portugal, and Italy in a classic showdown of skill. Group A lines up Argentina, Colombia, Chile, and the United States. This is gonna be wild. Wide view of the tournament bracket. The stage is set. Who's going all the way? And the first matchup from Group A is about to kick off. Buckle up. Starting gate lifts. And the marbles are off into the first maze. It's go time. Massive collision. Chile dives into funnel 1 first. Argentina follows close. Argentina takes the lead and heads into the xylophone zone, aiming for the spiral elevator. Argentina climbs. Chile right behind. The US sneaks into third. It's heating up. They both handle the paddle module like pros. What a save. Argentina charges into funnel 5. This is getting wild. Wow! Chile powers through funnel 5 and drops straight into funnel 4. The US catches up to Argentina. What a battle! Colombia is trailing. They need to make a move. Now 2 alternate paths. US goes left, Chile chooses right. Chile is leading. This race is on fire. So far, it's been a wild ride. Chile and Argentina came out strong, but the US is right in it. Colombia is still chasing. Chile drops for the win. Colombia is closing in fast. Chile is through. 1 spot left. 2 advance, 2 go home. Colombia takes the 2nd spot. The US and Argentina are out after that crazy round. Argentina finishes 3rd, but it's too late. The US is still struggling on the track, and it's official. The US was the slowest of the heat. What a race, folks! Chile and Colombia are through. If you enjoyed this madness, hit that like button and subscribe for more epic marble action. Group B is ready at the gate. Tension's high. Who's gonna shine? Marbles lined up at the start. It's all set. And they're off. The race begins and Russia takes the early lead. Russia hits funnel 6 first. But here come the others. It's getting crowded. Russia and England break away, heading for the xylophone sector together. Both marbles ride the elevator up. Germany follows. India's falling behind. Wow, what a move. Russia slips on the paddle module and loses the lead. England and Russia battle hard in funnel 5. It's intense. All 4 marbles now tangled up in funnel 5. Total chaos. England and India escape into the alternate paths. What a surprise play by India. Germany drops in too. It's anyone's game now. Quick reminder, only 2 marbles make it to the semifinals. This is the make or break moment. England's closing in on the win. What a finale. England takes it, but 1 spot remains, and 3 marbles are neck and neck in the final funnel. Russia claims 2nd place. They're in. Germany comes 3rd, but too little, too late. India finishes last, the slowest of the bunch. That's it for Germany and India. They're going home. Highlights. England stayed sharp and Russia made a brilliant comeback. What a wild race. Meanwhile, England and Russia prepare for the next race, waiting for opponents to arrive. Now it's Group C taking the stage. The marbles are ready, the launch is seconds away. Launch activated, and they roll down with speed. Italy and Greece are neck and neck, arriving first at funnel 6. Greece drops in first and takes the lead, already riding the elevator. Portugal comes in strong, grabbing second after the xylophone section. Greece nails the spinning paddle module. Flawless run. This heat is on fire. Greece leads, but Portugal, Italy, and Mexico are all right there. It's wide open. Greece chooses the right alternate funnel, still in front. Italy drops into the left funnel, pushing for second place. Remember, only 2 marbles make it to the semifinals. 2 are going home. This is huge. Greece in first, and now Mexico jumps into second. Greece wins the race, and the second spot is down to Mexico or Portugal. What a finish. Mexico finishes second. They're headed to the semifinals. Portugal drops in third, but it's too late for them. What a tournament so far. We've seen passes, surprises, and heartbreak, and now the semifinal A is set. Mexico, Greece, Chile, and Colombia. 4 Titans, 4 styles. Only 2 will move on. Stay tuned. This is just getting started. Group D is more than ready. The energy is electric. These 4 nations are facing off like it's the World Cup final. Start triggered. The marbles race down the slope. Cameroon and the Netherlands take the lead and dive into funnel 6. Cameroon pulls ahead and rides the spiral elevator solo. But struggles at the spinning paddle module, losing precious time. The Netherlands hold second, and Brazil is now in third and closing fast. This is a legendary track. The original 2021 version of this video racked up over 12 million views, 2,600 plus comments, and a whopping 111k likes. A marble race classic. Cameroon leads, Brazil is second. Both head into alternate funnels. It's anyone's race. We will leave the link to the original viral video in the description below. Cameroon inches toward the win, but wow, Brazil strikes at the last second for the victory. Cameroon secures second and qualifies with style. Others are still on track, but their fate is sealed. Japan finishes third. Out of the semifinals, the Netherlands comes in last. What a first phase. Highlights, Brazil with a clutch comeback. Cameroon consistent. Chile and Colombia were sharp. Greece was flawless. And England showed pure technique. Now, semifinal B is set. Russia, England, Brazil, and Cameroon. Let the battle begin. Hey Marble fans, what do you think of this insane championship? Drop your prediction in the comments and visit our website, fubeca.com, for all the action behind the scenes. Start triggered. This is for a spot in the finals. Only the top 2 advance. It's all or nothing. Greece takes the lead and dives into the elevator zone. What a start. Colombia slides into second and keeps the pressure on. Greece hits the spinning paddles, but loses precious time. Colombia moves through the paddles more cleanly and gains ground. Here comes Mexico in third, a triple showdown at funnel 5, and a spot in the final is on the line. Colombia takes the right alternate funnel. Greece goes left. Every choice matters now. Chile, with the surprise move, drops first and takes the lead in dramatic fashion. Chile wins the race. And Greece finishes second to lock in a spot in the grand final. It's the end of the road for Mexico and Colombia. Mexico had heart but couldn't keep the pace in the critical section. Colombia started strong but lost momentum after the paddles. Both had potential, but the tiny details made all the difference. The alternate paths, the timing in Funnel 5, this was pure strategy. Fans, this is what marble racing is all about. Greece and Chile are in the final, 2 spots left, and more action on the way. It's time for semifinal B. Russia, England, Brazil, and Cameroon fighting for 2 spots in the grand final. All marbles are lined up, waiting for the green light with intense focus. Go! They're off, racing for a spot in the final. Only the 2 fastest will move on. Cameroon leads early and heads straight to the elevator. Explosive start. It's a triple battle in Funnel 6. This is getting wild. Gotta love that xylophone sound as the marbles slide down the ramps. Pure speed music. Cameroon hits the spinning paddles and pulls away. That's pure determination. Brazil and Russia stay locked in. They're chasing hard. Now it's a triple fight in Funnel 5. Total chaos. Everyone's tangled in Funnel 5. This will be decided by inches. Cameroon still leads, but Brazil is right there. This could flip in a heartbeat. Cameroon and England both with real chances. Everything's still wide open. Wow! Brazil taps Cameroon at the last second, but Cameroon holds on and wins it. England secures second place. Incredible race. Brazil gave it everything. Brazil finishes third, but it's just too late. And now, the grand final is set. England, Cameroon, Greece, and Chile. 4 different styles, 4 powerful stories. Greece has been solid and technical. Chile struck with bold moves. Cameroon stayed calm under pressure. And England raced with strategy and nerve. Fans everywhere are watching. The only question left is, who will be the Fubeca race champion? The stage is set. 4 marbles carry the pride of their nations. Who will go down in Fubeca race history? This is the ultimate final. All set, and they're off. Once again, Greece starts from that tough spot, always behind. Is that side of the track cursed? Let us know. All marbles drop into Funnel 6. England stands out and dives first into the xylophone section. But Greece fights back. Doesn't matter where you start, it's what you do on the track. England hits the spinning paddles first. Greece struggles and loses position to Cameroon. Chile is still trailing. It's the final. The Fubeca trophy is on the line. Wow, Greece comes back strong, pushes through the challenges and takes the lead. Cameroon and England battling side by side at Funnel 5. This is insane. Cameroon pushes hard, going for the lead now. But Greece holds firm, still in front. It's down to this. Greece versus Cameroon for the championship. Greece wins. Wow, an epic, historic victory. Second place still up for grabs. Cameroon and Chile fighting to the last funnel. Cameroon finishes second. Chile comes right behind for third. England still rolling. Very slow in the final section. And that's a wrap. Well, Greece is your new Fubeca champion. Overcame bad starts, battled tough modules, and showed unstoppable determination. Cameroon takes second with power and clean passes. A well-deserved silver finish. Chile, steady and brave, earns third place with heart and consistency. England had flashes of brilliance but couldn't find pace in the final. Greece is your Fubeca race champion, from starting in the back to conquering every challenge. Cool under pressure, smart on the track, and unstoppable at the finish line. A victory for the ages. And here's the podium, the top 3 marbles with their flags. Greece, Cameroon, and Chile. And below them, the real marbles that raced in this